July 28th, 2026. If I could ask everyone to please silence their cell phones or put them on vibrate during the meeting so we don't get disrupted, that'd be great. So please check those cell phones. Appreciate it. Let's go ahead and call the roll. Mr.
Commissioner, hi, Mayor.
Hi.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Here.
Commissioner Perkins?
Here.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton? Commissioner Smith?
Here.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Here.
Mayor Harden.
Here. If I can ask everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it
stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Can I get a motion approving the agenda as printed?
So moved. Second.
Moved and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you for that. Let me recognize Commissioner Segerson-Eaton coming in. Thank you, Commissioner. All right, that takes us up to our regular agenda. Item number 1, continued discussion and consideration of the recommended operating budget for fiscal year 2027, including the proposed millage rates and the fire assessment fees, and the 5-year capital improvement plan. I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Waters.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Commission. For the record, I'm Joshua Waters, the city's budget director. Last week, we held quite a long budget workshop last Monday on the 20th. There were a number, excuse me, I'm getting over a cold. There were a number of items that the Commission requested some follow-up on, which staff provided last week. There was additional follow-up that went out earlier today at the request of another commissioner. So the information has been provided to the Commission. I'll go over a few slides, a few high-level slides, just to highlight the items that we need consensus on. As a reminder, the city has to report to the Broward County Property Appraiser early next week on the proposed millage rates, as well as the proposed fire assessment fee that will be included in the trim notice. So there is a hard deadline that we have from the state to provide that to the property appraiser. So this afternoon, the 3 main objectives for the workshop will be to seek consensus from the City Commission on these 3 items: the recommended operating and EMS budgets, as well as the millage rates, the fire assessment fees, and the 5-year capital improvement plan for FY 27 to 31. So we'll talk first about the millage rates. One of the requests that we received last week was to take a look at what it would cost to reduce the operating millage rate by 0.5%, consistent with Commission action in the previous 2 fiscal years. This slide shows the recommended FY 2027 millage rates. This is what was proposed by the city manager. In total, the general operating millage rate was 5.2181, and then the aggregate millage rate was 6.1324. To achieve a 0.5% operating millage rate reduction, the operating millage rate would go from 5.2181 to 5.1920, and then the aggregate millage rate would also decline from 6.1608 to 6.1063. That's a little less than 1%, or a decrease of 0.0284 mils. So to achieve this, we would have to find savings of a little less than $612,000 in the city's general fund operating budget. As you all recall, there were 2 late-breaking items for the budget this year. One was a $1 million increase that we have to pay for BSO pensions as a result of a piece of legislation that was signed by the governor over the summer. And then the other one was a $300,000 increase for the crossing guard contract that was also late-breaking and was not able to include in the budget. So between those 2 items, that was $1,300,000 approximately. So any give in the budget that we've been able to find previously has essentially been taken up by those 2 big items. So in order to do so, we went back and took a look at the operating budgets for the departments. We took a look at increases that were provided year over year to the departments from 26 to 27, as well as anything that could be delayed or postponed another year. And then we also took a look at the underlying budgets for the departments to see if there were any reductions that could be made without significant service impacts. So the way I'm describing these are essentially the least worst options that we could come up with to provide the Commission with capacity to reduce the operating millage rate. So I'll just walk through these. The first item up here is the removal of the drone show from the FY 2027 budget. This would result in savings of $152,000. I know there's been some conversation about the ability to really host the drone show, given parking situation down at the beach with the construction of the different properties down there. So perhaps an idea would be to skip a year for the commission for the drone show, and then you could revisit this in the future to add it back into the budget. The second item on here would be a further reduction in the part-time budget for parks. As you recall, there was a reduction in the recommended budget of $100,000 to the parks budget for part-time, and that is because the parks director was able to find some additional operational savings by streamlining his part-time scheduling. In speaking with the parks director, he's able to realize additional savings with that for a total reduction of $225,000. So this would increase that reduction by $125,000. The next item on here deals with special legal non-departmental account. This was a budget that was included this year at a recommended level of $300,000, and this was based on prior year spending for special legal services. The two primary areas that have required this funding would be for the downtown development, particularly with private financing, and then the other item deals with some environmental legal consulting that the city had to do. So instead of funding it at $300,000, we think we could live with a $200,000 budget for special legal. So we were able to take some funding from that. The next one relates to the CRA. This is an automatic pass-through reduction to the CRA, so as the city's revenues decline, the city's TIF payment to the CRAs also goes down automatically. So this reduction of $70,000 just simply results from the lower millage rate. There's a $45,000 reduction for cultural affairs. This would reduce arts programming expenses. The next item on here deals with the lightning detection system. So Parks currently has a lightning detection system in place. Parks was requesting to replace that lightning detection system with a newer one, a more up-to-date one. The current one still is operational, so this item, the $39,000 reduction, would just delay the replacement of that lightning detection system to the future. Marketing, there's a reduction for marketing of $30,000 included on this list. There was a $10,000 reduction that was included in the recommended budget, so this would take that reduction up to $40,000. The next item would be to delay the replacement of beach volleyball nets. This would result in a savings of $25,000. And then the final one would be a reduction to marketing for Parks programming. So Parks has its own separate marketing budget for its programs. And so this would be a reduction of $25,000 in addition to what was taken. So this would be the options that the commission could take to reach a 0.5% millage rate reduction for the operating millage rate. The next item we're going to talk about is the fire assessment program. We went over these slides last week, so I'll just briefly touch on them just to remind the commission and the public what it is we're talking about today. So the proposed fire assessment fees are increasing for residential properties from $361 to $391 in the proposed budget. That's a $30 increase. And then the increases for commercial, industrial, and institutional properties are just a proportionate increase at that same percentage. This results in an increase in the fire assessment fee revenue, a net increase of $2.548 million. And so this is the proposed rates there. And then just to show what the fire assessment fee coverage ratio is, the city has had a historical policy of trying to reach a 90% coverage ratio with the fire assessment fee revenues, net revenues to eligible expenditures. You'll see that it declined from 23 to 25 as a result of increasing fire expenditures, but really maintaining the fire assessment fee rate near the same level. And so that ratio declined from 94% to 77%. And then last year, the commission adopted a methodology to start bringing that back up incrementally. And so as the fire assessment fee revenues have increased as a result of this increase, but so have the eligible fire expenditures. So that increase, the ratio goes from 81% to 82%. And then after last week's discussion with the commission, there are a few updates to the CIP. And so there are three main updates here. One would add a new senior center landscaping project. This would be $200,000 in funding for FY27 construction. To fund this, we would reduce the citywide park amenities budget from $400,000 to $200,000. The citywide park amenities budget pays for replacement of equipment in citywide parks. Last year, this amount was $200,000. We were just seeking an increase of $200,000 to accelerate some replacement of equipment. So all that would do is just delay some of the replacement of the equipment there. And then the final item would be to move up construction of the Hunter's Manor Pavilion gazebo from 2031 to 2028, and that's a cost of $250,000. So that accelerates that project. And I've also included with the documents tonight for you guys the full updated legal size sheets so you can see where the changes occurred. And you'll find those on pages, they're highlighted. They are on pages 6, 7, and 9, I believe. So with that, that wraps up my presentation and comments for today, subject to any questions from the commission.
Very good. Thank you for that. Nice presentation. Thank you for the work that you put into the budget, you and the rest of staff, of course, and thank you, Mr. Harrison. I just have one quick question. In those proposed cuts that you came up with, does that result in any job losses?
No,
No. Okay, so nobody's losing their job.
correct.
Gotcha, okay. All right, let's open it up for discussion. Who'd like to lead off? Anybody? I just led off. How's that? So who wants to follow up? Okay. Vice?
Sure. I appreciate the work that you did to identify items that can make a difference in the budget without service impacts being felt. And also, I believe I heard Commissioner Perkins' frustration at the last meeting about some of the CIP projects being pushed out. So it looks like some of those were addressed in this iteration also. We went through this in detail yesterday when we met, and I'm comfortable with these impacts right now. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. I only have a couple of things. We got this, the questions, our
yes.
answers, sorry. We got questions from our answers, or answers to our questions from July 20th. And I had a question about on page 2, it says, it was about the salary split, how the budget was going to show the salary split for the city manager's office
Right.
attributed to the CRA. And because the city manager's review is on our agenda for later tonight, it struck me as that our CRA budget, it said our city share is $399,022. And that's roughly the salary he has now, correct?
It is. So the only thing included in the FY27 budget versus the current FY26 budget is the COLA, the 3.5% COLA increase that's provided to every employee. We don't assume a merit increase for any of the charter officers in the budget.
Okay, so with the 3.5% COLA, that's with the new salary. So the new salary would be at $453.
That would be the current salary plus the 3.5%.
Okay. That would be the plus the current salary plus 3%.
Right. This would be for next fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. A couple other things were related to let's see where I threw it. Related to the marketing, which I think you've addressed somewhat here, so it may have actually been fixed since last time. And that was just related to, it looked like there was another staff position, or seemed like there was like a huge number. It was like $150-something thousand.
There was one staffer that was moved from cultural affairs to the marketing department. So that was a mid-year change that occurred during FY20, the current fiscal year. And so the budget just reflects the change, essentially moving the money with where the person is going to report.
Okay, great. And then I think the only other question I had related to that was related to our Roca Point, the draw. There seemed to be a jump in some of the, with Roca Point, how much
Okay.
money we had coming out. There seemed to be a jump in that. Was that related to something in particular?
Which page are you on? Do you recall?
I just made myself notes, so let me.
Okay. I know that, it may have been in one of the attachments. Hold on one second.
I just was wondering if we could have an itemized list of what that list entailed.
Sure.
That would be, so basically it just shows that it went up by like, I think, it was a pretty big, like 3.5 times or something like that. It was pretty large.
I'll work with the finance director to get you an itemized list of those.
Great, yeah, I think it was like related to the municipal, muni complex or something like that.
Right.
Thank you.
Sure.
Very good. Further Vice Mayor.
Did anyone else have their hand up before I go again?
I didn't see anybody's hand up.
Okay, so there is something that has been in my mind since the meeting last week, and it gets to the point that Commissioner Fezzik just brought up, which is our obligations to Roca Point and how we have been paying for them. So to my colleagues, we don't have the opportunity to talk about this, obviously, unless we're in a meeting that's publicly noticed like this. but there have been $8.1 million that have gone out to Roca Point, separate of the CRA funding that we've paid them since December of 2025. And I think I've been digging into it a bit, and I think we need to talk about this. As some background, I sent a memo to Mr. Berman last week asking for a legal opinion about how we've been spending excess building department revenue. And there was a change in the statute July 1st, and that prompted some of my concern. But the concerns exist prior to the statute change on July 1st. So statute 553.80 lays out a highly regulated process that says building revenue cannot continuously exceed building department expenses. So think of it kind of like equivalent to an enterprise fund here, or a piggy bank, or a jar where you put money in, it has to go out for very explicit reasons. Essentially, building departments can't be profit centers or slush funds. They can only support the operations of the building department. And we have been funding much of the downtown project, all of the soft costs to date, everything to Roca Point that's city-related, including architects, legal fees, consulting fees, and more, with excess building department revenue. So I am very concerned with what I've seen, that we are one lawsuit away from an angry resident or contractor from some risk to our city. I asked for a legal opinion about the use of the money over the last 7 years, and the conclusion was 88 pages of everything is fine, we have no risk. So given we have no risk, I once was up here and was hushed when I talked about building department revenue and it potentially exceeding expenses. So if everything's fine, I don't need to be shushed today. So I think we need to talk about this in the context of the budget. Because it's become pretty obvious to me that there are some questions that need to be answered. So first, we have had significant excess revenue from our building department. The numbers show that we have systematically, year after year, had excess net revenue that is set aside for a major capital project, a municipal complex, and we've done that instead of reducing or refunding fees per the statute. In fiscal year 2019, the statute changed, and it went into effect that the city could no longer keep a balance greater than the average operating budget for the previous 4 fiscal years. 1 week before that change, the city was on top of this, and they passed a resolution to take $9.6 million out of that fund, the building fund, and create a CIP project for construction of a municipal complex. And in the background of that resolution, there is detail about where that money would be spent. There's 0 on outside consulting or design, 0 for outside professional fees, 0 for program administration or design. 100% of that money is in an account called construction, of that $9.6 million. There were no other accounts given money or allocated money because per the statute, likely you cannot. 100% went to construction costs. However, as far as I can tell, that $9.6 million still sat in our building fund in our audited financials until 2023, 4 years passed. And that money sat in, at least per the audited financials, sat there, giving us excess carry forward 4 years prior of $8 to $16 million a year over what the budget was, the average budget. The money didn't begin to be spent until 2025, fiscal year 2025, when the city started using this CIP money earmarked for construction only to pay for outside consulting for the downtown. So 5.5 years later, not 4 years per the statute, in anticipation of someday building this municipal complex, the city had created a piggy bank with a Post-it note on it that said municipal complex, with no other details. Statute says you cannot carry forward more than 4 consecutive years. However, we did. Memo interprets the designations of funds as kind of like stopping the clock. Basically, you said, it's 4 years, and once it's designated, clock stops. So they could sit there essentially indefinitely. That's how the memo reads. And that's what it did. It sat there for another 1.5 years before any of the money was expended. It does say, the statute did say that excess funds could be used to construct a building or structure. It must be designated for such a purpose and not carried forward for more than 4 years. We are now 7 years past that 2019 designation of funds. There were 2 subsequent designations of funds, but we haven't even used the first 9.6. We've spent 8.1. So this opinion you gave me relies on interpretation that the statute is intended for cities to almost create this indefinite savings account as long as it's labeled, you know, a city hall complex in the future. I don't know that a court would agree, but let's all keep in mind there are still no shovels in the ground. There's no construction that has happened, and we've still spent $8 million that was earmarked for construction and legally only allowed to be for construction. There's no signs of a building. The memo that Mr. Berman wrote also tries to define construction as broad as I've ever seen. So I don't know what legal framework you relied on when you defined construction, but even in the most broad things that I can find legally, construction is to construct, repair, alter, modify, add, demolish, subtract from, or improve any building or structure. Even when we were dealing with the CC&A contracts, there was a difference between architectural the rules for architectural design and the rules for construction as designated by the state. Architectural design is under Chapter 481, and it's strictly considered a consulting professional service, not construction. And Florida courts and the Attorney General have explicitly distinguished between design and consulting and construction as the physical execution. Our CIP does this every year for every item. We see this. There's other design or the design costs and then construction costs in each item. And that's some of the frustration that we've seen, that there's design and then it's a couple years for construction. So for every CIP project, we had separate line items that meant something. If it said design, it was for design. If it said construction, it was for construction. But somehow with this CIP project, there is no separate line for design, just one for construction. And this money is only allowed to be used for construction, and that is the budget line, and that is the line item that it is in the CIP. Your memo broadly described all the soft costs, everything that has gone on in the downtown thus far that's city-related as applicable as construction costs that can be used or funded by excess building fund, building permit revenue. So I want to talk about some of those expenses that you think constitute construction. Your definition of construction includes out-of-town architects staying at the beachfront Marriott. It includes dinner at South. Thankfully, they netted out the 11 drinks that they had at dinner. We didn't pay for those, just the dinner. Early morning, no foam lattes at Starbucks, and hibachi dinners. I understand that these architects have their travel policies, but this is being funded through our building department excess revenue. It includes legal fees about community benefits funds that never occurred, and it also includes consulting fees for the new Larkin Center. We pay Roca Point monthly a fee that is based on a calculation that includes $10.8 million or so for a new Pat Larkin Center, and this money that is coming out of this consulting fee that includes consulting for a Larkin Center, not a municipal building, not a city hall, is coming out of our building fund excess revenue. I don't know how anyone could be comfortable with those expenses being paid on the back of residents and contractors who are paying for building permits and inspections. They thought they were paying for a permit. And when we hear that people aren't paying for this city hall project, it'll pay for itself, they're already paying for all these soft costs. They already did through their building department fees. You also made it clear that the new statute, which went into effect July 1st, which explicitly prohibits spending money on buildings, even buildings for a building department, is not retroactive, and it doesn't apply here, so that we will continue funding things this same way. There's also a cost allocation argument in there. So the building department is about 20% of the project, but we have used so far to pay for these costs 100% of excess building fund revenue, or it's coming 100% from excess building fund revenue. It's not coming 80-20 like it would be if you were just using the 20% allocation for what will be the size of the building department in the new building. At best, there's some ridiculously broad interpretation that soft costs and meals and architectural and design and consulting fees to Roca Point are construction. That fund should still only pay 20%, not 100% of soft costs. Because what concerns me here is, what if that building actually never gets built? with property tax reform, financing costs, financial models that keep sliding out. I don't know if the numbers will ever quite work. And meanwhile, you've spent 8.1 and put aside $21 million in total of excess building fund revenue to fund risky soft costs for a project that could sit archived on a shelf. So every interpretation in your memo seemed, from my perspective, to take you out or further out on some kind of ledge where you weren't looking out for the taxpayers of the city. And over the last year, Mr. Berman, I have watched you lose your way over and over, siding with city staff and twisting into a pretzel to make them right instead of looking out for the taxpayers of this city. It seems if you're trying to win a popularity contest in City Hall instead of looking out for the residents and their money. So it's pretty simple. If you think of this jar of money, and what goes in is building fee revenue, and it is only for construction of a building department, and it's only good for 4 years. We now have spent 8.1 of it on soft costs, in thin air, basically, things that are pieces of paper, not construction, and it's been 7 years, not 4 years. So, like I said, your job is to give legal advice to this commission and to be a fiduciary for the residents here, no matter what the people you are surrounded by think. This job, you shouldn't be influenced by anyone. You are our lawyer, you are our trusted advice on things. And I personally, at this point, think that you're living in some kind of echo chamber on the 4th floor when I read this memo. Sometimes you have to give answers that are unpopular or that people aren't going to like. But I have real concerns about the risk and the exposure our city has. And as we continue in this budget to spend this money on soft costs for design, not construction, of a city hall, not just a building department, I think that we are, like I said, one lawsuit away from having real challenges. And there have been the court cases in other cities, there have been settlements with other cities over this exact situation. So I think you've opened this city to significant legal exposure. I'm concerned about this budget and how we're going to pay for our Roca Point obligations if something comes to fruition here with this. I don't know, I feel like you flew too close to the sun with this one and kind of your wings have melted. So I don't think I can make a motion because this is just a budget meeting, but if I could, I would make a motion right now to fire you, Mr. Berman. Thank you.
Very good.
Mayor?
Mr. Berman, would you like to respond at all to that? The Vice Mayor brought up some serious concerns and allegations.
I understand.
And it sounds like she just doesn't like your legal advice.
Well, first of all, I haven't opened the city up to anything. I didn't make these expenditures. I wasn't part of the expenditures. I was part of designating the funds back in 2019, preparing the resolution to transfer those funds. They were supposed to be transferred. I think COVID hit. Somehow everything sat, and then after 2023, they were transferred. My opinion in looking at this, number one, is that once the funds had been transferred for use, they were spent. They were in a designated CIP, and this was all done publicly with all information given to every commissioner at the time. I don't even know if you were around at the time, but all of this was done openly by staff. Now, as far as the uses are concerned, there are monthly reports as to the expenses. They're also given to the commission. Now, in terms of my interpretation, I believe, is correct as to certain things. Specifically, once the monies were transferred, they were spent and used for construction. My interpretation that construction doesn't just involve digging shovels in the ground. Construction, if you're going to build something, you need consultants, you need legal fees, you need architects, you need engineers. The soft costs are part of construction. I think it's a valid argument, and in the brief period of time I had, which was basically this weekend, to answer your questions, that's the way I view it. I believe construction includes all of these other areas. Now, drinks at the pool and all that, I don't have the advantage of having these receipts to take a look at this point, but we can talk about that some more. But the hard cost of construction are inclusive of design, engineering, et cetera, that go toward construction. I also, in my discussion with staff, the studies were done to determine what portions of the new City Hall project were going to utilize that money, and I believe it came up to 24% of the building was supposed to be for the building department, attributable toward the expense of the building department. That included, I believe, land acquisition, that included everything, 24% across the board. If they've been exceeded, that's something that we're gonna have to talk about, but I know that these funds also, per the resolution, said that these costs can be paid in the resolution approving the development agreement with any and all available funds. So that apparently is what has happened, and those funds can be either moved back or accounted for. But again, when you say that I've put the city in a position, I'm not part of moving money around other than I just described. I don't write the checks, I don't do the budgets, I don't move the things around. But everything that's been done has been done with transparency, and everything that is done with monthly or quarterly reports to the commission. I believe my interpretation as to the money was spent once it was transferred and assigned for use. The fact that that project got delayed, nowhere in the statute does it say the building has to be constructed. Construction is a process, and that process has commenced. So that's my interpretation. I respect your interpretation as well, and I'm happy to discuss those with you. And if the commission as a whole believes that additional action needs to be taken by staff to make changes in that regard, we're willing to do it. But I was given a set of facts and asked to opine within 48 hours on this, on materials that I didn't even have. So I gathered them and answered them as responsibly and quickly as possible. I believe the interpretations are legally permissible that I have said, and if that's not the case, we'll deal with it. That's all. No one's trying to hide anything. No one's trying to make excuses. I'm looking at basically the cards I was handed in the deck and giving you my interpretation. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Berman. Commissioner Perkins?
Yes, Vice Mayor, can you share with the other commissioners what you have, what you're reading from? I don't know, but.
There are a couple memos that have been exchanged. I'm sure that you can.
As you were talking, I don't remember anything coming to us regarding the Roca Point being paid out of the building fund. Was that the building enterprise fund?
The building permit fund.
Permit, okay. See, I don't remember anything coming to us to say that that was going to take place and we're moving funds.
So it's a very highly regulated entity. You can only use it for certain expenses to go back into the building department. You cannot use it for general operating costs or as a slush fund, or even as of July 1st to build a building for the building department.
Which the memo that Mr. Berman sent out said that everything was done properly, though.
Right, I heard what he said, but, so we're paying Roca Point based on what you said, from the building fund?
That is correct.
And that started in 2025, based on what you just said, right?
December 17th, 2024, so fiscal year 2025 was the first payment. But in 2019, 5.5 years before that, the money was put aside with, like I said, a piggy bank with a Post-it note that said future municipal complex. But the statute says you can only hold it for 4 years.
But just to be clear and set the record straight, it's not being paid from the building fund.
Okay, so I do thank you, Vice Mayor, for that information. I did not know where the funding was coming from to pay Roca Point, but thank you for that information.
Yeah, I was curious myself. And so, Mr. Berman, the reason I have that kind of information is not because I get monthly reports. It's because I had to really dig and ask the questions when we went through the budget as to where money was going to figure out how this had been paid for. And in the resolution from 2019, in the backup, Exhibit A, the capital improvement plan justification form, there are lines here for outside consulting and design, other professional fees. There's all different line items here. They all have zero money allocated to them. So they are broken down separately here than construction. So your definition is grouping everything into one when they are not. I also want to know how the money went from construction, which is account 65-12, to 65-03, which is a consulting account, because it's been paid out of a consulting account, not a construction account. So I don't know if there's a budget adjustment somewhere, but.
So would Mr. Berman be responsible for moving funds?
No, I'm not saying that anyone's responsible for moving funds, but certainly as our attorney, you are responsible for making sure that we are not getting ourselves in trouble and that we are following the statutes to the letter of the law. And just even the oversight that the money was supposedly earmarked in 2019 but didn't get transferred till 4 years means that we carried an excess balance of $8 to $16 million in our building department fund, which would have put us in, I think you at least agree with that, Mr. Berman, that is not in compliance with the statute that says that we can't carry anything beyond the average operating budget of the 4 years prior.
That's not discussing the money that was already transferred. You're talking about other funds, is that correct?
It wasn't transferred. It's the thing, it was earmarked, but it wasn't transferred till fiscal
It
year.
was transferred within the 4 years back then, but just wasn't all spent within 4 years. It actually, when it was transferred in 2023, we would have till 2027 to spend those funds, if you believe
You're
that
adding.
the clock doesn't stop. But let's go back to 2019 and the resolution that was done, and that was done by staff. At the time, there was the knowledge that we were moving forward with this project. There were no identifiable costs for those items that remained zero at the time. That developed as the project eventually got approved years later. So in 2019, there couldn't have been numbers to put in back then. There was no idea of what those costs would have been. But the idea was to designate the monies, knowing the project was coming, and to do it lawfully and to put it away for future use. No one knew that there would be delays of several years due to pandemic and due to funding issues and things of that nature, but it's proceeding now. And as far as any transfers that took place, I assume there are monthly reports and annual reports and budgets, and I assume that our 4 years worth of audits, auditors looked at all this and approved it. So, you know, again, I'm not an audit person. I'm not a finance person. I don't sign off on transfers of funds unless it's within my own budget, which is few and far between. I think I've done 2 in 30 years. But in any event, everyone has answers and can provide you with all the answers to your questions. Nothing was done surreptitiously. Everything was done in the open. If you disagree with the answers or the interpretations, then that's something we can all work on so you're satisfied.
Commissioner Perkins, you still have the floor.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand, so no authorization from the commissioners is needed at the time of the transfer of funds?
No.
No? Okay,
No, authorization was needed at the time, not more authorization.
okay.
And it was all done, and the commission approved it. And there's a full, I sent a link, and that has all the documents, like 88 pages worth of documents and memo to you.
Okay. But Vice Mayor, I would love for you to share that information that you have with the rest of us, so.
I'm sure Mr. Berman can do that. I don't think I can send things around.
I didn't, the question went that way, not this way. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I asked her to share the documents that she researched or found her information, and she said you could do that. She could not do that. She cannot send that to us.
I did send you the link to all the documents that I have. You may have more documents in terms of, I don't recall seeing pool parties or whatever it is that you talked about, or
That's the main one.
all those things. But
That's the one I want.
I didn't say pool party.
Mr. Berman, to put a point on it, I mean, the vice mayor can share any documents, you just can't make commentary on it, correct?
I suppose the problem is with the 88 pages, I couldn't send via an email or PDF. The system couldn't handle it, so I had to open a link.
No, specifically, I'm asking, can the vice mayor share these documents she has that she may not have shared with you?
Yeah, I don't recall seeing that. They may have been in
I
that.
think it's a sunshine
Mr. Berman,
question.
specifically because of sunshine, can she share those documents with the rest of us?
Well, now that it's been discussed publicly, I believe she can. Just don't comment back and forth between one another.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go.
I would prefer the city does it.
That's fine. Get them to me and I'll send them out. By the way, I sent out a copy of my response memo to all of you. So you all have their memo with the link and everything. And if you need anything else, just let me know and I'll get it. I don't have these documents. I'll be happy to get them from from budget or for whoever has them, or from you if you have them. Obviously, you have them.
Yes. And there's still some unanswered questions about budget transfers and how money went from construction into consulting and whether those were authorized or needed authorization. But the statute is very clear about construction, and so clear that they even got rid of that in the last version of it in July. So the interpretation of construction, the way that we've been interpreting it here, has me very concerned.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins, you still have the floor.
All right, I'm done for now.
Okay.
I have a question.
Commissioner Fessick.
This is going to be a lot to unpack, I think. First thing is, who did spend the money? Mr. Harrison, I'm just flipping through these things, and I see Ms. Sybil and I see Mr. Harrison's name all over it. So who did spend the money and who authorized the payments?
Who spent the money and who authorized the payments? I mean,
Whatever they are, I don't know.
this is a lot. This is a lot. I mean, it's which payments and
We have a list?
Good afternoon, Suzette Sybil, Assistant City Manager. I am the contract administrator for the Master Development Agreement, so with that, I review all payments and I submit them to the Executive Assistant, Mr. Harrison's assistant, then it goes to Finance for processing.
Where, do you know do you have a list of what these items are handy, or that you could get to us fairly soon, related to what has come out of this account since December of, was it 2024?
You mean the payments that have
Yes.
come out of the account,
Who was
each of
paid?
the draw?
Who was paid and for what purchase invoice, like basic information, who was paid and what for?
Yes, we can provide that to all commissioners.
As I was scrolling here, the 2019, so I'm gonna sit back for a second, because I'm, in my head, I'm doing this rapid fire run through of this massive file dump that I got last fall. There was a lot of conversations related to RMA, related to the new downtown project, related to McNabb, related to like all these projects, and I'm flipping through all these emails and all these, in my head, I'm going through all of the email threads that I saw related to Bills in Sunburg when I brought that up, and I know that's special legal, but there were a lot of these people coming in and out of the conversation, and so I'm just really curious to see what, if any of those were paid for out of this fund. So I'm going to probably sit with that, likely sleeplessly, for a little bit until I figure it out. Since this was in 2019, it started in 2019, when the ballot questions came to us or were voted on to come to community in 2024, in November 2024, did any of the ballot questions proposed in 2024 allow more fluid movement of these funds?
I'm not sure, I'll defer to Mr. Berman to
No.
answer that.
The answer is no.
Okay. Because I'm just curious if that was the case. Was the MDA crafted specifically to be able to allow for freedom of movement without city commission approval?
I'll answer the question about movement between lines, because I know you had that question. That information was provided to, I don't know if it was just the vice mayor or the entire commission.
So I can answer that.
Okay, I'll defer to.
So the city manager has the ability, under a couple of different resolutions that have been enacted, to move funds between line items of a budget in a department or within a fund. So it says the city manager may transfer funds between any line item of a division and between departments of the same fund, provided that such transfers shall not exceed the amount set forth in Exhibit A, which is essentially the annual appropriating authority for that year's budget, referenced by resolutions adopting the annual budget or of estimated expenditures and expenses and receipts and revenue. The city manager shall provide the city commission a report of any and all fund transfers exceeding $10,000 not later than 30 days following the end of each quarter. At the request of the vice mayor, I went and looked through the budget adjustments that have been made between the line items of the Fund 327, which is, there are two funds for the building department. There's the building permitting fund, which is the operating fund, and there's the building capital fund, which is deals with the capital projects. And that's where this money has been sitting, is in the building capital fund, which is Fund 327. And I found I'm aware of three budget adjustment transfers that have been made between the construction line and then the design line. And then those reports were provided to the commission. There were 2 separate quarterly reports where all 3 of those transfers were made, and they were identified as going for the municipal complex.
When?
I'll have to look at my report. I believe one was it may have been the first quarter of this calendar year, and one predates me. So that would have been early 2025, I believe. But I'll be happy to re-forward those reports, but I went and double-checked to make sure that they were included in those reports.
Okay,
I can add some additional clarity if you like,
Go
so,
ahead.
absolutely.
might answer a question I have while you're-
Yeah, so, you know, as Mr. Waters stated and you've heard this evening, usually, and the Vice Mayor is correct, usually in CIPs, sometimes you have money designated for design and construction. This project started so many years ago. We've been going through a process. Obviously, you've all been along for the ride over the last 2 years with this project. So what happens is we brought an architect on board, HOK, and we executed a contract for about $6 million. We shared that contract with every member of the commission up here. So that's the bulk of what we've been incurring for costs over the last 2 years or so. In addition to that, well, let me finish that thought. So once that happened and we knew what that contract was, we had to estimate what we thought the design costs were to get us to public financing, which is really what we were working towards. That didn't pass, so we had to switch gears back to private financing. So a lot of the budget adjustments you saw was in essence transferring funds from construction to design to start that HOK architectural review process and developing the design for City Hall and finalizing those plans. So we did transfers for that. We followed all of the city's policies and processes, working with purchasing, finance, and budget to effect those transfers, all within the approved guidelines of the city. So again, everything was done transparently as it relates to that. The other major thing that we were incurring were development fees. As you're all aware, you have a copy of the master development agreement. Roca Point is managing the project for us, and they're entitled to a 5% development fee of all costs incurred. So what you're really seeing in the draws that we process monthly is we're paying Roca their development fee. It's about $137,000 a month. And then what Roca does is they get invoices from HOK, and then we pay Roca and Roca pays HOK. So it's really a pass-through cost. But that, and then there are some legal fees if we advertise solicitations. There are fees also in the draws because it's a pass-through to the city because it is our project that they're project managing for us. So I did just want to give you a background. And I do explain that in the memorandum that Mr. Berman shared with all of you along the 86-page PDF file. You all have a copy of that, kind of giving a background history of that process to date.
Is there anyone else tacking on fees, so aside from Roque Point, which is likely in our MDA? Are there any other, aside from legal fees, like what do those look like if you were to break it down?
So it's legal fees, advertising fees, it's payments to HOK as the architect, and it's the development fees. Those are the ones that come to mind quickly. Not sure.
So maybe you can refresh my memory, but when we were sitting here at some point last year, I think, and the City Hall design / garage design came across here, and I pretty much raised a question about why is this on the agenda this way, which I know that you didn't have a hand in perhaps, because it has to be written a certain way. When I raised concerns about spending money and picking a design and spending money when we had not yet been through the process of approving funds, and I pretty much raised hell that we were picking between option A or B, and if anybody remembers, I chose C, because my concern was I didn't want to spend money that we weren't already authorized to spend. Didn't want to throw money down something until we had agreed on something together. Am I to understand that this money that we're paying HOK to design our city hall, design our parking garage, come out of this fund without us essentially being notified until we begged and pleaded the first of this year?
Actually, I believe you did ask at some point, we'd have to go back and look at the videos, how I was funding those costs, and I did answer that question. But just to back up, as part of the Master Development Agreement, Exhibit B-1, page 2, it explicitly lists this as a source of funds for funding this, and there's actually a footnote that describes it specifically. And the approving resolution for the Master Development Agreement also specifically calls out building permit inspection fees, in addition to all available revenues, for the city to meet its contractual obligations under the MDA.
Okay. Since you are the contract administrator, I understand this all sort of falls on your shoulder because you're doing both jobs, working with the CRA and working with the city. I had 4 kids, so they're grown up, thank God. But when they would come home from something and I would ask them a question, and I would say, hey, what happened at whatever it may be? And they told me like 25% of the story, perhaps, and they said, oh, Mom, it was on that sheet I gave you. They didn't actually, they threw the sheet at me, and they told me something, they were telling me a story, they threw the sheet at me, I looked at it, glanced at it, somewhere in the middle, something, probably said something else. And it wasn't until later I get a phone call from the teacher explaining that the second page of that story, or the second page was blurred or something, or they left that part out of the story for me. That's the feeling that I'm getting right now, and I think that, I don't know how to react just yet. But I can tell you right now that with the reading I have done and the concerns that I have had since day one sitting here, related to not just this project, but really just, multiple projects within the city. Mr. Harrison, I'm not going to blame you. Mr. Harrison, it is your job to oversee this. It is your job to make sure that we are getting the information. It is your job to communicate with us. And if anybody else knew about this and chose not to raise that point when it was questioned by multiple people up here at various times for various ideas, and not very clearly answer that question, that to me is a lie by omission. It's just basically glazing over what we asked a very specific question and just not getting an answer and burying it in some long document or some thing that we would never have to think to go back through here and flip through page, whatever it might be of 200 something pages to go look at a line item. We actually can't see what the detail is. We would never know to look. It's unfair. I have a lot to go through this. I'm livid. I don't even know. I'm just trying to compose myself long enough to ask some questions, but I glanced at this and I was like, okay, well, this seems like something, I don't know what it is. I did not realize the extent of what this was, and now that I'm just starting to hear it, if I were a resident of Pompano Beach, I would be so mad right now. I would be so livid. And I will apologize to you because we have asked the question multiple times, and we're not getting it. We're not getting the right answer, the clear answer. Vice Mayor, hats off to you for finding this, and unfortunately for finding this, because a lot of things have been happening where the questions have been there, and then we've made it feel like we're the crazy ones. We should just trust everybody. Why should we trust people who are lying to us when we're sitting here asking the questions? And I say lying because before I get corrected for misinformation, I mean lying because I asked the specific question and I know that it did not get answered. And it did not get answered the way that would be clear for everybody to understand. So I feel like I was lied to. So I'll say it like that. I want to go through this. I think we need way more time with this, and so I'm done for now, but I'm gonna sit and listen for a second.
Okay. So are we back on the budget yet, or Vice Mayor?
Well, I have a couple quick questions. How do you justify the 10% of the monthly fee that's going to ROCA, the $137,000? 10% of that approximately is calculated based on a new Pat Larkin Center, which has nothing to do with a city hall or a building department. How are you justifying that monthly fee to ROCA for a civic center that is completely unrelated to a building department?
So I'd be happy to answer that for you, Vice Mayor. So twofold. One, as Mr. Berman mentioned, we define, and I believe that is accurate, construction is all of the planning, all of the studies, everything to get us to this point. So my justification is that we've incurred all of these costs to plan since 2022 to this point to get this project to fruition. So I'm glad to provide you with any information on what those costs look like, but in my mind, the Building Inspection Fund is entitled to pay 24%. Let's use that percentage, because we've hired architects over the years just to make sure that we were allocating the correct percentage to the building permit function, and that's the way we did it. We also You want me to finish?
All right, well, that wasn't
You're
my-
raising your hands.
It's not my question.
Right.
So let's say you get to your 24%. My question is, how are you paying for 24% of the Pat Larkins Center development costs of
Right,
the
and that's the
building?
question I'm trying to answer. So
Okay.
what I'm saying is, we've incurred all these costs before we even got to starting to pay $1 to ROCO. We've had all of these planning costs, all of these assessments of the City Hall building, all of those things. So if you were to add up those costs and allocate 24% to that, in my mind, the building fund owes us 24% of that cost out the gate, prior to us even executing the MDA agreement. So we've been planning for this project for years. Now, we so happen to execute a master development agreement in June of 2024, but I've tracked all of the planning costs leading up to that point. I'm happy to sit down with you and go over all of that. I don't have a problem with it. But, I've documented everything related to this building permit fund.
I have no doubt that it's documented, but that doesn't answer my question. And Mr. Berman, the statute very clearly says pay for the construction of a building or structure that houses the building code enforcement agency. How are we paying Roca Point monthly for the development fee associated with their work for Pat Larkins Center out of the building fund?
It's construction, and it doesn't how they're, I don't know, are they gonna,
Okay.
that's something that staff will have to deal with.
Okay, and it's
Wasn't
not-
involved in that portion.
It's not construction, because if it was construction, it would have stayed in the construction fund. There was a budget adjustment to move it out of construction, actually, and that's my next question. If we know it's not construction, because it's clearly not construction, and we all know that, there's nothing over there, we moved it, or somebody did a budget adjustment and moved it into outside consulting and design, and then paid it out. So it's very clearly there was a movement away from construction towards soft costs. Were you consulted about that, and whether that was put us, in legal jeopardy with the state statute?
I became aware of it when you provided me with the information for my memorandum.
Okay, so do you think there is an issue if we take money that's budgeted for construction and we explicitly move it out of that, even though the state statute says construction?
Potentially, but the agreement says that funds can be transferred back and forth for the project, and that's what's being done here.
So this is a piggy bank, like I said, with a Post-it note on it that says saving for big downtown project. And we took money from the building inspection fund, and now we're just using it to pay soft costs for Pat Larkins Center, for traveling architects, and calling that construction.
Well,
I mean, this is like if I have a swear jar for my kids and they have to put money in we all do every time we say a bad word, and I told them we'll build a new playground with this, right, when we get enough money. And we get enough money and instead I remodel the house or something and do a whole remodel. It's not, it's adjacent, but it's not the same thing that it was earmarked for.
I understand, and I'll have to meet with staff and get their discussion, but it's
Okay, so
it's part of construction of the City Hall complex, and it covers the portion that the building department. As far as Pat Larkins, that's probably, money can be moved around per the resolution, the approving resolution, and I believe that money will be credited back once the financing is takes effect. But in any event, if you're not comfortable with what's being done, I would think that the money can be transferred back and other funding sources will have to be arranged.
Well, and that's why it's relevant since we're in a budget session here. So we have obligations we have to meet. And I have real concerns about how we've been meeting some of them and the legal exposure we have. So, I mean, perhaps we need a special meeting to give you time to look into this and then have a special meeting to really dig into this and make sure that we're not continuing to put our city in legal jeopardy by spending the money this way.
I'm happy to come to any meeting that you want to call.
I'd like to make a motion to have a special meeting on this topic.
Second.
I believe we only need 2 votes, right?
Special meeting when?
This week.
September?
September.
Before September?
Before we have to vote on the millage rate in September. Because if we do find that some of this money we've been paying out of this fund, we decide that we shouldn't be, then it impacts the budget.
What specifically would be the topic that you want addressed here, Vice Mayor?
Anything related to this, I think.
I was asking the Vice Mayor, Commissioner Fessig. Thank you.
The city's
You
use
got
of
the.
building fund revenue.
Okay, because Mr. Berman gave you his legal opinion. I mean, and Ms. Sybil has answered your questions. It's what,
And I'm unsatisfied, and I asked a couple additional questions, and Mr. Berman is sitting there saying, well, maybe that gets paid back, maybe that cost can't. I want a legal definition of construction. I didn't see any case law in there about, and there are cases where cities have settled for these type of situations where the building departments were overcharging.
so you just want more research done by Mr. Berman?
I want a special meeting where everyone has all the same information. And yes, there are additional questions to be answered here before I'm comfortable that we don't need to be budgeting for some of these Roca Point costs that we have to pay. The part of the development fee that's related to a Pat Larkin Center, I just can't get my head around how that could possibly be paid for by building inspection revenue.
Okay, well, I mean, I just was,
And the fact that you can and don't seem to have any concerns is actually what troubles me.
well, Vice Mayor, I appreciate your concerns. It's your call on the special meeting. I was just trying to nail down what it is.
Mayor,
It's very good, thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Fasick, you seconded, I believe, correct?
I did second. I just was going to say, if we're going to do it, I would, either, I was looking at our schedule, our calendar, and would love to do it, either the 7th or the 9th if possible, because that gives us plenty of time to get all the information. And I would like to get the information before we go on hiatus, if possible, so that we have time during hiatus to go over it and be ready for this meeting. Thank you.
I didn't catch those dates.
Those dates? What was
7th or
it?
the 9th,
Of
Monday or Wednesday.
I can't do those days.
7th or 9th of
14th?
August or
September.
September
September? Oh, wow.
7th and 8th, that's a Monday or Tuesday.
The 8th
The 7th is Labor Day, I believe.
Oh, is it? Okay,
Yeah,
so then the
correct.
9th.
That's a Wednesday.
We have a meeting on the 8th, and we do before that.
We could do it before or after that.
Before the meeting.
I'm okay with that.
That's your meeting before the meeting.
Labor Day, that's, the city's closed on Monday,
On the 8th.
We're talking about the 8th.
on the 7th. Why don't we get an opinion from the Attorney General on this issue prior to going forward, whether,
Perhaps Mr. Berman can ask for that also in advance.
The Attorney General's not going to opine on the internal operations of the city. An Attorney General opinion is when you have a question of law and they interpret the law. But there are other state agencies that would probably give you an opinion on this, but we need to get together and formulate our position as to the additional questions asked today, and we can decide how to handle that. If it involves refunding money back into various funds, that may be a solution. If it involves reporting, then we'll do what we have to do. That's all by law.
9 a.m. on the 8th?
Okay, so it's proposed 9 a.m. on September 8th, is that it?
The commission meeting starts at 1,
Right, that'll give us some time to take a break and go lunch, hopefully.
4 hours. Okay.
What time?
It's special
Yeah.
meeting.
That means we can walk away, have lunch, and come back.
Okay. Been moved and seconded to have a special meeting on the topic of what Mr. Berman presented,
Building
responded to.
inspection, building permit fund revenue and expenses, like I said.
Mayor?
Okay,
There's
sure.
no-
If I may?
Yeah, just a second. So I was just trying to get everything clear for the record, so Kervin will have everything accurate there. And this is a response to what Mr. Berman supplied. Okay, so moved and second. Discussion on the motion. Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Thank you. So when we come back, we'll have some opinions as to the legality of moving those funds, and apparently definition of construction within the context of building a project, which in my mind includes design. And every construction project needs a design, engineering drawings, et cetera, before it can proceed. So, I mean, that's given. So I would hope that prior to the meeting, that we'll get some of these opinions and get it figured out. Not just 2 days ahead of time, 3 days ahead of time. So, thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Smith.
Also, the 24% in my mind, the way I look at it is it's 24% of the total project be the building department's percent. Might be using some of those funds right now, but in the end, is the 24% total of the project, and 24% of that was the building department's percentage. Not that might be a little lopsided right now because there isn't any department that's out there yet, but I'm looking at the totality of the entire project and the 24%, so we can get justification on that, because in my opinion, I'm thinking of the total, not the EPAT Larkin and all. It's all going to come in together. So if you can just clarify that for me, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Very good. Vice Mayor.
Yes, and with respect to that, we're using this to front-loading with all of this money effectively. If this building, for some reason, doesn't happen, something changes, who knows? What risk are we at then that we have spent all this money and we didn't construct anything?
And I would assume it's refunded back into the building account or some other
But
account.
it's been spent, so I don't know how we're not going to claw back from architects who designed a building. So sizing that risk if a building doesn't end up coming out of the ground when we've chosen to front load it using building department revenue.
Well, then I think we have to think positively that it is going to come up. That's what the intent is, to develop. You
I
can't.
tend to think lawyers are supposed to look at
Vice Mayor,
situations and manage risk accordingly.
Okay.
You can't develop anything, you can't build anything assuming it's not going to get built, and then what do? You move forward and you make all best efforts to design, engineer, construct it, and properly fund it, and that's what's being done at this time. If it doesn't come out of the ground, we'll deal with whatever cost or monies remain, but the cost are the cost. That's the cost of doing business. If you don't do it, it doesn't get built, then that's money that I guess we'll feel bad about, but there's nothing you can do. The intent is to develop and bring the residents home a good project. That's what they're
I think
trying
we have
to
a
do.
greater obligation to the residents and contractors who pay building permit fees here than to just feel bad if we spent all their excess revenue on something that doesn't come out of the ground, which is probably why the statute is written to say construction.
All right, well, it's not all their excess revenue, but we'll talk about it. Thank you.
Well, and on top of which, this is why before anybody decides to end a project midway, you need to consider all the ramifications for that decision. The refund of the building department fees might be the smallest problem we would have. We've got a contract with developers and partners, which breaching that contract is going to be very expensive if someone were to want to cancel this project. That's why what Mr. Berman's talking about is correct. You go forward with the anticipation that the project will be done. Otherwise, you can't do anything. Now, you may not agree with certain things of a project at this point in time, but the project is moving forward. So before anybody decides to cancel something, you need to look at all those types of things, all of the ramifications of canceling something. I don't care if it's the downtown project or if it's a project to pave our streets. Once Weekly has mobilized their forces to pave our streets, if we suddenly said, oops, that asphalt's too expensive, cancel that contract, Weekly's going to get damages for some portion of what they bid. So yeah, there's ramifications for all of these types of things. Commissioner Fessick, go ahead.
Thank you. So I have a little bit here. First of all, just to quickly address what you just said, the project is moving forward, and downtown streets, that would by rights, if we canceled a contract that other people had already, for anything, and they've already invested money, then they could essentially come after us for their funds. So I would want to be careful with some of that. Right. But all right, let's start with Pat Larkin's. So well before I was sitting here, I was sitting there, and I have heard very loudly on very many occasions, and then even after sitting in this chair, have heard very loudly on very many occasions from very many people in the community who felt very strongly about certain things not happening in relation to their community center. They are very actively used. They want nice things there, upgraded, sure, but they did not want it moved, did not want it torn down. I'm going to ask this question as simply as I can. When HOK is working on this Pat Larkin Center and there's 24% or whatever it is, what site are they designing the Pat Larkin's project on?
That's a decision that's still evolving based on the 6 additional community input sessions that are scheduled.
So you mean to tell me that there's not a preferred site right now, and they're just designing a building as professional architects?
Well, it's not HOK. Did you say
Well,
HOK?
so
Right,
whoever
there's a
this-
new architect that we've engaged. Right
New
now,
one.
they're just engaged to do, we sent the contract to all the commissioners. That's studious and meticulous, so we did send that contract out to all the commissioners again. It's a $300,000 contract, and right now, they're engaged to go out to the community. We had the first session last Thursday. I think we have about 6 additional sessions left. This is the most robust outreach that we've done to design a facility, given the importance to the community. But we are going to be discussing site. It's something that they're going to be discussing with the community based on input from everyone and sharing their thoughts.
What are the 2 or 3 proposed sites for this location?
So right now, we looked at the existing site. We looked at the site next to the Annie Gillis Park, and we had initially presented a site on the south side of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, west of 6th Avenue.
So they have been instructed to pick one of those 3. They know the details between one of those 3 sites, and they are working to gather input based on one of those 3 sites and what could potentially go there.
They're working to gather input based on programming, size, parking, all of those parameters. And then ultimately, they will come to a decision in terms of what parameters the community wants to see at that center. And they'll bring forward all of that information and meet with all of the commissioners one-on-one, because that design does have to come back to the commission for approval.
I don't want to, this is the second time you've mentioned you're going to meet with all of us one-on-one, and at this point in this project, with as much money as involved, and given this, I'm just going to put it on record that I don't want anything to happen where the public doesn't immediately get all the information. I want all of these questions answered in public, and you can provide us all of the information. We will be happy to send you our questions, perhaps in advance if you'd like, but I do not feel comfortable anymore doing things as we've done them before, and I want every question answered in a public forum that is recorded, that is sitting here, that is line item detailed. I am not comfortable with this, oh, we'll get with you, and then it's our job to determine and to figure it all out based on what we're told, and then we're ultimately the ones that have to be responsible for making sure that the community understands. No, you are. It's your project, you're responsible.
But I do also want to reiterate, we're going to be having 6 sessions. We want everyone to come out, ask, you can get as many questions, answers as you'd like to get answered. I was just pointing out that was another step in the process, is to meet with each of you one-on-one, similar to like we did for the City Hall building.
Okay.
We had a lot of meetings one-on-one, we had workshops, we had all of these things to discuss the project. I mean, there's always opportunities for that as well, if that's what you do want, but I'm just stating that right now, the architects are tasked with having an additional 6 community input meetings, and everyone is invited to those meetings to get their questions answered.
Thank you. And I just want to make sure that we point out also how much marketing is being spent on those meetings and how much we're paying this new Studio US to show up at these meetings. And like you said, it's a $300,000 contract. I have a problem with that. We need to stop where we are for a second, pull it back, figure out what we've got doing, what we have going on here. I have a problem with the fact that even since, what we've done before. Remember, we came in with the new downtown project and we had all those community meetings, and there was T-shirts out, there were mailers that went out. It was over $100,000. Stop spending money. We just stop for a second. Let's figure this out before we just keep blowing through our cash that is taxpayer funds. I don't care how you allocate it. This is money.
Well, I take direction from the commission, so
Well,
if you want to stop the
yes and no.
project, please make a motion and stop the project.
Well, we know how motions go here. So I think the next portion is that I have another question. So, okay. Vice Mayor, did you say it was like 14 or how much was the total of millions? So it was 9.6.
$21 million has been allocated or taken from excess building fund revenue and put aside towards municipal complex.
21 million, and that's been over the past 4 or 5 years, 7 years?
Started in 2019, and then there were 2 additional amounts, 5.4 million and a little over 6 million in fiscal year 2024 and 2025.
I believe so. Mhm.
Okay. And it was designated as construction
Yes.
specifically
Very clear.
for the downtown, or as construction in general for the city?
Municipal complex, municipal buildings. It has to house a building department, and it can only pay for the building department.
Okay. That's a lot of money. I'm not done yet. No, no, I was just taking a breath. Mr. Berman, did you say that MDA was in 20, because I'm looking at 2024, was it page, no, something, page one, and the page of, with the 2024 related to the master development agreement, that this was the authorization also that allowed us to move this money around, intergovernmental transfer.
Yeah, the approving resolution for the MDA talks about it.
So the approving resolution that had the actual MDA attached to it.
Yes.
Okay, so this is, I'm gonna breathe for a second. I remember coming to the meetings in 2024 when this was being pitched and floated and talked about. And I've gone through documentation of what the presentations looked like that were presented and created by staff and our consultants. And I would encourage everybody to go to Granicus and go back to the June 20th, 2024 meeting and go push play. It was a joint meeting of the CRA and the City Commission. And go look and listen to how much discussion related to all of what we're talking about and hearing about now. And what we've heard about for the past year and a half or so as these costs have continued to accrue and these projects continue to be done, and we keep just paying it out. I don't think taxpayers were fully informed at that point in time about the details of how much this one resolution and this one master development agreement really impacted it. They were shown a very pretty slideshow, and the boring stuff, if you will, the stuff that really gets us and holds us, whatever, you've heard it here said even tonight multiple times. We're obligated, we're obligated, we're obligated. I don't think taxpayers fully understood how obligated they were going to be when that was approved. I feel like there has been some serious misinformation, if you will, by lack of sharing information. Who wrote or drafted both the MDA and the resolution as part of this? Was it a team effort because it was city and CRA? I want to know who was part of all that.
I don't know, Mr. Berman, do you want to?
Yeah, outside council worked on it, CRA council, I worked on it. It was a conglomeration of efforts.
Okay, so outside counsel, that would be Bills and Sundberg, because I know we looked at that before. Bills and Sundberg for the firm? And was there specific attorneys?
Yeah, what's his name? I can't think of it.
Attorneys or the firm?
Bilzen.
I
Bilzen.
know it's Bills and, but which attorneys were we working with?
Eric Singer
That's it.
is the primary attorney.
The attorney out of Tampa.
No, the developer's attorney's out of Tampa, correct?
Tampa.
I'm not sure
Bills
where
and
the
Sundberg
office is.
Bills and
Bilzen's
Sundberg is out
Miami.
of Miami. Are there any other, Eric Singer, just one person?
Adam, I forgot his last name sometimes, but Eric Singer was the main attorney.
Okay.
There's also Raphael, I don't remember his last name as well. That's his sister.
Raphael Katz, I believe.
But don't put Rafi in there. Rafi's my neighbor. He's not part of the MDA.
Not him. Different Raphael. Different Raphael.
He's
I'm
on Parks
sorry.
and Rec and here, and,
That's a different Raphael.
different
I'm
Raf-
sorry.
yeah, don't put him on there. Okay, so, and that was in our CRA attorney, so it was Ms. McKenna, Mr. Berman, and who else? Anybody?
In terms of attorneys?
Well, no, in terms of who was on this team that was talking, that put this, all this.
Well, you know, because you brought it up before.
Right,
So
but I
it's
just wanna make-
myself, it's
I wanna make
RMA, it's.
I want to make sure I understand
CBRE,
exactly.
I think,
who
And the
was-
CRA director.
CBRE was on it too,
CRA,
right?
so Nguyen,
That's right, CBRE.
Right, CBRE.
CRA. I just want to make sure I have a full list of who was doing this, okay. And you said RMA, so is it both Kim and Chris or just Kim?
We had a ton of consultants looking at it with us.
Okay,
Plus one,
plus maybe some.
staff. Just
Okay, well,
a
that's
bunch of
fine, just,
staff.
but the major, like the project team essentially, right? For the main people that were involved in this?
Right.
Okay. How much, because I don't know the full amount because I asked quite a long time ago, and Mr. Waters, maybe you know this, probably because you've been doing the budgeting, so you might know the numbers more than anybody else. How much have we spent with Bills and Sundberg on this project to date?
I don't have those, sorry, Josh Waters. I don't have those exact expenditures with me this evening.
That would be something I'd like to know when we do this. So here's here's my other recommendation that I think we add to our September meeting. I would like anybody who had anything to do with this project to have a representative there to answer questions based on what we receive. So that means I'd like to see Ms. Buchmeister here, I'd like to see Nguyen here, I'd like to see Ms. McKenna here, I'd like to see one of the attorneys from Bill-Zumberg here at least, somebody represented from CBRE, whoever was the main contact. I don't know if they live close or not, but if we can at least get them here, that would be great. Because I think there's a lot of questions that a lot of us are going to have, and I don't want to play a game of telephone. I want to be able to just ask them a question. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Does anybody know what bills and whatever they're called, what they bill an hour? Just out of curiosity.
I'm trying to remember.
It was pretty expensive. I don't know what the current rate is at this point because I'm not dealing with them. I don't know if you have any dealings with them.
As does CBRE and all of them. So if we have to pay travel costs to have
Well, it's
them
less
here,
than
that's something we can
$300,000.
certainly discuss.
You won't take it from the building fund, though.
I know, we won't.
Well, that's what we.
Mayor, may I make a comment?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Ms. Sybil. You want to make a comment?
So,
Wait. Commissioner Fessick, are you finished?
Well, not really. I think, I mean, I'm a little bit offended again that every time that somebody has something to say, it does not need to be corrected and it does not need to be wrapped in a pretty little bow. You know, look, this is a big deal. And I think that we don't need to placate for the sake of, you know, correcting a record or softening the blow of what this is. I want answers, and I think that's fine. And quite honestly, whatever we're paying them to figure out, to get the direct answers that we've obviously not gotten before, is going to be worth it for the morning. And it's going to be worth it to do this because we've already paid God knows how much putting us into this situation, so I bet as well get the straight answers from the people who did it and who worked on it rather than play this game of telephone, which will never get us the right answer. So please do not ever, again, try to make me feel, or any one of my colleagues up here, we don't have a brain of our own, we haven't thought through something, that we don't have something that we would like to see, and don't try to negate or downplay it ever again. I am over and done with being treated like a child when I am a grown-ass adult, and I am not going to put up with any more of your crap, period. Thank you.
Well, okay. Go ahead, Ms. Sybil.
Yeah, so just a few points. And obviously the legalities, you know, that's something to be debated of Mr. Berman, the lawyers, the Attorney General, that's all fine. I just want to make this statement. Obviously, we have an obligation to build a new city hall, right? It's a master development agreement. I fully understand there are people on the commissioners on the dais that do not agree with that decision, who may not have been in office at the time. So we've been trying to basically build a city hall. Now, the city hall is going to cost, I think, $90 million between the garage and the city hall itself. So the surplus funds from the building fund, just to be clear, and I get it, there are probably some individual homeowners that pull their own permits, but you have contractors. But I would shudder to estimate that, and we can certainly get the stats from the building department, that the majority of those surplus funds generated over the years came from developers in this city. So we, with all of the information in front of us, made an interpretation and a determination with the legal department that these funds could legally be used for this purpose. And we took those funds, the majority of which I believe come from developers in this city, and we said, instead of having to pay $100 million for this city hall, we're going to take those surplus funds and reduce that price tag to $80 million and go out and finance that $80 million instead of $100, saving the taxpayers over time, the 30 years, to finance that asset. So I guess I take offense with saying there's an injustice to the taxpayers, because at the end of the day, the decision was made to reduce the burden on the taxpayers. And at the time, we were thinking this is a legal decision. Of course, we can debate that. We can get the interpretation from the Auditor General. I don't have a problem with any of that. But we've always had the taxpayers in mind, because if we have a lot of development going on in the city, more than others. And we've seen a surge in permit revenues because of it. And we came up with this decision back in 2019 based on the surplus funds that were allowed to carry forward an average of 4 years of their expenditure budget for the building fund. We had a surplus, you're absolutely right. Right about a few weeks before, we had a discussion with Mr. Berman. We knew this municipal complex was planned, and we were about getting ready to issue a solicitation for the project. COVID hit, it sat in the fund, and now we started putting additional funds in to get us to $21 million. On 3 different occasions, we hired an architect to look at the planning for that building, to estimate the costs and the allocation to the building permit function for their footprint of occupying that city hall and the parking garage, as well as paying all of the site work needed for ingress and egress for the project. So the intent was there. Leave it to the lawyers to debate legalities. I certainly don't want to refund the funds. I think we're in with reason, and we're doing it legally. And again, that's for the lawyers to decide. But at the end of the day, the best interests of the taxpayers we're taking into consideration. So I just want to say that for the record, because this is my position. I'm not trying to speak up against Commissioner Fessick or Vice Mayor Forney. I just want to state my position going into this as the face of this process from 2019 forward to the MDA and overseeing that process.
Very good, and thank you for your efforts there. And also, this process was approved by the commission at that time, correct?
Starting back in 2019, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, so back in 2019, we brought we did it all in the sunshine. We brought the resolution forward to the city commission.
Mm-hmm.
We had a memorandum discussing, we called it Innovation District at the time, and the intent to construct a new municipal complex. We worked with the city engineering department that signed off on the estimated cost for it, and we allocated a reasonable 10% to the building department at the time. After that, we met with as we were moving forward to the MDA back in 2024, we re-engaged the same architect from 2019 to look at the footprint again and the percentages. We entered into the MDA. We explicitly put in the approving resolution the use of the permit inspection funds for this process. It was actually an exhibit to the MDA as well. And I'm pretty sure I talked about this at previous meetings, but I can go back and pull the minutes. I'd love to do it. I also talked about this at roundtable meetings in the community. I literally had the screen up with all of our sources of funds and went through each line item for both the CRE and the city. So we have been transparent. Again, if the interpretation is different today than what we thought going into this, that's where we'll be. If we have to go into fund balance to refund this, we do have fund balance as a city if we have to do it. It just means I'll have to borrow the extra $20 million when we close on the private financing in a few months. So, and that's what we would do.
But just to be clear, we don't anticipate that happening. Mr. Berman doesn't anticipate that happening.
Right.
So that's one of those, outliers that hopefully will not happen. But yeah, it wasn't some rogue administration, rogue city manager who did this on their own. This, every step of the way, was approved by the city commission via public meetings, discussed openly, complete transparency in an attempt to move this project forward and basically save the taxpayer dollars.
Correct.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Okay, I got Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I hope you're not a body language reading expert, Mayor, because Mr. Berman does not exude confidence to me right now, just so you know. There's a bit of, well, if, so. With all due respect, the speech you just gave on you deciding that most of this excess revenue probably came from developers, and so it was okay to do this, really bothers me.
I didn't say that.
It was part of it. You said
I didn't say it was okay to do it. I was just
well, it made it
stating-
better because it would make the cost less for the taxpayer if somehow the burden was on developers. Well, if I'm a developer listening to this, then I'm also upset I may have overpaid fees or paid for this. And if I'm any resident that had to do an addition to my house, that had to go through multiple inspections to pull a permit or do any work, I'm just as important as the contractor or the developer whose money has been not, you call it transparent, but nobody's been able to follow. No one who's paying their permit fee in City Hall on the 3rd floor thinks that they are going to buy meals for architects designing a City Hall. So I do not agree that it's transparent. So anyone was overcharged and not refunded per the statute, and instead their money went to doing these soft costs that are not actually what in the resolution was initially passed in 2019, because it was very clear it was construction, and now it's coming out of a different line that's consulting that the money got moved into, not transparently either, then they deserve to know that, and they deserve to get their money back. So that's my position on that. Second, you just mentioned the $300,000 for the architect for Larkins. Where is that in the budget?
Where is it in the budget?
Yeah, how are we paying for that?
That would come from the same funding source.
Okay, so
or any other available funding source in the city.
Okay, so the plan is we will get an invoice from Roca like the rest of them, and there'll be a pass-through charge for $300,000 for an architect for a new Pat Larkin Center, and we are paying for that using excess building fund revenue.
Right, and what we did is we went back and looked at all the costs we've incurred, planning, et cetera, allocated 24% to the building fund, so they owe us that 24% already out the gate.
I would think you do pro rata if soft costs are even allowed, which I think per the statute, it's not. It's pretty clear. But if it was, then it should be some pro rata amount, so 24% could come out of this and the rest from some other source. Like I said, because if for some reason, some catastrophic reason it doesn't happen, then everyone's paid their fair share up to this point. Instead of this, we're gonna pay back the building department later. I don't see any of that in the statute. And then Schutz and Bowen, whose lawyers are they?
They're Roca's.
Because that's a lot of the other expenses we've been paying with the building fund revenue is for Roca's lawyers. They pass through all those charges to us also.
And most of the charges we're incurring now is because of private financing, just to make that clear.
I didn't ask what
saying.
it's for. Well, I actually read the invoices, and some of them are for that. Some of them are for community benefits negotiations to the MDA. Some were for Pat Larkin Center stuff. So it's a range of services that are included in Schutz and Bowen's invoices also.
Okay. Commissioner Fessick.
This is the last time, I promise. Did I just hear that correctly? We're also paying for Roca Point's attorneys?
Yes.
All of it?
I don't know if it's all of it,
Is it a
but
percentage of it?
Ms. Sybil, why don't you answer the question?
Right.
I know a lot of people think they know a lot of stuff up here, but you're the person who's actually subject matter
I was asking for
expert.
clarification, and I do believe our Vice Mayor knows a lot of stuff up here. yes.
But I think she knows a little more.
That's why I'm asking staff, thank you.
So it's anything to negotiate the master development agreement as well as finalizing all of the lease documents for the private financing.
Okay, and how much have we spent for that?
I don't remember the
average?
exact number.
Okay.
I'm sure
I
Mr.
would like to
Waters
know
can
that
get it
number
for
as well,
you.
please. Did I hear you say that we are going to be closing on private financing in a few months?
That's correct.
Why have we not heard about it until now? Any details?
I'm not sure what you're saying.
Well, I mean, we've heard about Pat Larkin's, it's more than a few months away. We've
Well,
heard about-
I do send monthly reports to the commission via email, and in there it does say we're finalizing the lease documents for private financing.
Right,
That's
but
what
I
the
feel
lease
like-
documents are.
Aside from just me, or there's the commission, why have we not had as open of a conversation about that with residents? We've done marketing
have.
for everything else.
I'm
Has the
not
website not been
sure.
updated, costs or whatever? Hey, this is where we are, we're looking forward to this is what our rate looks like, this is just an update, blog stuff. I don't know, information. That would be helpful, I think, to be transparent, if you will.
Thought we were pretty transparent. When public financing failed last year, we were working on private financing.
Right.
And we certainly, as I spoke about at the last meeting with the vice mayor, you're all going to be updated on
again,
all the models and all the rates.
Ms. Sybil?
When they're ready.
I was still speaking and I wasn't finished yet.
Oh, I didn't know you stopped speaking, so,
I just took a breath.
okay.
All right.
Sorry, I didn't notice you taking a breath. Okay.
I,
Still sorry.
She wasn't talking to you, but go ahead.
That's okay.
again, I would encourage every resident to really pay attention to this. Because while I believe that everything was done lawfully and was done where you reported something or you moved funds or whatever it may be, and again, I look forward to learning more about what has done and what the statute says, and that's going to take me some time, and I look forward to having a real good conversation about it. Some of the things that I've experienced since being here is understanding there's a term that actually some former police officers shared with me. It's called lawfully awful. And it's done above board, quote unquote, but it's not for the best interest of the people that we serve. Definitely serve somebody, including the people who are making thousands upon millions of dollars on this, but don't know that it's the best interest of the people we serve. So I look forward to this meeting. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for bringing this up. And I want to be very clear also, moving forward. I have been, in light of recent events at the CRA meeting, I have been paying attention to Robert's rules. I've been paying attention to other cities and municipalities. And moving forward, I would appreciate it if we had a little bit more decorum, Mayor, and made sure that we are finished speaking and we do not get spoken down to or get automatically responded to we can ask questions, and staff has all the time in the world to spend our marketing dollars and get the word out through social media. But we get this time up here to speak together, and I do not want to be interrupted again. Thank you.
Well, just, thank you, appreciate that. But I just want to state for the record, though, when staff has something to educate the commission about, I encourage staff to speak up when they're asked about something and give full explanations, not just a little snippet. I've seen too much of that happen throughout my life, where people ask just a overbroad question, and they're looking for one little snippet of information. When they get that, that's all I want. And that's not fair to staff. That's not fair to the public who we serve. And it's also not fair to your colleagues if you try and do that, because, you know, we're here to learn things also sometimes. So anyway, Mr. Berman, there's a motion on the floor for a special meeting. Is there really, there's no motion necessary. If it's called by two members, it's called, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we're having a special meeting at September 8th at 9 a.m. for the purpose of discussing. Yeah, it'll be right here.
Purpose of it, for the record, discussing expenditures for the downtown.
Sure.
As discussed.
Okay. So that takes care of that topic. Now, let's get back to what Mr. Waters is waiting for. He's looking for some consensus on the recommended operating and EMS budgets and millage rates, fire assessment fees, and 5-year capital improvement plan, 2027 through 2031. Do we have any more questions, concerns, comments on that? Seeing none. Of course, we can't really take any action here, but.
So there were, if I might, there are two options on the table for consensus with regard to the millage rate. There's maintaining the operating millage rate at the level you're seeing on the slide here now, which is maintaining the general operating rate at the same level as FY 2026. And then there's the option to reduce the operating millage rate by the 0.5%. We just need consensus on which of the two options the commission prefers. There's no formal action on this tonight. We will report this to the property appraiser, and this, whatever rate is reflected with the consensus, that's what will be reflected on the residents' trim notices.
Okay. So is anybody, how about just a show of hands? Who wants to reduce the millage rate?
We all do.
Okay. How's that?
And then the second item is with regard to the fire assessment fee. This is a formal action that you'll take in the meeting this evening. But just to make sure that we have the appropriate resolution in front of the commission at tonight's meeting in, I don't know, 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Just to make sure that the commission is comfortable with the amount proposed in the budget.
Sure. So
I just have one question related to
Commissioner
that.
Fessick?
Thank you. I just have one question related to that. I saw on the agenda that there was a change with like RV parks.
Right.
Please explain that to us, because I know that it makes sense. I just don't know why they're together.
Sure. So there was a legal change that the legislature did during this past legislative session, which deals with vacancy rates. So RV parks are treated as commercial property, but we have to include a vacancy credit for the time that, I guess, the sites are vacant. And so there's a methodology that was created in state law. In order for us to implement that, we have to translate that to the resolution for the fire assessment fee. Unlike other types of fees we may have, you have to reenact the fire assessment fee every year. So with regard to that, you have to pass a resolution in order to have a fire assessment fee. So that's why that language was included in the resolution for this evening.
So how does that impact the average RV owner if they're paying taxes on a lot that they maybe own?
It would be up to the RV park. So it's the park itself that owns multiple sites, similar to a mobile home park, where they're already included. I think the legal change that was made at the state level just made the RV park kind of mirror the way we treat mobile home parks.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure there was clarification.
Sure.
Very good. So how about just a show of hands? Who would be in favor of administration's suggestion on the fire assessment fee of raising it? I mean, it's just a show of hands, because we can't take any official action of raising the fire assessment fee as outlined in their proposal. Who's in favor of that? Okay. All right. Got your.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay. Thank you for the presentation. All right, then. That ends this meeting. Thank you. City Commission meeting to order, July 28, 2026 at 6 p.m. If I could ask everyone who's here tonight, we got a very large crowd, if I could ask everyone to please check your cell phones, put them on vibrate or silent mode so we don't get disrupted by somebody getting a telephone call during the meeting. That would be great. So please check those cell phones. That would be fantastic. Thank you. Mr. Alfred, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Pheasant.
Here.
Commissioner Perkins.
Here.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Here.
Mayor Harton.
Here. Our invocation this evening is going to be given by Pastor Brandon Jones from the Mount Calvary Baptist Church. So can we please stand for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Evening, Pastor.
Good evening, Mayor Rex Hardin, to everyone on the dais. Good evening to you all. Let's pray, family. To the only wise God to whom all glory and honor belongs to you, we bow in humble submission, seeking your wisdom, your guidance, understanding, and peace. We pray not only, Father, for the elected officials who have been chosen to serve this community, but we also, Father, stand in the gap for the residents of this community. I pray, Father, that you will allow us to come together on common ground. I pray that as we conduct business on tonight, it will be done in a sense of unity and peace. And so, Father, as we prepare to enter into this meeting, I ask that you allow your Holy Spirit to enter into this place so that we may make allow decisions that will be made to help all of humanity. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Right. Can I get a motion approving the regular City Commission meeting minutes of July 14th, 2026?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Very good. Can we go ahead and we'll move item number 14 directly after number 6? I think there's some folks here who want to speak on 14, so that gets most of the speaking items out of the way. Any other changes to the agenda, Mr. Harrison?
No, sir.
Are you making a motion to do that?
Yes,
Second.
yeah, moved and seconded. To approve the agenda, yes.
Costco,
14.
there's far more people here related to Costco than there are about 14.
I'm sorry, what's,
Okay.
okay,
We're moving number 14 after.
after number 6, yeah.
After number 6,
Yeah.
okay,
So
thank you.
14 will be after number 6. All in favor say aye.
No,
Aye.
there's a motion. Can we,
Motion to approve the agenda.
I have a motion to move something in the agenda.
You don't want to, okay.
Okay, Mayor, I'll make a motion that we move item number 14
Sure, I'll second.
right after number 6.
I'll second it. Moved and seconded. All in favor of the
I
motion?
have a comment.
Sure.
So I have no idea why we're doing that. There is no precedent for moving a review to the beginning of an agenda. There's other important topics on here. And if I think about this one, I don't know where this is coming from, but you didn't think the city manager needed a review, and the city manager think it's theatrical. So we have a lot going on here tonight and a really busy agenda, and I think the review should stay where it is on the agenda and where all reviews have been on the agenda since I've been in office. So I do not agree with that.
Let's call a roll.
Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Pheasant.
No,
Commissioner Perkins.
No.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
No.
Mayor Harton.
Yes, very good. Can I get a motion approving the agenda as printed?
It's printed, so moved.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. All right, on the consent agenda, we're going to be pulling items number 1 and 3 for individual discussion. So 1 and 3 will be individually discussed. Item 2 is eligible for discussion during audience to be heard. All right, that takes us up to our special presentation. Resilient Broward Grant Program Chief Resilience Officer Jennifer Gerardo, PhD, will present program details pertaining to the grant opportunity offered by the Broward County Board of County Commissioners with the goal to help accelerate implementation of critical capital improvements vital to flood risk reduction. Good evening. It is great to see you here again. Thank you so much for everything you do for all of us in the county and elsewhere.
Well,
To start with, bow down to you and your greatness. I mean, you are revered throughout the world, I know, for all you do and the expertise that you have on these types of topics. So thank you for being here, Doctor.
Well, that's a very kind introduction. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, for the invitation. I will seek to be quite brief. You gave an incredible introduction, so that'll help. I am here on behalf of the Broward County Board of County Commissioners to share a recently launched grant program in support of flood risk reduction. And the purpose of being here tonight is just to ensure that all leadership and senior administrators are familiar with the opportunity, as the call for applications will be opening quite shortly, and there may be some projects of eligibility within the city of Pompano Beach. I think you're all quite familiar. You have been quite generous in hosting a number of presentations on the County Resilience Plan over the last year and a half. The plan has been focused on flood risk reduction to address exposures that come with rising sea level, rainfall intensification, damages to homes, vehicles, business disruptions, rising costs of insurance, and we know that if we invest in flood risk reduction, we can help mitigate those exposures. With that knowledge, the County Commission had funded a countywide resilience plan. Those efforts in developing the program took place over a period of about 2 years. City staff were actively engaged in that, as well as planners, managers, engineers, consultants from across the county. A number of adaptation strategies were modeled for the purpose of addressing rising flood risk. The kind of bulk of those projects are captured in the banner on the right, acknowledging that seawalls are a significant ongoing need, raising the levels of those seawalls, as well as storage across the community. But in addition, control structures for managing water elevations, pump stations, and upgraded culverts and new installations are going to be significant areas of opportunity for capital investment. And the diversity of those projects is represented in the graphic here, just showing that all aspects of Broward County, all communities have benefits that we were able to model in this analysis. For the city of Pompano Beach, the graphic on the left shows a scenario where we looked at sea level rise, rainfall, and storm surge. The graphic on the left shows anticipated rising flood risk without adaptation investments, and the graphic on the right shows the reduction in those flood exposures with the adaptation investments that were modeled. Areas of darker red are higher flood risk, and you can see the graphic on the right shows much of that to be mitigated. So the County Commission was very interested in finding ways to help accelerate investments that communities need, recognizing the majority of areas are incorporated. They're municipal areas that bear the risk and will be undertaking a lot of those investments. And while there's a whole slew of projects that can and will necessarily be undertaken, there's an area where we can be much more strategic and accelerated, and that is on that category that I identified of capital projects that are pumps, culverts, and control structures, investments that can improve conveyance and water management. The modeling showed that if we make these investments in an organized manner as opposed to one-off projects, that we can derive significant economic outcomes that are quite favorable. Preservation of property value, reductions in flood insurance, preservation of economic activity, revenues to fund the projects, and those values are shown here. Tier 1 relating to a 2050 timeframe, the benefits anticipated, and Tier 2 long-term implementation. There's a big cost associated with what will need to be expended over the next coming decades. It's anticipated that the full is about $9 billion on the public sector side, but we can break that down, and what we have begun to talk about is the capital projects that I just referenced. They average about, or estimated to have a dollar value of about $1 billion. And there's almost another $2 billion that will be needed in the way of coastal pump systems. We anticipate That's in addition to the storage and seawalls. So the county commission, again, interested in helping to accelerate the projects and the benefits that will be derived, took the action of allocating $20 million outside of the budget process, taking money from reserves to dedicate to a grant program to help support those investments. Those dollars can be used on the 3 project categories I shared: pumps, control structures, and culverts. And the idea is to provide 25% cost share towards these projects, and through leveraging through local dollars and any other grants that the partners may be able to access, if we can achieve a 1 to 5 return on that investment in terms of $1 grant dollar results in $5 in installed infrastructure. The county's interest is trying to maintain this level of support across 15 years to support $1.5 billion in capital investments over a 15-year time frame. And with that, we're able to deliver on those capital projects and about 30% of the coastal pumps that we anticipate will be needed. And so this grant program is launching in September. The criteria are shared here. We don't need to go through them. They're available on the website. But this allows your team to be thoughtful about the areas of evaluation in the review process. We'll be assigning this week the point system to help your team prepare. Now, there is a prioritization for projects that were actually modeled in the plan. So for the city of Pompano Beach, we do have a number of projects that were modeled, including a pump and control structure and a lot of other control structures. These projects will be given priority, but you may have other projects. Those are eligible as well, so long as they meet the objectives and are consistent with the resilience plan. Our staff's available to respond to those questions. The resilientbroward.com website shows the projects, project details. Team can click on any one of those structures and learn, but ultimately those are designed to drop water elevations by about 1 foot in the area of the basin served. So additional information on the grant opportunity and the timeline is shown here. I remain available for any questions in that process, but the goal would be to work with all of our partners to maximize the benefits of these dollars, deliver on projects that serve the community, celebrate good outcomes that results in renewed funding year after year in order to deliver for the community and the benefits that were modeled. So with that, I conclude the presentation if you have any questions, but otherwise, thank you for your time.
Very good, thank you. Any questions from the commission on this? Commissioner Fasick.
Hi, thank you for all of that. That's pretty awesome. We love grant money. I wanted to go back because I saw on the I think it was the first slide, you mentioned something about seawalls as being that was one of the first slides, I guess.
Maybe here. About 190 miles of seawalls being recognized, or maybe it was the cost here about seawall improvements, $2.6 billion.
Yes. Does the county have any opportunity or any option to, we've been talking a lot about living seawalls, and I know the city of Fort Lauderdale has undertaken some of this, and has there been any conversation related to that as well?
So the recognition is this is a real critical area of investment. It's also one of the more costly areas. We can see that. Those resources are not in place right now. The County Commission has appreciated that there is a need for an alternative funding source to support these other larger scale long-term investments. It has been acknowledged that something like a surtax would provide an alternative form of investment. That's not in place at this time. The county is supportive. The living shorelines is a very smart approach to those types, and the living seawalls to those types of projects. But it's recognized that we will need an alternative source of funding in order to support these investments that are clearly of another scale.
Yeah, just the thought behind that, if maybe to take it back to the county for another project, would be something like, with raising the seawall height, to be able to have some sort of subsidized cost for residents so that they would choose the living seawall over a traditional seawall and actually, kind of recoup the cost a little bit as an encouragement to raising their seawall.
It's an excellent idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Will do.
Thank you for your work.
Good.
Thank
you. Vice Mayor.
I want to thank you for your work also. This is a very important topic. We spend a lot of time talking about flooding and other issues here in our city that I know are countywide and in the region. So when we see things like we can invest this money and the return on that is lower flood insurance rates and sustainable property values. Those are things that we like to see. So, Mr. Harrison, can you please keep us updated as we go through that timeline as to how we're going to pursue these grant opportunities? It looked like August 19th was the beginning of it, but maybe we'll get an update in kind of September on what we're thinking.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Very good. Anything else? Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Ms. Doctor. Thank you for all your work, as I said before. Thank you for being here. Very good. All right, that takes us up to, let's see, audience to be heard. Do we have anyone signed up for audience to be heard, Mr. Alfred?
Yes, we certainly do, Mayor. We have about 15 speakers listed, but of the 15 speakers signed up to speak, 3 of them have listed that they're here to speak on Costco. One is Patrick Burke, followed by Carol Esmond, followed by Patricia Richards. So these 3 speakers listed on their form, they're here to speak on the Costco appeal. The remaining speakers are here on other subject matters.
Okay, yeah, the people who signed up to speak on Costco during audience to be heard, you're not eligible during audience to be heard to speak on Costco. That's an actual agenda item, so you can speak when the agenda item comes up, but not during audience to be heard. So those 3 speakers, just chill out until the item comes up. Thank you. No, you can speak on anything except something that's on the agenda. Okay, well, just during your time, you can speak on any item that's not on the agenda, so don't speak on Costco. That's all. Until it comes up on the agenda. You can get up and speak on the color of green cheese if you want to. That's fine. But don't speak on Costco until Costco comes up on the agenda. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. People can speak on anything that comes to their mind except what's on the agenda. So yeah,
Okay.
let's start calling them.
All right. First speaker, Ann Bosworth, followed by Kenneth Grunson, followed by Wayne Oken.
Very good. Just name and address for the record, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Ann Bosworth, 4015 West Palmyra Drive, and I want to talk about what happens to civic engagement when representation is treated as a secondary act or a second thought. One would expect that the primary job that we want from our city representation is that policies are shaped by lived experience and resident feedback, that budgets reflect what people actually need and use, and land use decisions should account for neighborhood impacts, not just citywide revenue or abstract planning goals. When you treat them as secondary, here's what happens. Policies that look good on paper misfire in practice. Development that maximizes tax base but degrades quality of life. And erosion of trust because people feel heard only during campaigns, during the honeymoon phase of a proposed project, when it's time to get buy-in, not in the government side and the governance side. Our district has consistently treated as secondary this kind of representation. We get spoken to in the sweetheart phase and then after deals are made. Represented after priorities are already set. That is not representation. That is ritual. It's time to revisit and rethink how this commission is required to work. The spectacle that is in this room, where perhaps residents of the communities impacted by things are not able to get a seat because a union bus dropped a bunch of people off. Not cool. It's not cool. Residents actually need to shape the agendas, the plans, the budgets as part of aspects of operating our city are actually taking place. Not one and done, not just show up and get me to agree to something and then convince everybody that you had a community meeting. A newsletter is not community input. It's not. We have been kind, we have been patient. We have tried really hard to be very, very nice in District 5. I have gone out of my way to be thankful that my current commissioner is not my previous commissioner.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker. Please, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, please refrain from clapping. Let the speaker speak, and so we can move through the meeting. Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kenneth Gruneisen. I've lived in Pompano Beach for most of my life, and I think our beach is one of our greatest, if not our greatest asset here. And the reason I'm here is actually to ask the City Commission to take a closer look and how often they can maybe evaluate the present practice of these beach rakers and what their schedule is and how effective they are at cleaning up the trash and seaweed on our beach. These beach rakers are a disturbance to the public, and they actually exacerbate the beach erosion. They literally, the money that we spend to rebuild the beach gets raked back down to the ocean again, and it harms these ecosystems, whether it's crabs or sea turtles. There's a lot of damage that's done by these beach rakers, and I think that, obviously there's a necessity to this. Obviously they need to get rid of excess sargassum, the seaweed that's a problem right now, but we really need to look into the effectiveness of this process and how it's scheduled. So if you go down there, I can go down there any given morning. I'm down there a lot on the beach for sunrise, and it's every morning, 7 days a week at sunrise. You have a tractor. They're not so bad with the diesel noise, but I'll tell you what, they come by and they'll blow a breeze on you and throw sand at you and get sand in your coffee while you're sitting there watching the sunrise. You might have TikTokers doing their TikTok videos, enjoying the sunrise. Sunday morning church groups sitting down there and people sitting there down there trying to meditate and relax and enjoy a sunrise. And it's unavoidable because 7 days a week at sunrise, you've got beach rakers coming by. We could maybe think about adjusting that. Ideally, maybe on a Saturday or Sunday evening after the crowds are gone, have them come by in the evening when that trash is sitting there. Something else might be able to be done on this because it's just really at this point, I think it's necessary to look at it. You can overdo something, like if you brush your teeth too much, you can cause your gums to recede. And if you wash your car too much, you can wash the paint right off of it. These beach rakers sometimes come by 3, 4 at a time, and there's not that much on the beach. And other times, you maybe like now, they might argue that you need more of them than you can bring out there. I get it. It's not always predictable how much, but most of what they're raking up is seaweed, and they rebury this trash. You could maybe get environmental groups that are involved with wanting to try to do beach cleanups, and they would volunteer, and a lot of times do. Maybe some people could actually canvass and walk along the beach on 1 or 2 mornings out of the week and pick up the cups and things and do that more effectively while I'll sit there and watch 3 tractors go by and miss the stuff. So this is why I came here tonight, and it's kind of interesting. I'll just add that, we should look at where the source of a lot of this trash is. I saw this presentation about the drainage in these seawalls. I'll tell you something. There's occasional accidents where something falls out of somebody's hand or blows out of the boat or something like that. But I've studied it enough to notice that there's a lot of trash that goes right through these drains. People think they throw it in the drain and it's never seen by human eyes again. But all you get is a gully washer, and that stuff washes out, and the next day you see a ton of it washing up on our beach.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Wayne O'Ken, followed by Patricia Williams, followed by Carol Covini. Carl Covini.
Pompano's warmest welcome. August 6th. You may remember August 6th. I don't know if any of you were in on it, but there was a town hall meeting at the Skolnick Center. I sent a couple of emails in reference to that meeting. They were never answered by my commissioner. 2 of them, and 1 a year ago. So that's 3. The commissioner mentioned the word survey. She conducted a survey. What survey? The commissioner claimed overwhelming support. So I filed a FOIA, FOIA, Freedom of Information Act request. I don't know if you use a different term. It turned out the commissioner had no survey. No survey. We were, I don't want to use the word lie, but definitely misled by the fact that there was this survey. There's a violation of the law when you claim that you did something and you didn't do it at all, and you misled an entire audience of a couple of hundred people. That's very serious. And I just cannot comprehend how I voted for a person that would mislead us that way. And I can't comprehend how that person is running for re-election. It wasn't even, there was no form of a survey. There was just a couple of phone calls that a person received, according to her. And so it's not a little survey. It's not any kind of a form of a survey. And what's going to happen later this evening, it's going to turn out to be a violation of the law because a community was not properly informed. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. Again, Pompano's warmest welcome.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Patricia.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just wanted to address the comments that were made by Mr. O'Ken. May I?
Yeah, of course.
Mr. O'Ken did file a public records request to my office, and I attempted to address the matter, got in contact with the commissioner, and made it clear that a written survey wasn't conducted, but it was informed that a verbal a survey was conducted by the commissioner, and I just wanted to make sure for the record it was made clear that what the information that was shared with Mr. O'Ken through a public records request that he filed to my office.
Very good.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Mayor, this weekend there was a double funeral. My heart is broken for the families who recently lost their children to gun violence. Every child lost is one too many, and every family deserves our prayers and our support. My concern is that we should not only respond after there's a tragic that captured the attention of the media. We need to be consistent, committed to preventing violence, supporting our youth, and standing up with every family that has experienced this type of pain, not just for some, but for all. The city of Pompano, we need to expand mentoring programs for our youth, after-school program, and summer jobs opportunities. Partners with schools, churches, local nonprofits, and also law enforcement to prevent violence. Increase investments for recreation centers and programs in districts. Support neighborhood-based innovation programs, mental health resources for youth and families. We need grief counselors, mental health therapists to hold regular meetings in our community for safety and support from our residents. I believe our community has lost the opportunity in investing in our programs that could have helped our youth and strengthened the districts due to the 3-3 votes. I ask my commissioners to please evaluate every proposal by asking one question. Will this help my community? Will it make it safer? Will it create more opportunities for children and create jobs for the residents? Lighting candles is good, and marching is okay. Sometimes it's meaningful for our community, but at this point, it will make the community feel better for healing. But our responsibility does not end there as leaders. We need to show up, be more attentive in preventing tragics in our community, supporting our families, and making sure that every district, including District 4, has the resources that they deserve. We need to be working every day to prevent the next families from experience this type of loss. My name is Patricia Williams. Thank you very much for your time.
Very good. Thank you for the message. Next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Carol Eisman. What I'd like to bring up today is something that I've been looking at and considering for some time, and it has to do with the makeup of the city and the city's boards and commissions. And one of the things that I want to address is the Planning and Zoning Committee. We, as residents of this city, elect commissioners, and when there are major major developments that are being built, you are the ones that should have the final word on any changes that are coming to that development or the development itself. And that's not the way this is set up. And by the way, because of the way the existing setup exists, we have tonight's issue. The Planning and Zoning Committee should be recommendations, and I know it's not in the city charter, you would have to change it. There are non-elected officials, people that sit on there. We know that they understand planning and zoning, but they make decisions that change major developments. And you never see it. It never comes to the people that we elect. And so changes that are made that are not good, go ahead and get done. And so I would suggest that this commission really take a hard look at looking at changing the way that is done. Furthermore, there should be no conflict of interest regarding planning and zoning. The people that sit on planning and zoning, one, should not have any ties to any consultants. They should not have any ties to any developers that do business and build in the city of Pompano. And all they should do is make recommendations on major changes. I understand minor changes, that's fine, but major changes, and by the way, they did make a major change to the pump that never came to you guys, and that was warehouses that were done, that were not part of the original plan. And you guys never got to see it and to look at it and to say this looks good or not. They made the decision. They are not elected. We elect you. So please take a hard look at making that change. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Carl Quivini, followed by Wanda Procello, followed by Mike Seversky.
My name is Carl Kuveri from South Coast Drive, Palmer number 2. First, our heart goes out to you guys, and thank you for speaking up to the deceased community. I bet they're proud of you. I couldn't have been more proud. This happens because some people in this commission, like the former commissioner for District 5, will happily use the time, the precious time of policemen, these fine gentlemen in uniform, to come and silence owners in their communities, 2 of which are in this room, a lady that I won't mention and myself. For hours they sit there instead of going to policing communities that are in need. And that's why perhaps for District 5, understand there's a commissioner candidate who is from the African American community, and I hope he understands better the priorities. as to conflict of interest, to the nice lady who was sitting next to me, I brought this up last year around this time, perhaps in July actually, and this regards, Mr. Chairman, the District 5 Commissioner, who perhaps still hasn't seen the conflict of interest in her being with Palmer United, recommending vendors. Most recently, we understand a vendor came into Palmer United, and then the city contracted him, Miller Electric, I understand, for cameras around our neighborhoods. It's not difficult to resign from one position where you could avoid the conflict of interest, which is Palmer United, and then you can still be on your board and you can still serve us on this commissioner. And this is nothing against the District 5 Commissioner, Mr. Chairman. I thank her for reacting to my invitation. I understand the reasons for not coming. I'm still willing to talk to her. But on the matter of following the law, this is not guidelines by the states from Tallahassee. This is state law, Florida Bill HB 913. You cannot be in a conflict of interest, especially as an elected official. So will she recuse herself from now on until the end of her term, or perhaps the other term, from voting where there is such conflicts because of her capacity as treasurer at Palmer United? We'd like this addressed. We cannot have certain things happening, whether the vice mayor and her predecessor and my successor as president of Palmer #2 was in such practices. This has come up last year. It's a newer law, and 1 year has lapsed, and it seems the commissioner is not willing to abide by this law. If she is, we'd like to know. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please, no applause. Thank you. Next speaker.
Wanda.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Wanda Perkillo. Thank you for letting us speak today. I, along with the lovely people here, are my neighbors, friends, and residents of our home at the Heritage of Pompano Station. This building receives millions of dollars in subsidies through the state of Florida. The owner accepted these benefits in exchange for operating the property as affordable housing under state rules. State and local officials generally accept subsidized senior properties to be maintained in a safe condition. Many residents have observed and been confronted with homeless individuals on drugs that are entering our building through the unsecured parking garage, which then allows these individuals to just wander throughout our building. Many of our homes have been attempted to be burglarized. They're loitering on the property, sleeping outside our doors or in our common areas. We have witnessed suspected drug activity, prostitution, and having people attempting to enter our apartments again in the middle of the night and sometimes during the day. Many of us feel unsafe in our home, and although it is an apartment complex, let me just say it is our home. And it's been my home for 7 years. Our concerns have been brought to management's attention, and management and owners do not address our safety. We have repeatedly called 911 and BSO and Broward Sheriff's Office. They always arrive promptly and escort the unauthorized individuals to be removed from the property. They really do a great job, but it's more than they can just handle. But it does not seem to address the core issue of keeping these people off of our property at first. We are asking that the city commissioners, if it is possible, to enact an ordinance requiring government-subsidized buildings have security gates at garage entrances. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak.
Thank you. Appreciate the ideas there. I know Commissioner Segerson-Eaton's been working on that issue as well.
Yes, Mayor. If,
Commissioner?
just a quick moment. Yes, it's really been a horrible situation. I've talked with their attorneys. I've pleaded with them to put a gate in. I've had the PD and who are responding to the homeless calls. They really are living in, it's unsafe. There's free and unfettered access into that building. I don't know how it got approved. And I've been working on this for a number of years. And I finally reached someone who supposedly will inspect the building, although she hasn't emailed me yet, so there we are. And, you know, I'm ready to take it to the press for them not really doing what they're supposed to be doing. It's been very frustrating. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead, Mr. Skaversky.
Yeah, Mike Skaversky, 1630 Southwest Fifth Avenue. I happen to be bored, so I watched some of the budget meeting. Mark, it would never hold up in a court of law. Construction is construction. I did it for years. So that when Allison has done her homework knowing what the word construction is, but that wasn't very hard to do. I knew that when I was about 5. As for this Roca company, I was unaware that we are paying for these characters, their hotels and their meals. Is this true? That's what came up, correct? So we're paying all this. Well, you know, this has become a cesspool of handing out tens of millions of dollars to this building across the street, which hardly anybody in my district is for, and neither would be in the district at the beach. I can't speak for the other districts, but I don't think most people are for that either. This is a complete waste of money. And as for the Larkins building, I remember the wife came in and wanted the same building. She didn't want it changed. So you just spit in her face. You don't give a crap. This is absolutely ridiculous what goes on here. You don't even honor the poor guy, and he's passed away. Now, as for this Choka guy that we're handing out tens of millions of dollars to, 754-234-0898, Mr. Choka. That is my cell phone number. And what I would like you to do is call me up, and I will take you out and show you where I feed the poor in the Northwest area, and you will see what the heck is going on while we're handing you out free money for meals and paying your hotel fees while people are lying on the streets. Girls' faces are getting busted in, and I'm out there trying to help people. Do you think that's fair that we're paying somebody all this money, all these people all this money, and we have poor people lying on the streets and nobody gives a crap except me and a handful of other people? Do you think that's fair? I don't. And in closing, this homeless department we have, okay, so you help this poor girl out a little bit. I'm not going to get into myself, and I'd like to thank Jim, the tree man. You can stand up and clap for him, and Lauren McGee, as the both of them helped me out, helping a person get a place to live. I'm not going to get into all we've done for them. That person has lived in Pompano her whole entire life. Her son, I found out, that's what really hit home, is on the track team at Ely, and it's a big problem for me when I find out that there's a jock either on the street, sleeping in a car, or going from one Airbnb to the next. I didn't have the money, but I made sure I spent it to make sure she got a place to stay. How many of you people would ever do that?
Good. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate that. Next speaker.
Mary Kowalski. No.
No, it's limited to one.
Mary.
I need 20 minutes.
Mary, come on down. Just name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. I'm a resident of Pompano. Obviously, I live at 2710 Northeast 22nd Court. I'm here to talk about the rules at K9 Corner, which is on the corner of 10th.
Can you pull that microphone down a little bit? Yeah, pull it in there. There you go. Yeah.
Sure.
Speak into it. There you go.
Is that better?
That's better.
Okay. I'm here to talk about the safety rules at the K9 Corner, which is the dog park here in Pompano Beach. A lot of us do use the dog park to exercise our animals. Obviously, there's a leash law in Broward. You can't just let your dog run anywhere. So we were very happy, and we enjoy the dog park. However, the number of intact dogs, and I'm not talking just male, I'm not talking breed, I'm just talking number of intact male dogs, or intact dogs, both male and female, that are allowed to come into the park. There's no rule at this moment. They come into the park, and when they encounter a dog that has been fixed, that has its rabies. That's, all the owners have done exactly what they're supposed to do to avoid overpopulation. They give off pheromones that cause a fixed dog to take as a challenge. Like you still have your, if I may say, balls, and I don't now. So therefore, you're a challenge to me, and they react, and there's a problem. There's fights, then owners that go there, they love their dogs a lot, so they'll instinctively go in to reach for their dog to avoid it. They get injured, the dogs get injured, and also other dogs from within the dog park come running because they think, oh, it's something that we get to play. And there's fights. The gentleman that sat outside, the park rangers, have a lot of calls for aggressive dog. Well, whether it's the intact dog or the unintact dog that causes the aggression or that starts the problem, it's not that they're aggressive dogs. It's that they have the intact and the fixed in an unleashed, open area, or fenced area together. And other municipalities have been able to put on their signage, no intact dogs here, or we recommend that you fix your dog if you're gonna bring your dog in here. Pompano doesn't. And I'd say at this point, it's the people that do the right thing, that take care of their dogs and go in there, will no longer go because they're unsafe. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very good point. Mr. Harrison, can you have whoever's in charge of the dog park take a look at that? Okay, thank you. Next speaker?
Mayor, we've reached the 30-minute allotted time.
Oh, okay.
There's
Very good. Remaining speakers will have to be heard at the end of the meeting then.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That takes us up to our consent agenda. Can I get a motion approving item number 2?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Takes us up to item number 1 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, supporting the Northeast 10th Street Complete Streets Improvement Project, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Fessick and Vice Mayor. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. So I pulled this because I wanted to have staff give an update on what this was specifically for the public. So when you look at it on its face, I don't know if we have the visual, but if we didn't, I've just pulled off what we had on the website. And it's basically putting a median along Northeast 10th Street, with some landscaping, which in theory sounds great. I don't know when this project was started or when we first had it go on the plan at the moment, or when it was first started. But I think in light of how the Atlantic and Dixie project has turned out and how other areas with complete streets or these beautification safety projects have worked out, I know on A1A we've had similar that people have come in and had issues with. Being that we have so many more people using this road, and it's near our air park, it's also got the great sidewalks. My concern is not just with putting in some landscaping. My concern is also with potential tax cuts coming down the road, us being able to manage that additionally as a city, but more so lose the opportunity or spend the money a different way where we're putting in grass when we might want to put in or widen the streets as a whole. And essentially make that either more of a road in the future, maybe 20 years from now. But by putting in the landscaping, we're going to have an additional cost. And so I just wanted to, like I said, it's great in theory, but in practice, it has me concerned. And on top of that, I'm seeing beautiful trees and things like that just north of the park, and we're just removing a bunch of trees from the air park environmentally sensitive land area that we just de-designated because of airstrikes and birds, and flight patterns. So there's a little bit of dichotomy of decision-making here, and I would like to just have the public be aware of what the plan is and why. Thank you.
Mr. Saropoulos, you want to review the plan?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor, Commission. John Saropoulos, City Engineer. So this resolution of support is for a grant application with the MPO for improving, beautifying the corridor, and also making it safer. The proposal is just to really convert those existing striped out medians to curbed landscape islands, similar to what you see on South Cypress, Harbor Drive, MLK. It's just a traffic calming measure. And we visited with MPO previously, and we got their feedback, and they ranked this as a high candidate. As you know, unfortunately, we had that fatality several years ago with the rollerblader. So that's basically, it's a traffic calming measure, and it's a potential for a $5 million grant.
Very good.
So, thank you for that. You mentioned, I'm kind of happy you mentioned Harbor Drive, because we just put in some speed humps there, which our medians were not ending up being a traffic calming measure necessarily, all by themselves. I would like to make sure that public safety, of course, is important, but I think it's really important that we're also recognizing that not every idea is a great idea. When a fire truck, which is also on 10th, might need to get through fast, or an ambulance, get across to the west side of town. When we have planned developments all along north and south of that, and it ends up being one of the other, essentially one of the cut-throughs for a lot of those neighborhoods, understand traffic calming to an extent. And listen, I love the idea of having a grant money come to help do projects we want to have happen in the city. My concern is also that once the grant money is gone and the project has been finished, we just approved at one of the last meetings, it was about $300,000 for landscaping maintenance for Atlantic and Dixie, a small section of Atlantic and Dixie. And so my concern is the grant now may cause us more problems in the future with a narrowed lane. And on top of that, then we will end up as a city maintaining that property.
I just want to correct the record that we're not narrowing the lane. The islands would go exactly where those existing striped pavement markings are.
Correct, and in the event of an emergency, right now, at where there's striped pavement, an emergency vehicle could essentially overtake traffic, or if there is traffic, could go use that middle lane to an extent to help get where they need to go faster.
Correct.
So that is my concern. It was a problem on A1A. We've had a problem with some of them even being removed after they were put in. So I just wanted to make sure that we were aware that maybe I wanted actually people's input on this, because I didn't want to just consent agenda it forward. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I share Commissioner Fezzik's concerns and thoughts on this. This was brought to us once before, it was a couple of years ago.
2023, correct.
And I remember the first version of it had some kind of real traffic circles or traffic calming in it, and then went back to the drawing board. And this is similar to the plan we saw then, but we have a couple more years of data, and it is accurate, I think, to say that this has become a pretty major east-west artery in our city at certain times of day. I sit out there at the fields all the time with the kids, and sometimes it's even hard to get across 10th now. So I support the grant application, but with the MPO, you've seen these other projects where it kind of seems like a black box. The design process is a little bit less involved than what we do if it's a city project. So as long as the lanes aren't being narrowed, and I think it's okay to apply for the grant, but we really have to keep this one on our radar as to whether we do need to think more about this becoming a major artery and expanding this route east-west in our city versus taking the space and beautifying it. But I do agree that it has come somewhat unsafe. It is one of the few roads in our city that also has curves on it, and that's a little uncharacteristic for South Florida. So the way people drive on this road is scary at times.
Yes, and I'd like to let you know that we would be doing the design. It would be a reimbursement grant, so it wouldn't be the MPO, it would be the city doing the design.
That is good to hear. Do we have any recent traffic study on this road?
I'm sure we do. I can
Can you pull that
I
up
can
and
provide
just
that.
send us that and maybe the one prior? 'Cause
Sure.
I know how traffic has changed on this road, and I want to make sure that we are planning for the future in any work that we do here. And I understand this is just a grant application at this point, so I support that, but this road is very much on my radar. Thank you.
Mayor.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
I gave out my phone number the last time also. I'm waiting for your buddy to call me. He won't call. He's a coward. He just wants to collect millions. Skaversky, 1630 Southwest Fifth Avenue, Pompano. Do you have a diagram of this?
It's in the backup.
Because I don't, let me see it, Allison.
This is simply approving the grant.
Boilerplate language.
We see what went on Dixie Highway and Atlantic Boulevard. It's a complete disaster. And I use that street about 3 or 4 times a week. Gosh, I don't know. With what usually happens, we all know what goes on Atlantic and Dixie. It's a complete massacre disaster. Do very, very little. In fact, just pave the street. Just pave it. I don't know, because I don't trust you. I don't know what you're going to do next. Pave the street. That's all. That was the Brazilian girl that died, right, Beth? Yes, I know. Been at that park longer than longer than he's been up here. Okay, so you're probably just better off paving it and not doing much else. Because if you do more, who knows what'll happen?
Further input from the public. Please come forward.
My name's Danielle Flancha. I live at 820 Northeast 10th Avenue. I run around the path every day with my dogs. A lot of people, I've seen many of you. I do the full 4.5, and I've almost gotten hit by a car on that road. People go way too fast. Allison, I really appreciate what you're saying. I even appreciate you bringing it up. I think that the traffic safety measures are something that should be considered fully.
Very good. Further input from the public. Seeing none, public input closed. Further commission discussion.
Yes, Mayor.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton,
Thank
followed
you.
by Commissioner Fessick.
All right, great. Yes, these are standard, like, designs, boilerplate language, really, and as Mr. Strofopoulou said, we would be working on the design and then being reimbursed from the MPO, Metropolitan Planning Organization. That road is a dangerous road. Curves, the speeds, the challenges of drivers passing, there's room to pass, and they do it. And we had that terrible, terrible fatality a couple of years back. And again, this is like free money. We're going to apply for it. The MPO will pay for it. And there's probably not going to be grass, particularly there'll be trees, maybe some shrubbery, which may need to be trimmed once in a while, but not anything super challenging or needy once the trees take hold. I just think it's a great idea, and it's money that's not coming from our coffers to pay for it. So I'm totally in favor of this, especially for the safety issues. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. So, like I mentioned, I wanted this to be a topic for public input. So I agree that it's, at this point, just a grant application, and I'm very happy to understand that we get to have the input to design it as a city and as a community. I do drive this road quite a bit as well, and I would agree that it can be very dangerous if you are walking and a car does try to overtake another one passing on the right into the grass, which I have seen. If at all, maybe I might suggest that rather than putting it forward as a median, maybe instead we put barriers on the sides to protect pedestrians from traffic. So we can do something that's appealing in that manner. I'll leave that to you and your experts, that we also still have the ability for in the thoroughfare, if emergency vehicles need to pass, they can. If we need to police it more, that's on us. But if we need to find a circle or a traffic calming measure at some point, that's fine. We'd like to see the traffic studies. I think ultimately the goal is, what I'm hearing from you anyway, was really about pedestrian safety. And if that's the case, let's focus on the sidewalks and not the medians. Thank you.
Very good. I just have to say, I'm 100% behind this. I think it's a great idea. I was part of the original group that got the medians put in on Cypress Road, South Cypress Road. Some of our streets are speedways just by the design of it. And 10th Street is one of those streets. It is a speedway. And anything we can do to slow traffic down and also to beautify our environment. I can't tell you how many people, want a better looking city. And this is an opportunity to have both things take place. Is one, traffic calming with the medians and shrubbery and things of that nature, and two, make it look nicer rather than just a strip of asphalt. That street does get a lot of usage. It's got high speeds. It's dangerous. We need to work on it, and the fact that we've got a grant opportunity through the MPO, I think is a great opportunity to move forward. Thank you for bringing it forward, Mr. Soropoulos. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So Cypress Road is still a speedway. The medians didn't solve speeding on Cypress Road. Cars, especially at night, are routinely flying on Cypress. So is there some latest and greatest traffic calming thought process from the engineering department that on what it will actually help slow traffic down besides taking lanes out of roads? And this also said in the MPO backup, it said that lane elimination projects are not eligible expenses. So can you confirm that that center is not considered a lane?
Correct, it's not.
Okay,
It will
and
not.
is there some better solution? What you got, John?
I mean, you've got, the chicanes, you've got speed tables, you've got roundabouts, you've got landscape medians. Those are typically the traffic calming measures.
Well,
And
whoever
some
comes up
areas
with the next.
are more conducive to one than the other.
Yeah. Now, this is a unique road because it does have a high volume of east-west traffic. But medians are not the solution necessarily to traffic calming. It didn't work on Cypress. So, thank you.
Well, it helped. It helped on Cypress Road. Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes, item 3 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, directing the city manager to schedule and facilitate meetings between the City Commission and the 3 highest-ranked candidates for the position of District Chief for consideration pursuant to the agreement for police services with Broward Sheriff's Office, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Commissioner Perkins and Commissioner Fezzik. Commissioner Perkins?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I am, is there any staff to speak on this? Anyone?
I got it.
Well, Gregory Harris, I think you can do it. So can you walk me through the process of selecting the 3 candidates to be our next chief whenever we merge back to our own city of Pompano Beach? The reason I ask that, I know that BSO will select 3 candidates for us, and you will choose from that 3. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm just concerned how does BSO do their selection process? In other words, are they going to choose a colonel? Are they going to choose a lieutenant or a major? How does it work on their end? I'm just trying to understand the entire picture of how it works. However, I do know that your job is basically to choose one of the 3.
Yes, so in this new contract, there is a change where one of the 3 would be from our local force.
Okay.
So that's the first change. And the rest of it is very similar to what we have now. The sheriff has the say-so of submitting 3 names to me, and then we interview them and either select one of those 3 or asking for 3 more names.
Okay, so if we do not select those 3, is there any possible way we can select outside of any of the
No, the sheriff.
sheriff's selection?
Sheriff picks the 3 to be considered.
Okay, so,
However many times it takes.
and he will continue choosing until we select, and that's the way it's written in the contract.
Yes, ma'am, except this resolution here would, we would pass that through the city commission prior to the final selection by me.
Okay. Yeah, let me see, can I find it?
Am I explaining this
Yes,
correctly,
yes, I
Mr.
do understand you very well, I do. What I'm,
I got Mr. Berman down. Do you want him to chime in as well? I know you're asking Mr. Harrison questions.
If you wish, Commissioner.
I wasn't done, but what I'm concerned about is the final selection. It says here, transparency, communication, informed decision-making. I'm just concerned about that portion of it when it comes to our city manager making that type of decision. I know that you are capable of doing it. However, some of the issues and concerns that we've had in the past, basically, you lack pretty much all of those. So I'm very concerned with you doing this in a fair process where we're informed and we know what you're doing and how you're doing it. We're just always left out in the open when you do things, and we don't really know what's going on. However, we're supposed to trust you to make this decision. We know what has happened in the past. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you,
the attorney.
Commissioner. For the last at least 50 years, the city manager selects the police chief.
Yes,
It's in
I am
the
aware of
city's
that.
chart,
Yes,
It's in the charter, it's in the
charter,
code.
yes, I know.
What came out of this, and this came from the last meeting on the first reading of the BSO contract, where we were asked, about the selection process, and I incorrectly actually said that the commission meets with the members, the final three, and gets to meet with them, because I saw the last one, and it was with actually the only candidate. And I was requested to add this, or a process, to allow for greater transparency, you folks, the rest of the commission, to meet with the three and then communicate with the city manager to have some input with him making his decision that he gets to make. So this is just really something that allows additional participation by the commission, or guarantees it, should you desire to meet with not just the final selected candidate, but you can get in a little earlier, meet the final three, and share your thoughts with the manager. It's really a good thing, I think, in terms of giving you more say and giving you more of a comfort level. And I think that was the communication I received at the last meeting, that you would look for something like this. That's why I wrote it, made it as simple as possible, and hopefully it meets with your approval. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Done for now.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. So I had some concerns, and I did email Mr. Berman earlier, who did address some of them, but I don't think I hit all of them.
I got a bad batting average today.
I know, sorry. It's not you, though. This one was me. I somehow skipped over, I guess, the realization. So originally, I had pulled this because I was thinking that something to do with the BSO contract, if it's something that we wanted to see in that contract as a commission, that it would be alongside the contract. Wouldn't be a separate standalone resolution. And I was corrected with that, because I was told with BSO contract, it was going to have to be standalone as opposed to within that contract, because BSO does their thing and we do our own thing. What I missed on that, I always say when I make a mistake. So what I missed on that was that even though we'll have the opportunity to meet the three candidates, the selection would be from our city manager. And that would come to commission for a yay or nay. I think if we are presented with three candidates, I feel like the city manager should definitely have input, absolutely, but I feel like this community should be making a choice as to, or at least have some sort of participation in who is going to lead charge and be able to ask questions or do things. And while I appreciate that it ultimately would fall on the board to make the final decision, that was something that I really had hoped to see within the contract itself and not as a standalone resolution. So one of the things I learned from being up here is that resolutions can be overturned by a simple majority. So we can say now it's great, but if we come in a couple years and things flip and turn, that can also flip and turn, and you may not have the oversight that we have heard you wanted. So that is just why my concern was, and I just want to make sure that if we can make it a contract provision, I would love to. If BSO would be open to that, and if our city attorney would be open to that. But this was part of the negotiation concept that we were talking about before, and that's where I imagined it would be. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Berman?
Yes, Commissioner, and I appreciate that concern. Again, this is on the city side of the equation. This is how the city handles the selection. We've met with BSO, we've negotiated, we've fine-tuned to the extent as possible as to how they provide candidates for us and our participation in that. Just like resolutions can change, contracts can also change too later on. And again, this was meant as a positive. This was per request, and I think I've put in writing, what I was asked to do based on the statement that the comfort level that this commission would have if I added it. So thank you.
Very good.
Well-
I'm sorry, Commissioner Fessig, you still? Oh, okay. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Please, ladies and gentlemen, no applause. Let him speak.
I get another lecture from Mike, I guess.
Mr.
Michael Scriver, this is the first time I've ever forgot what I was going to say.
That's probably good.
1630 Southwest Fifth Avenue. You can all have your input, but I personally hear how some of you talk about the police, and I would prefer to have management deal with hiring higher-ups in the police department. That's about all I have to say. I don't think any of you really have the knowledge to deal with police, and I think they should deal with it, and you should all stay out of it.
Very good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please, no applause. That's further input from the public. Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion.
Mayor?
I'm sorry, who was that? Who said mayor?
I did.
Oh, I'm sorry, you said mayor before, so let me go to Commissioner Perkins, then I'll come back to vice mayor.
Yes, I'm very concerned about the selection process, simply because, unlike what Mr. Safersky just said, I am very aware of what takes place in my district, and so is he, of course, with the homelessness. But I need the chief to understand District 4 is a little bit different from the other parts of the city. And I've always said from the very beginning that we need to go back to our own city of Pompano policing, simply because there was a connection when we were the city of Pompano Beach. And I think once we go back, we will see that the difference, where the instructions are not coming from downtown Fort Lauderdale. So I am very concerned because of the crimes and the different shootings and different things that happen in my district. I would definitely want a chief that understands all of that and know that we're still in the city of Pompano Beach, but there's a lot going on in my district, and I would like to know how can he go about handling such, because my issues are different from Commissioner Fessig or Commissioner Smith in some areas. So that's where I'm very, very concerned about when it comes to choosing a chief, somebody that's very communicatable, understands, listen, a people's person, and don't mind connecting with the people. So that's what I'm mostly concerned about. And I think, and I've always said, people in the community will talk to police officers if they know them. If they don't know them, they're not going to talk. But if we have that relationship where we're close, you knew the police officer and I know the police officer, you feel more comfortable talking to the police officer, and we don't have that in place at this point right now. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I hear Commissioner Perkins' concerns here, and she's right, and she says this all the time. This is not something she's just saying because we're debating this or there's a contract renewal. And I do agree that long-term, I think our city is big enough, complicated enough, that it is probably time for us to have our own police department at some point, but in a strategic, long-term way that makes sense. With respect to this is, I believe, what we asked the city attorney to do, because there's really nothing else in the contract to be done. So the sheriff already says, hey, I'm going to give you 3 candidates, you get to pick one. So if there's something we need to do on our side to strengthen the commission's input on it that's not in violation of the charter, I think we'd all be open to suggestions. This was what we asked Mark to do, Mr. Berman to do last meeting, which was to come back and say, let us at least meet the person, because there was this comment made that we do get to meet them, and I was told during the last process we don't get to meet them. So this at least memorialized that each commissioner can meet the candidates, but the city manager still has the final say. And that is in the charter. So if a majority of the commission didn't like any of the candidates, is there something that could be done? Because then you technically wouldn't be picking a candidate, you'd be saying, give me a new round.
Mayor, with your permission. Yeah, the idea here is to provide input, and the manager makes a decision, but the more information he has from his commission, from the commissioners, and from the districts, and you're out there in your districts, you know what the people in your districts want, the better decision he can hopefully make. That was the idea behind this. So, you know, it may not be the end-all that everyone here wants, but I think when you look at it, are you better with this or better without this? I think it makes it better and gives you additional opportunities. We can always continue to explore these opportunities. Hopefully, we won't be making this decision for many, many years anyway. But, you know, assuming that when we do, the idea and the original idea is, you know, it's not supposed to be political. It's supposed to be a professionally made decision. Keep it out of politics. But your input, and you indicated the desire for input, this allows it. So is it better, or are we better with this or not? I would respectfully recommend that be the consideration at this point.
I agree with you. We are certainly better with it than without it, but I do hear from some of my colleagues that maybe it doesn't go far enough. Is the process, if the city manager rejects all three, we get 3 new candidates?
Yes, BSO will keep them coming. If necessary.
Not that we would ever do
Hopefully
that.
it won't
You're all
come
good,
to
yeah.
that. It hasn't yet, the last time we did this, and again, one of your candidates will be from one of your district captains. So again, these are.
That's kind of what I'm thinking about here, Mark, obviously, play this out. So
Well, it may not
what
be your
happens if you
district,
have a specific person you want, and they're not the candidate that's put forth?
Well, you can certainly work with the process and hopefully get a satisfactory result.
Right. I
That's
just
all
see
can
how
tell you
this
at
can create additional issues also, but yeah. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
I just think it's a starting point, and I thank you, Mr. Berman, for listening to us last time at the meeting, and we have an opportunity to be involved, and it's like you said, it's not the end-all. We can revise this in the future. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Commissioner Fesick?
Thank you. Yeah, I agree that it's a starting point, and I'm satisfied with it being a starting point. I would like, I think, if, you know, maybe in the future, and I'll just put it on record now, I would like it where maybe we had a scoring system, similar like the way we do with, you know, private scoring sheets or whatever, so that the city manager can then have our input, you know, through a traditional scoring process, similar to the way we do procurement scoring sheets of some kind. So that might be a way to standardize something other than I like this person or I don't like this person, right? It's a way we can go by and merit that as we meet the person and interview them. That's all. But otherwise, it is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Further commission discussion?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes, on another note, down the road, a little further down the road, I would like to emphasize again, and we'll probably be talking about this much later, that I would love to see our district chief work for the commission rather than the city manager, because I think we can build a better relationship with that particular person, and in our different districts, we can work closer with that particular chief. So that's just something further down the road to be considered. Thank you.
All right. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes. That takes us up to our regular agenda. Item number 4 is quasi-judicial in nature. Mr. Berman will discuss the parameters we will use.
Thank you, Mayor. If anyone wishes to testify on item number 4, they must be sworn in and may be subject to cross-examination by the City Commission or by interested parties. Individuals who address the City Commission should state his or her name and whether he or she has been sworn. The applicant, this is an appeal, unlike a normal quasi-judicial process that we have, the applicant will make its presentation or introduction first, followed by the city and any other testimony. Upon conclusion of the hearing, the commission will make its consideration. All those who wish to testify in item number 4, please stand at this time, raise your right hand, and the city clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly, I'm sorry.
Okay, take your time.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony or evidence that you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Berman.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a little long, but it is necessary, so let's start. Pursuant to Section 155.2424C of the City Zoning Code, this is a quasi-judicial proceeding where the City Commission will review and appeal in accordance with the standards of the Zoning Code applicable to the Planning and Zoning Board's June 24, 2026 decision denying a major site plan. The City Commission will base and must base its decision solely on the record below established before the Planning and Zoning Board. The appealing party will present its arguments first, identifying the grounds for the appeal and basis for the alleged error in the Planning and Zoning Board's decision. Next, the Development Services staff will respond to the arguments addressing the department's review and recommendations to the Planning and Zoning Board. Either party may call and examine witnesses, introduce evidence or exhibits, cross-examine opposing witnesses, impeach witnesses, and rebut evidence. Interested parties may be sworn and provide relevant testimony, either on behalf of or in opposition to the appeal. Parties shall have the right to cross-examine any person who testifies. So anyone who testifies may be cross-examined, and the applicant has that right, as well as the city. City Commission shall have authority to ask questions of any time of anyone present at the proceedings. Formal rules of evidence do not apply, but fundamental due process shall be observed and govern the proceedings. All relevant evidence shall be admitted if, in the opinion of the City Commission, is of the type of evidence upon which reasonable persons would normally rely in the conduct of business affairs, regardless of existence of any common law or statutory rules. The Commission may exclude irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious evidence. Hearsay evidence may be accepted for the purpose of supplementing or explaining direct evidence only, but such hearsay shall not in itself be considered sufficient to support a finding or decision unless the evidence would be admissible over objection in civil actions. The parties shall have an opportunity to make closing arguments at the conclusion of the presentation of all evidence, and the City Commission shall endeavor to make findings of fact and conclusions. City Attorney will prepare the necessary and appropriate written order in accordance with the purpose and hearing and findings of the City Commission. Now, to be clear, this matter does not involve any request for a variance or for a rezoning. The record will indicate the appellant's proposed use already meets all zoning requirements and land use requirements for the site. This involves an appeal of the proposed site plan decision made before the Planning and Zoning Board and shall be governed strictly pursuant to the standards set forth in Section 155.2407E, governing the approval of a site plan. The 12 criteria are as follows, and it must be competent, substantial evidence in the record that the development as proposed, number 1, is consistent with the land use designation in the comprehensive plan, 2, complies with applicable district use and intensity and dimensional standards of this code, 3, complies with this code meaning the zoning code, complies with the applicable development standards of the zoning code while not required to comply with sustainable development standards, that the complies, number 4, complies with all applicable standards in this code. 5, complies with all requirements or conditions of any prior applicable development orders or prior applicable plans on record. 6, the concurrency review has been completed in accordance with Chapter 154 of the Code of Ordinances. 7, is designed to provide safe, adequate, paid vehicular access between buildings within the development, and streets are identified as on the Broward County Traffic Ways Plan. 8, complies with hazardous material licensing requirements in the Broward County Wellfield Protection Ordinance. 9, complies with crime prevention, security strengthening, and subted standards for natural surveillance, natural access control, territorial reinforcement. I'm almost done here. 10, complies with adopted fire codes and standards per the City Code 9502. 11, considers and mitigates any potential adverse impacts on environmentally sensitive lands identified by the city's comprehensive plan or Broward County Land Use Plan. And finally, 12, complies with approved transportation corridor study unless in direct conflict with another zoning code provision. These 12 standards, as set forth, are the only matters the Planning and Zoning Board should have and the City Commission may properly consider for the appeal of the site plan. If they are met, the applicant is entitled to such approval. Other factors such as it's not what was promised or are not relevant standards for consideration pursuant to the zoning code and should be avoided. Finally, the City Commission shall base its decision on the record established below by the Planning and Zoning Board in making its decision, which is the decision being appealed. That record consists of all documents, hearing records, and materials related to the decision. The City Commission may, and your job is that you can, modify or reverse the decision of the Planning and Zoning Board in whole or in part only if the Commission finds there is competent substantial evidence in the record of clear and demonstrable error in the application of the relevant standards of the zoning code in the proceedings below before the Planning and Zoning Board. Now, at this point, this is quasi-judicial. Everyone up here who's participating on the dais needs to disclose any ex parte communication they may have with any of the parties, including the developer, and the nature of such communication. Please, we'll get started at the end, or Mayor, I'll let you do the roll call on that.
Okay, well, we'll just start at the end. Commissioner Smith.
I have had conversation with the Cordish Group on the project, and I will be able to listen to the evidence presented today and make my decision upon what I hear today.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I have had a meeting with Zed Smith from the Cordish Group. I have had outreach from the Cordish Group, from Corey Long, from David Cordish via email, and spoke briefly to Corey Long and exchanged emails with David Cordish. And I also will be able to make my decision today based on the facts that are presented here. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Thank you, Mayor. I too have had ex parte communications with the Cordish Group and his project manager, Corey Long, and a couple other executives there currently and over the years. And I can make a decision based on the facts that I hear tonight. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. I have also had a meeting with Zed Smith. I had a few emails, I believe, from David Cordish, phone call with Barron, I forgot his last name, from Harrah's. Probably a handful of other people who have at least tried to call or kind of get back in touch, but I will also be able to make a decision based on what I hear, only if competent evidence, and I'll make my decision fairly based on the facts that are presented here. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I have not met with the Cornish Group, but I met with a few of the residents from Pompano last week, and I've received a few emails. Thank you.
Very good. I've met with the folks from the Cordish Group. I've also met with folks from Costco. I've met with, spoken with various members of the public. I've also gotten numerous emails, both for and against this project. But of course, I can review it as new evidence. Yes, Mr. Berman. I'm sorry, Commissioner Fessick.
Yeah, thank you. I also have gotten hundreds of emails from residents and spoken with residents as well. So, thank you.
As have I.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton. Vice Mayor.
So I have a question about that, because in the minutes in the Planning and Zoning meeting, it said, staff noted that community concerns can be grounds for tabling an item if they relate to aspects not previously evaluated. So I have received hundreds and hundreds of emails on this, and I was looking for some type of staff report that included an evaluation of aspects that may not have been previously evaluated, like what this said here, and I didn't see anything. So because of the rush nature of this, are we missing or potentially missing a piece of evidence that we should have to do our job here?
Well, that's up to staff, basically, if they have any such additional information. The evidence you're supposed to review is the evidence presented at the hearing below. I'm not aware that staff opined in any way that you should be looking for additional evidence.
It said it would be grounds for tabling an item if there's community concerns related to aspects not previously evaluated. And my only concern is I don't know what's in many of these emails, so I don't know if it's been previously evaluated.
Well, back on July 23rd, I provided a memorandum to all commissioners requesting that you review the video, look at the evidence below. So hopefully all the evidence is in there and you've looked at all evidence. We can ask staff, is there any additional evidence that you have?
So we should ignore the hundreds of emails we've received, or staff should to see, it can ignore that.
You're supposed to consider what happened below. If you can get all these emails, it doesn't, whether it constitutes competent substantial evidence, it does not, basically, but...
Only point is, are we missing something because the planning and zoning minutes said staff noted community concerns can be grounds for tabling an item if they relate to aspects not previously evaluated? I'm just saying, I don't know if anyone's evaluated what's in the emails.
I would respond no, because what should be evaluated are the 12 criteria set forth in the zoning code and nothing else.
Okay.
Unless staff has a different opinion, we can hear from staff.
No. Max Williams, Principal Planner, Development Services. I would agree with that. I think that the point of this appeal is to evaluate the record that was established at that point in time of the Planning and Zoning Board. The comment that I made at the Zoning Board about grounds for tabling was that there were concerns about traffic, but the applicant had made a sufficient presentation of their traffic findings in accordance with our code requirements, as well as based on the nature of the proposed development. So if the board felt that the applicant's presentation did not sufficiently address the concerns that were raised by the community at that meeting, I was advising that they could table for more information, only if there was a consideration that not sufficient evidence existed.
That problem was solved.
Okay, so it's not relevant to any of anything we've received since then, that you may not have had a chance to go through it even.
It would not be appropriate for us to evaluate the input received since the Planning and Zoning Board meeting for this hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. We all received bunches of emails, both
Agreed.
for and against.
Right.
Mr. Berman, back to you.
Haven't gone through them.
Back to you.
Well, right now, unless we turn it over to the applicant to begin its presentation at this point. I've said quite enough, I believe.
Okay, very good. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. For the record, my name is Christina Belenke from Miskel Backman, here representing Costco. My address is 5550 Glades Road in Boca Raton. So we are here this evening for the appeal related to the Planning and Zoning Board denial of major site plan application PZ number 25-12000023, or file number LN-879. And our specific request this evening is that you grant our appeal, reverse the Planning and Zoning Board's denial, and approve the major site plan for the Costco project. And so Mr. Berman went through a lot of the appeal standards for review, but again, this appeal is expressly brought forward pursuant to City Code Section 155.2424. And what that states, again, is that the appellate body shall review the notice of appeal, appeal application, the record of decision, arguments from the applicant, responding arguments from city staff, and any other relevant comments from interested parties. The decision shall be based solely on the record below, in making the decision. And I know Mr. Berman went over that a little bit already. That's our intention to proceed under that provision as well this evening and focus on the scope from the record below. So the board was required to consider whether the major site plan satisfied the standards in section 155.2407E, which is your site plan criteria that Mr. Berman went over, based on competent substantial evidence in the record. So to the extent that any person seeks to introduce new evidence this evening or new testimony that's not contained in the record below, we would object to that and again respectfully request that the appeal be combined to the existing record. So Mr. Berman did go over the 12 standards for site plan review criteria. I don't feel the need to go point by point and restate them. However, it's important to note that through the major site plan application, staff did review the application thoroughly by the various reviewing departments.
Mayor, excuse me, I'm sorry, please excuse the interruption. I would encourage the applicant to set its own record, not rely on the record Mr. Berman set, if you don't mind, and I don't mean to be disrespectful or interrupt you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Well, the 12 site plan criteria are on the screen, they are part of the record, but I'm happy to reiterate them and restate them. So again, the site plan standards, 1 is consistent with the land use designation in the comprehensive plan. 2 complies with the applicable district use, intensity, and dimensional standards of the code. 3 complies with the applicable development standards of this code. 4 complies with all other applicable standards of this code. 5 complies with all requirements or conditions of any prior applicable development orders or prior applicable approved plans on record. 6, the concurrency review has been completed in accordance with Chapter 154, Planning of the Code of Ordinances. 7 is designed to provide safe, adequate, paved vehicular access between buildings within the development and streets as identified on the Broward County Trafficways Plan. 8 complies with the applicable hazardous material licensing requirements in the Broward County Well Field Protection Ordinance. 9 complies with the crime prevention, security strengthening, and STEP-DED standards for natural surveillance, natural access control, territorial reinforcement, maintenance, and activity support. 10 complies with the adopted fire codes and standards per City Code Section 95.02. 11 considers and mitigates any potential adverse impacts on environmentally sensitive lands identified by the City Comprehensive Plan or Broward County Land Use Plan. And 12 complies with the approved transportation corridor study unless in direct conflict with with another zoning code provision. So again, the site plan was reviewed thoroughly by the city's development review committee for compliance with all applicable code standards. Staff actually submitted a staff report, which is on your screen, which specifically details compliance with each of the 12 relevant standards of the city's zoning code. Case law actually points to when staff reports are detailed and provide an explanation of compliance with the applicable review criteria. That alone satisfies the burden of proof for competent substantial evidence. That is your competent substantial evidence right there, detailing one by one, point by point, how we comply or how the site plan complies with each of the 12 code criteria. In addition to that, at the Planning and Zoning Board hearing, Mr. Wymus, the city's planning expert, detailed point by point compliance with each of the 12 criteria on the record. And that is identified in the transcript that is part of your backup materials, pages 65 through 70. You can see point by point how each of those are addressed. And there's just these supplemental pages from the transcript. So the record demonstrates compliance based on that alone. The applicant has met its burden and has provided competent substantial evidence to demonstrate compliance with the city's code and applicable criteria, as supported by the staff report, as supported by the city's own planning expert. The burden then shifts onto the opposing parties or opposing individuals to essentially provide competent substantial evidence that we failed to satisfy one or more of those criteria. And so there was no competent substantial evidence on the record below that would say we have not met our burden of proof. There was nothing to contradict Casco satisfying their burden. There was nothing to contradict that position that any of those 12 criteria had not been met. Instead, the grounds for denial, as detailed in the staff report, were really two items, and you can see it reading through the transcript that there were really two highlighted areas of concern. The first item for denial, or grounds for denial, that was identified in the staff report, in the development order, is that the current project is significantly different from the previously approved development program. Well, that's irrelevant. That does not go to any of the 12 site plan criteria that are for consideration by the board. So that in and of itself is not grounds for a denial. That's something that should not have been considered whatsoever. The development order also asserted alleged failure to provide evidence of community engagement, desirability, or compatibility. And again, community engagement, desirability, those are not published site plan criteria in the city's code. Those are not items that can be considered in a decision as to whether to approve a site plan. And so I just took out some excerpts from the transcript relating to the board discussion below. And in red, you have the pages highlighted for reference. So board member Daly voiced in his concern for the project and his basis for denial. He says, you know, what's changed from what was initially approved to what it's becoming now? It's far different than what was initially approved for this area. And because of that, I just don't see myself being able to support this today. So again, irrelevant, immaterial, not a legally sufficient grounds for denial. Board member Dubik said they were supposed to get a Publix a while back, something that they wanted, a little something, and now they have this giant monster Costco. And I love Costco, I really do. I shop there all the time. However, where are they going to go if they want to just get some toilet paper? They don't want to go and get 48 rolls. A retirement community that isn't going to buy in bulk. And that's what we need to be sensitive to. Because now all of a sudden you're here and they weren't expecting that. They weren't anticipating that. So again, the decision of these board members were based on what was previously contemplated, not any of the 12 criteria that were supposed to be considered. The second grounds for denial that was based on the development order alleged unmitigated traffic impacts, including increased trips, congestion, stacking from gas station users and grocery purchasers. And so the applicant detailed all of these items in both their backup materials that were submitted, the traffic statements that were part of the record, as well as at the hearing during the presentation itself. The applicant detailed how the PCD already had a traffic approval and a mitigation framework as part of that overarching PCD. The applicant further presented how the PCD has already mitigated beyond the Phase 1 improvement requirements that would be necessary when considering the Costco. And so here are slides from the applicant's presentation to the Planning and Zoning Board. At the top of your screen, that's where the presentation started. The traffic engineer, John McWilliams, for the developer, a traffic expert, testified on the record that the PCD was approved for an overall kind of bucket of entitlements. And with those entitlements, the city approved previously 3,855 net new PM peak hour trips for the PCD. He then went on to continue that when considering all of the previously approved site plans and then with the addition of the Costco proposal, that would account for 1,053 net new PM peak hour trips. So 27% of the approved trips within the PCD. Really a small fraction of those approved trips. The following slide detailed the phased improvement thresholds. And again, Mr. McWilliams testified to this on the record. It's transcript pages 14 to 16. And he detailed that the phase 1 traffic improvements were required at that 25% trips threshold. And they would be required here, and they've already been constructed, and that phase 1 improvements, those phase 1 improvements have been completed. Not only that, the developer actually went ahead and has been completing the phase 2 improvements, even though those have not been required at this threshold. The traffic expert then went on to detail exactly all of the various improvements that were required, that were completed, and how traffic has been mitigated for as part of the PCD. And again, this is presentation slides 7 and 8, and the corresponding testimony is in the transcript pages 16 through 18. Our experts then went on to testify about truck routing. So in this instance, the civil engineer, Matt Siegel, detailed how the delivery trucks would be coming from the east, circulating through the site, exiting back and going back to the east. And then he also further detailed how the fueling trucks would come into the site, again, from the east, consistent with how trucks go to the industrial areas of the PCD. How they fuel, how there's a specific delineated line, or lane, sorry, for these fueling trucks, and then how they continue to exit to the east. And again, those were presentation slides 26 through 27 and transcript pages 25 through 26. And then after that, the traffic engineer for Costco, specifically, Ryan Cunningham, detailed the fueling capacity and the storage capacity, and how this exceeds, first of all, what is happening with the Costco that is already developed in the city, but also how the fueling facility as designed can more than accommodate over the 95th percentile of demand that they would expect to see. So there's an expectation that with the 32 vehicles that are fueling, and then the additional vehicles that would be required, there's more than adequate capacity. Even beyond that initial demand, we could accommodate up to 80 vehicles within that fueling facility. And then furthermore, we went on, although not required by the city's code, in instances of hurricane preparedness, when there is something coming, Mr. Cunningham detailed on the record below as to how that additional storage would be accommodated on site, again, without impacting the external roadway network. And so those are presentation slides 31 through 34 and transcript pages 26 through 30. The applicant further submitted a Costco-specific 34-page technical memorandum that was submitted and prepared by traffic experts, evaluating driveway operations, intersection operations, turn lane storage, and fuel facility queuing. The analyzed intersections were projected to operate at a level C or better. And again, the conclusions were made that the fueling storage could accommodate up to 80 vehicles within that fueling area itself. And so these are additional pages from that traffic study that was submitted and included as part of the record. So in basing the decision for the denial for the site plan application, Board Member King said, I know you said we have to check all the boxes. Also checking the box is community input. And Mr. Wimmis said, not exactly, and this is kind of to the point that was discussed earlier. We have a series of review standards that include evaluation of a number of things, like our codes, our plans, compliance with or detrimental impacts on the environment. And if the community brings forward something that's a concern that you believe requires further evaluation, that's something that we would use as a reason to table the item and come back with additional information if it's not something that has been previously evaluated. The questions so far about traffic and the uses are things that I think have been evaluated. I have no issue saying those elements comply with our regulations. So again, that further reinstates the competent substantial evidence that has been provided on this issue. Board Member King then continued, so I just see this being a lot of traffic for perhaps a community that did not sign on for it. I'm also not going to ignore the people that live there, and they are going to be drastically impacted by the project, and that's on transcript pages starting at 61 on the top and going through 65. So again, despite the competent substantial evidence we put on the record to address those concerns, the board member simply did not consider that evidence and decided to vote based on community input, which again does not go to any of the 12 criteria that were referenced and certainly does not amount to competent substantial evidence. Rather, the precise issues identified in the development order, increased traffic or congestion, gas station demand, grocery purchaser traffic, and vehicle stacking, were all addressed through that competent substantial evidence on the record. The record did not include any contrary traffic study, any contrary engineering analysis, any expert testimony otherwise, anything that indicated adopted level of service failure, turn lane deficiency, or queuing analysis to refute the applicant's evidence. And that's the important information here. That's the important turning point because the applicant met their burden of proof. The opposing side did not provide any competent substantial evidence to refute that. Generalized statements of concern about traffic are not competent substantial evidence, where unrebutted professional traffic evidence demonstrated that the applicable standards were satisfied. And then the fourth vote for denial came from Board Member Mingus, and he did not actually speak on the record at the meeting, but then submitted supplemental documentation regarding his vote to the city. And he essentially says, I've reviewed the developer's original approved master plan and current proposal for the POMP, and now I don't see how a Costco fits the overall development concept for the POMP. So again, not going to any of the 12 criteria. And with that, the denial cannot stand, so we are respectfully requesting that this commission reverse their decision and grant our appeal, as the denial rested on irrelevant and legally insufficient considerations. In closing, again, this is a record-based appeal. Staff has confirmed the application complied with the applicable criteria, was permitted by right, and detailed compliance on the record. And there was no competent substantial evidence otherwise. With that, we respectfully request you grant our appeal, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have this evening that are within the scope. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. All right, next we'll hear from, I guess, the city. Mr. Weems.
All right, good evening once again. Max Weems, Principal Planner and Development Services. I don't object to anything that the applicant presented in their presentation. The language of the code says that I'm supposed to rebut or provide any arguments against whatever the applicant has provided. I don't really have anything specific to object to. I would like to add for the record that we did recommend approval subject to specific conditions that were provided at that point in time. Is it appropriate that I read those conditions into the record at this point in time, or do they already exist as part of the record?
Mr. Berman?
You can. There's nothing, there's nothing that says you can't read it into the record at this time. Presumably, the commission had referred it, but just to make sure, I would make sure the record is complete.
Certainly. My apologies to the audience. Okay. So, number one, the abutting 10-foot landscape buffer within development area A shall be installed prior to the issuance of a first certificate of occupancy or completion of new development within the site as required by the PCD plan. Number two, update all architectural elevations and landscape plans to reflect the conditions of approval and renderings presented to the Architectural Appearance Committee, AAC, including revisions to the fueling stations, plaza bollards, and landscape features incorporated into the screening walls. Number three, in connection with condition number two, update the fence and wall details to reflect the AAC approved design. Motor vehicle sales and service uses, including the tire sales and fueling stations components, shall provide a type B buffer around the perimeter of the site. Fence and wall details shall be provided consistent with option number one of the type B buffer standards. Final wall and fence locations shall be verified by the Urban Forestry Division. The type B buffer shall fully screen the service and overhead door areas from view along Powerline Road and Racetrack Road. Number four, in connection with condition number two, update the landscape plans to reflect the revised planters and landscape features surrounding the plaza and along the sides of the building. The revised plan shall continue to demonstrate compliance with section 155.5203D5, vehicular use area landscaping. A minimum 5-foot wide landscaped area or planter shall be provided between all vehicular use areas and abutting buildings. Planters are currently shown only on the east side of the building. Required planters shall be provided along the north and south sides. Number five, all required site features, including but not limited to type B buffers and fencing, shall remain outside of any roadway easements. Number six, site features such as landscaping and irrigation, as well as any pedestrian amenities of the off-site lake, shall be permitted concurrent with any site work authorized under this development order. The off-site lake shall meet or exceed landscape and irrigation minimum standards. Proposed work within the area shall be completed in full compliance with the code and subject to the recommendations of this board. In addition, the off-site lake area shall receive a certificate of occupancy prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for the Costco development. Number seven, the primary building entrance shall front a street, courtyard, or plaza and shall not front an off-street surface parking area. The final determination for building orientation based on the proposed plaza shall be subject to review and approval by the Planning and Zoning Board. Number eight, demonstrate on the site plan the projected peak PM hour fuel station queuing will be accommodated on site and will not extend into adjacent streets or right-of-way consistent with the statements of the traffic study. Should queuing spillover occur, Costco shall implement operational or site design modifications as determined necessary by the city to provide additional internal queuing capacity and alleviate off-site impacts. Number nine, the development order for the live venue site shall be amended to provide sufficient on-site parking independent of the Costco development, as neither the Costco site nor the lake drainage area shall be utilized to satisfy the parking requirements or parking demand of the live venue. And then number 10 are the standard conditions of approval and/or specifications that require prior to building permit issuance. Additionally, there were two amended conditions provided by the Planning and Zoning Board. Those were to conditions number 6 and number 9. Number 6 was amended, I'm going to read this in the entirety, to state that site features such as landscaping and irrigation, as well as any pedestrian amenities of the off-site lake area, shall be permitted concurrent with any site work authorized under this development order. The off-site lake shall meet or exceed landscaping and irrigation minimum standards, and the area shall serve as the balance for site tree mitigation. Proposed work within the area shall be completed in full compliance with the code and subject to the recommendation of this board. Deviate from the rectilinear shape and provide a system of paved paths along the north and east banks connecting to existing site circulation and the shared path within the right-of-way as feasible. In addition, the off-site lake area shall serve shall receive a certificate of occupancy prior to the issuance of certificate of occupancy for the Costco development. And then number 9, the development order for the live venue site shall be amended to provide sufficient on-site parking independent of the Costco development, as neither the Costco site nor the lake drainage area shall be utilized to satisfy the parking requirements or parking demand of the live venue. Additionally, the live venue site shall reserve space within or abutting the right-of-way of Palmera Drive for a multimodal transit service stop. The applicant had no objection to the conditions of approval. This concludes my remarks.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. All right, this is a public hearing. Let's open it up for additional testimony from the public. Please come forward if you have comments. Now, this is for testimony, so please give your name, full address, and indicate if you have been sworn or not. If you have not been sworn, the clerk will swear you in prior to your testimony. So, name, address, and indicate if you've been sworn.
Ann Bosworth, 4015 West Palm Air Drive. I have been sworn. I just want to start by saying that all of this was completely avoidable. You were on the Planning and Zoning Board for 9 or 10 years. There was an opportunity to explain to this community, step by step, every time that site plan changed, what was happening. And we have had nothing. We were courted, we were promised a crystal lagoon, a swimmable lake, all kinds of magical things. None of these things are the fault of Costco. And in fact, if you're here from Costco, we appreciate you. We are friendly with you in and out of your venue. We like your jobs. You will not be able to afford a unit at the Lumio based on a single person's Costco employment. So if you were brought here under those pretenses, that is ridiculous. The Lumio apartments start at $2,100 and some odd a month for a 650 square foot studio. So keep that in mind. The Costco, you should be embarrassed, not by yourselves, but by a city who put you in this position and by a developer who put you in this position. If you had spoken to neighbors, if our input had any meaning. There is no reason to have community input if it doesn't count. What is its purpose? So you can check a box and say that you did it? That's absurd. We expect you to come out, sit down with us, stop being afraid that we're going to talk about the lawsuit, and explain things as they go along. There is no reason that we should be looking at a 32-pump gas station where we were promised something else. That is not cool. I don't even know if the traffic study that was conducted was for 32 pumps. So I will yield the rest of my time, but I'm really upset. I'm really hurt because we were owed better.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, no applause, refrain from any outbursts like that, and please try and make your comments germane to the project. That's what we're here for, and please, name, address, and indicate if you've been sworn.
Howard Solomon, 2859 North Palmera Drive. Yes, I was one of those sworn earlier. Mr. Mayor, City Commissioners, other city personnel, and fine citizens of Pompano Beach, thank you for the time tonight. I do not arise to oppose a development project. I rise to support my community, my neighborhood, my friends and neighbors, our homes, our way of life, because this is just too important. I'm a Costco executive level member. I love the company. I go to the store on Sample Road fairly regularly. However, I cannot support this proposed store on this site. It would be very large, have 811 parking spaces, 32 fueling stations across 16 gas pumps, and dominate the site, not to mention the additional traffic on Powerline Road and the surrounding smaller roads per the traffic study. These roads are already congested much of the time. This is not what we were promised when we were told about a destination location for the community. Trust is broken and must be repaired. Pompano's own Planning and Zoning Board, appointed by the City Commissioners as experts in their field, denied the request. We should support their reasoning because this is just too important. Then there's the environmental impact. Per safe separations, gas stations impact air, soil, water, and ecological systems. During storage, transfer, and refueling, gas stations emit significant amounts of volatile organic compounds, including benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, and xylene. These contribute to local air pollution and can form ground-level ozone, otherwise known as smog, which can affect both humans and the local ecosystem. Petroleum contaminants can reach groundwater, and surface water contamination can disrupt local biodiversity. Gas stations contribute to greenhouse gas emissions through evaporation and the combustion of dispensed fuel. And this is if things run smoothly. Imagine the catastrophe should a gas pump catch on fire in proximity to new housing, Palm Air, and Cypress Bend. Further, all of this runs counter to the Regional Activity Center plan. The plan governing this site targets reducing urban sprawl, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and reducing traffic through greater access to public transport. Where is a firm commitment to any of that? Would I prefer we still had the racetrack? Probably. Would I prefer none of the development took place? Possibly. Do I expect development on this site? Of course. Should there be community input in a more formal way? Most definitely, because this is just too important. My request is the City Commission deny this request just as the Planning and Zoning Board did. I further suggest the city create an ad hoc POMP development committee of residents, city officials, and yes, even a developer type or two to make recommendations to the city and possibly work with the developer to make this project more palatable to the community, because this is just too important. Thank you and good night.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker. Please give your name, address, and indicate if you've been sworn.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Fred Schieferstein. My address is 451 Heritage Drive, Apartment 817, Pompano Beach, and yes, I was sworn. I currently serve as the president of the John Knox Village Residents Senate, representing the interest of the residents who call our community home. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I am here to respectfully urge you to approve Costco's application. Like many residents, I was disappointed by the Community Zoning Board's recommendation. While I appreciate the board's work and understand that concerns were raised, I believe Costco has demonstrated a sincere willingness to be a good neighbor. Throughout this process, the company has listened, modified its plans, and worked to address issues brought forward by the community. Costco has earned a national reputation as an outstanding corporate citizen. It is consistently recognized as one of America's best employers, offering good wages, excellent benefits, and opportunities for career advancement. Those are exactly the kind of businesses we should welcome into our community. For many of us at John Knox Village, convenience and accessibility matter. Thousands of seniors in our area depend on nearby shopping for groceries, prescriptions, hearing aids, optical services, and everyday household needs. A Costco in this location would provide meaningful benefits not only to our residents, but to the families throughout Pompano Beach and the surrounding communities. Beyond those benefits, this project represents a significant investment in our city. It will create jobs, generate tax revenue, attract additional commerce, and strengthen our local economy for years to come. Every significant project brings different opinions, and I respect those who have concerns. But your responsibility is to consider what best serves the long-term interests of the entire community. I believe this project does exactly that. I respectfully ask that you look beyond the Zoning Board's recommendation, consider the substantial efforts Costco has made to address community concerns, and approve this application. Thank you for your time, your service to our city, and your thoughtful consideration. I handed the city clerk signatures of 147 residents of the community in support of the reconsideration of the Zoning Board's decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Just give your name, address, and indicate if you've been sworn.
I have not been sworn in.
Very good. Mr. Alfred?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony or evidence that you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Is there anybody here on this line that hasn't been sworn yet?
Anyone else who wants to speak who has not been sworn in?
Ma'am, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence that you're going to give will be the evidence or testimony that you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, I do. Thank you.
Very good. Name and address, sir.
My name is Gary Fisher. I live in Palm Air. I live in 3090 North Course, 804 Palm Air. I was fooled by the city. I moved to Palm Air based on the picture. You still have the picture in the lobby saying what the pump was going to look like. Right now, what I hear, it's going to happen today. I agree, everybody here is going to vote for this Costco, except for the only person, I believe, I was born at night, but I wasn't born last night. The only person who did not hear from Cornish was Miss Perkins. And I believe you guys were already made your mind up what you're going to do. Because when this young lady spoke for that, the lawyer for that company, all what I heard was Charlie Brown, want, you know. And I'm going to tell you, you know, like that. I go to BJ's, I don't go to Costco. And the only thing missing from these white and red shirts is a blue. You know, they don't stand for the people that live in Palm Air, you know. And I don't know what else to tell you, because this is what you guys, I moved there because what was put in the Pompano magazine in 2021 showing what that was going to be. It was going to be a convenient place for me to walk around and entertainment at night, you know, like that. I'm 65 years old, and I wanted to walk around to a place in the community, not walk into Costco in the aisles. Because like I said, I go to BJ's. I yield my time.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Just name and address and indicate that you've been sworn.
Thank you. Luca Fagetti, 4015 West Palmer Drive, Pompano, Palmer. Like at the PNZ, I'm here to talk about the traffic, but the other part of the traffic, which is pollution. As an evidence, I didn't see before and I don't see now two things. First, an air quality evaluation. The second, statistics from Costco, because I'm sure they know how much traffic they have in sample adjusted for the new larger size pond, which I believe is going to be the largest in the county. So why those numbers are not being presented, that could be the perfect evidence of showing that the traffic is according to the initial study. That is an interesting missing part. Air quality isn't something that should be presented because all the, like it was mentioned, all the pollution generated by the waiting cars, plus which can be more than 130 based on the presentation because you have 3 entry points and line can line up from all 3 different points, and there are 4. And the other thing is the expectation that residents, the public, come at this podium with experts and air quality shouldn't be done, I mean, is kind of impossible compared to the power of corporation that can do that. But why this, since we knew for a long time that Pompano with 32 pumps was coming, why was it not done by the city that is representing us to see if there was no pollution impact? Because I understand $1.50 hot dogs and other convenience, but we're going to breathe bad air. And especially, you just bought right on the path, on the west wind path of this pollution. You're not concerned for us about healthcare? There is, beside Palmer, there is also a retirement home, a resort, and how, you know, ozone is COPD, and many other diseases. Isn't this evidence that was supposed to be provided? Yes, no? Can I ask?
This is your time to give testimony.
Well, I guess somebody can ask me, but I cannot ask people. So that is my main concern. But the other thing, it was very interesting today, especially when this slide was presented about the fact that major site plan can change at any time, regardless of community input and regardless of what's presented at the beginning. Think about that, about downtown and any other big project going on. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Just give your name, address, and indicate if you've been sworn.
I'm Patrick Burke. I live at 606 Village Drive in Pompano Beach. I have been sworn.
Very good.
I've been a resident of Pompano Beach for 21 years. You were my commissioner at one time Mayor. When this project was first approved, it was a mixed-use warehouse, residential, and entertainment venue with restaurants and a grocery store. But circumstances have changed, and I ask the board to weigh tonight's vote against where the Pomp actually stands tonight. Publix backed out. The grocery anchor everyone was counting on Publix, but now they're gone. The entertainment district itself has been scaled back to 4 buildings and only 170 parking spots, a fraction of what was originally promised. The entertainment venue with grocery store this board wanted is no longer on the table, whether it's with Costco or without Costco. Given that Costco isn't competing with a better alternative, it's filling a real gap left behind by Publix exit, the downsized entertainment venue, and it brings real advantages for this city and the residents. This is not a relocation. Costco intends to keep its existing Sample Road warehouse open as a business center location while building an entirely new warehouse at the Pomp. This means net new jobs for Pompano Beach, both in construction and ongoing operations, on top of the jobs already at Sample Road. Costco is known for high-paying jobs with excellent benefits, and for residents it means membership warehouse pricing on household goods, prescriptions, real savings for families, and those on fixed income. Plus, it's a one-stop retail convenience for many new residential units already built and planned at the Pomp. It also keeps local spending within the city instead of sending residents to other warehouse locations. I also want to raise something this board should be thinking about right now. This November, Florida voters will decide on a constitutional amendment that will significantly expand the homestead exemption, raising it to $150,000 in 2027 and $250,000 in 2028. If it passes, this city is going to feel real pressure on the revenue base. We can't afford to also turn away commercial projects that bring in property and sales tax revenue that we may depend on in the future. For the city, Costco means new property and sales tax revenue and a proven traffic anchor that supports the other tenants who've already committed to the site. Keeping this project moving forward with a tenant that's ready to build rather than waiting indefinitely for a replacement anchor that may never come. With the potential shortfall on the horizon, the revenue matters more now than ever. Thank you.
Sir. Next speaker. Just name, address, and indicate that you've been sworn.
Carol Eisman, 4020 West Palm Air Drive, and yes, I've been sworn. I want to say that I am highly discouraged to even have to be here to be dealing with this particular item. And this comes about because this city doesn't hold developers to their feet to the fire to keep up their promises for what they promised to do. In April 2019, the people of Palm Air, the residents of Cypress Bend, were shown an elaborate plan that we all got excited about. Mayor, you were there at that time. It showed this elaborate entertainment center. It showed a hotel. It showed a plaza. It showed a lagoon. It showed all the restaurants. And by the way, all of that would have created thousands of jobs. Instead, all the changes that were made never came back to this commission, and they got away with making the changes, and now they came with a project called Costco. No EPA was done. As you've heard other speakers talk about the problems that we have great concerns with, groundwater that could be affected by the fuel, 32 tanks that you're going to have, by the traffic. And no, we're not supposed to be talking about any of this. We're supposed to be talking only about the site plan. So I'm going to talk about the site plan. The site plan is not for a Costco. It was supposed to be for the entertainment district. It was supposed to make it good for all the tourists that were going to come to Pompano. You want to talk about money? Okay, you would have more tourists coming to Pompano to go to this pump. These are the people that built the Guitar Hotel, by the way. And so they have the capability of making this the entertainment district to provide the restaurants that are not in the area, and that for this whole city to enjoy. And by the way, it would be closer to the new downtown, so all the people living in the new downtown could come and enjoy all of the restaurants and everything in the entertainment district happening at the pump. Costco's on Sample Road. It's a short drive. Everybody can go there and do their shopping there. I do, very rarely, because everything is bulk. So all I'm saying is, I really hope that you do a no vote. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Next speaker. Just name, address, and indicate if you've been sworn.
Hi, Wayne Oken, 4106 West Palmer Drive, Palmer, Florida.
Have you been sworn in?
Excuse me?
Have you been sworn? Have you been sworn in?
Sworn in. That's coming from my time. You did a swearing in of the commissioners, Mr. Berman.
Clerk.
Okay. On the swearing in, Commissioner Eaton and Commissioner Darlene Smith did not disclose.
The clerks are not sworn.
And-
Yeah, the
Finish.
commissioners are not
You
sworn.
Okay. They did not swear in that they received donation funds from entities of the pump. Therefore, I'm requesting that they recluse themselves from voting. I think that's only right. Transparency, trust. Correct?
Go ahead, sir, it's your time.
The pump is nothing like what we envisioned. We all know that. There were supposed to be 2 hotels. They aren't there now. Last time, I think in the zoning meeting, they were also going to approve additional apartments. I think that was part of the package for Costco. I cannot find a site plan for the entire project that makes any sense, or there's not one that's present that has been submitted anywhere in the media or to the community. Darlene Smith, you stated that Costco will only be making deliveries early in the morning, very early. Well, according to the work that I did, for the 32 pumps, they will have to be refueling all day long. Nobody's discussed that. I'm glad you're taking note. Why are we being deceived this way? I mean, how could you be voting if you've taken donation funds from these entities? It just doesn't make sense. And one last thing, I heard that Topgolf, which by the way you should be very happy about, is a top performer in the state. Why aren't we doing entertainment? Why are we building housing and warehouses? Thank you.
Very good. Next speaker. Just name and address for the record and indicate if you've been sworn, please.
Hi, my name is Chris Tompkins. I live at 4020 West Palmer Drive, and I've been sworn in.
Thank you.
So, Costco guys, and don't, this is not a bad thing, all right? I do come from development and also hospitality and also private HOAs. So, but I do, if you're from Costco, again, nothing bad. If you are an hourly employee, would you please stand up? If you're an hourly employee and you work for Costco.
Sir, this is your time to give testimony.
Yeah, I know. Okay, but here's my point. All I'm going to say, at the end of the day, this is going to come down to the legal issue. It's the 12 points. It is the 12 points. On the current PDC, the PDC has 12 points. It's very clear. Not that I like it, but it's very clear. And again, I worked in development. What it needs to be added, and what I would say after this, because this is going to be a learning lesson for everybody in this room, as well as this commission, as well as the planning and zoning. You need to add on to the PDC one more item, and that is for public input. Make it a baker's dozen. Make it number 13. Because right now, what's happening with development in Pompano is it's not getting public input through actual surveys, be it via email or be it via hard mail. You can get surveys and public input. And I only ask that from the Costco employees because when I hear about high-paying jobs, and again, I understand this is about a decision with 12 points, but $20 an hour at a full-time job of 40 hours per week comes out to be 2,080 hours per year. That's $41,000 a year. In order to qualify for an apartment at the new apartments there in the Pomp, you have to make $54,000, which is $26,000 a year. That's with no overtime and a credit score of 680 or above. So again, in front of the commission, as much as I don't like it, it does come down to what are the legal facts, and it's 12 points. I would say, again, going forward for this commission, if you want to entrust and get your public to really buy in, don't do verbal surveys, don't just include, truly become transparent and include. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Just name and address and indicate that you've been sworn, please.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioner. My name is Roman Joseph, local address 871 Northwest 167th Street, Miami Garden. I am here on behalf of Unite Here, Local 355, in support of Costco's proposed development at the Pomp. Our union represents hospitality, gaming, food service, and airport workers across South Florida, and especially these workers at Arras Casino. As a union, we recognize the positive impact the project will have by creating jobs, attracting new visitors, increasing economic activity, and strengthening Pompano Beach local economy. We believe this investment is an investment in our community. A thriving destination benefits workers, local businesses, residents, and the city as a whole. On behalf of Unite Here, Local 355, and these workers, we respectfully ask you to support this project and help move the city of Pompano Beach forward. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker. Please give your name, address, and indicate you've been sworn.
Good afternoon, and thank you. My name is Lee Ruckman, and I'm a resident of Palm Air, 2940 North Course Drive. I have not been sworn in.
You have not. Very good. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak who has not been sworn in? Please stand and raise your right hand. The clerk will swear you all in. Mr. Alfred? Okay, yeah, he's in charge over there.
With evidence or testimony, do you solemnly swear that the evidence or testimony that you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Very good. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
All right. What I have heard repeatedly a number of times here is the benefits of the employment and the economics that will come with Costco. What has not been brought up is the deficit that will be leaving the present Costco on Sample Road. I believe that is being greatly reduced or as a warehouse for Costco. So what I'm saying is that whatever benefits to Pompano Beach that comes here to, excuse me, that comes here to where we are in Palm Air is leaving what is up on Sample Road. I'll make my time short. That was all I had to say because I haven't heard people mention that aspect of it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Just please, your name, address, and indicate that you've been sworn.
Maria Victoria Lopez. I live at 2661 South Course Drive, Unit 507, and that's 33069. Good afternoon.
Can you pull that down a little bit so we can hear you better?
Oh,
And you have been sworn, correct?
yes, sir.
Very good. Go ahead.
I'm unprepared, but I just wanted to come from a place of, we all know that people move across state lines to move into a neighborhood. Palm Air is like that. It was built on the idea from Jackie Gleason, and it brought a lot of hype and this and that. So people do move into neighborhoods, and that's important. And I heard about the 12 points and this and that, and I know that what I'm going to say is considered irrelevant. However, I think a very important piece is the human factor. It's the people that make up the neighborhoods. I understand that we all need jobs and, you know, we need to be progressive and whatnot, but we have to take into consideration the people, the community. So people do want to move here. People do want to spend their money. People want to open up a business, okay? Costco is not going to give us all that. Costco is going to give us their paid, non-independent expert reports. But I ask of you all to think about the human factor. All the movies that we see that bring us into San Francisco or Chicago or Vermont or Key West. It's the neighborhoods. We gotta care. And I'm sorry that I'm getting emotional because I guess I'm from Miami Beach. And what I'd rather see is a Brickell Center where you're attracting people from all over the world and you're hearing different voices, different languages, homogenization. That's what America is. That's what Pompano is. We need to get back to basics and want people from all over to come here. And yes, we need entertainment. Miami's got it all. We've got the food on you, we've got the art on you, we've got the music on you. I thought we were gonna get something here. What do we have? Darlene Smith, you haven't said a word in favor of the community, the people, not just employees.
Ladies and gentlemen, let her speak. Let her speak, please.
Okay? I'm just begging you. Let's go back in time without the phones where we're looking at each other. And it is about community. That's what people will move here for, make you money. You want to see money? Go to Miami Brickell.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker. Just name and address and indicate if you've been sworn.
Yes, Mayor, I've been sworn. My name is Joanne Sterner, 2215 Cypress Island Drive, Pompano Beach, 33069. I'm from Cypress Bend. I'm probably the only one here from Cypress Bend, so I felt that I had to speak for us. We have no problem with Costco. I came before this commission to say, I don't want the pump. I don't want any of that stuff when it was being built. But we got it built. So we said, okay, look at all the great stuff that we're going to have. We don't have the great stuff. We finally have a chance to have another place because we have no grocery stores. Everything has gone away. You know, we finally got President open, but still, you know, what's happening to the west side of Pompano? You guys just ignore us. You know, we got warehouses, we got storage bins, but where's our foods? You know, it's just, it's unreal. So I congratulate Costco for coming down here, and I hope that they stay here. And since they've done everything the right way, then I think that we should approve them. This is ridiculous saying, oh no, we can't have it, we can't have it. The people across the street never put up with all the dirt that the people in Cypress Bend did when they were building over there. So more power to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Just name and address for the record and indicate if you've been sworn, please.
Patricia Cardison, 3010 North Coast Drive. Yes, I was sworn in.
Thank you.
I would like to repeat, this gentleman that's standing up here with the shirt from John Knox, I would like to repeat, I don't have his speech, everything he said is so on point. Okay, and I have to contradict a lot of these people. This lady gave me the year. I didn't understand that I couldn't ask you. She said the rendering of the original design, which I saw too, was 2019. That was my first question here tonight. When was that proposal approved? Anybody remember the pandemic? We shut down in February of 20. That changed our climate, our demographics. It changed everything. Everybody's talking about retail stores. When is the last time anyone saw a new retail store? They are closing, folks, every day. Online shopping. And yes, we have Costco. Costco would be, as this man very eloquently spoke, it would be one-stop shopping. Everything will be there. Online shopping, and by the way, I keep reading about, we were supposed to have restaurants and movie theater. Well, how many restaurants are successful today? The good old ones that are consistent, yes, they hang out. The new ones struggle. Their lifeline is 2 years. That's the history of restaurants, okay? Movie theaters, I was just informed, Cypress Creek Station closed. AMC, I went past that the other day, it looked like a morgue. Nobody's gonna put a movie theater in there. Everything was done with good intention before the pandemic. The world has changed. We at Palm Air have a wonderful environment. That isn't gonna change. Do we have diversity? I would say so. We are completely diverse in Palm Air. Completely. And by the way, whoever mentioned that we are in over 55 retirement community is incorrect. All ages are welcome, and they are there. We have so much, and I will personally stand here with the couple of seconds I have left and thank Darlene Smith that I sit in my house and look at the most beautiful lake every day. 8 years of that woman's life. And here in this chamber, we got the lakes. Everybody better realize how nice that is. Thank you. I hope, more importantly, I must state, please approve the Costco project. Thank you so much.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Please, ladies and gentlemen. If anyone else who wishes to speak. No, you don't take time from the rest. You give testimony. Have you been sworn in, sir? Okay. Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Okay. Nobody else wants to speak. Okay. Have you been sworn in, sir? Yes, you have. And you have not been sworn in? Okay. Then these two are the last speakers. But yeah, this gentleman needs to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence or testimony that you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is Carl Couveri. I'm from Palmer, Pack 2, which is closest to the development. I won't repeat.
I need your address for the record, sir.
2651 South Coast Drive 208. I will not repeat the deception issues and the perfidious ways of promising us the world and delivering Costco. So we do have clients for Costco. Whomever's supporting Costco to be right next door, maybe you should go and live next door to it on Sample Road. See how you like it before you bring it and impose it and inflict it on us all. Now, we will all, I might have become irredeemably American. I bought my first Costco trousers the other day. And we have a lot of hideously dressed people. All you have to do is attend a meeting of Palmer United. I mean, there's a guy right after Costco. And that's fine. You will still have those clients, mostly obese. And then that's fine. The carriages, I mean, the carts are like out of a nightmare when I first moved to the US. Who eats all that food? Anyway, Here's the deal. We have grocery stores. We are not here for that. My point is, if Costco's going to backdoor this without the buy-in of the community, guess what? These people are not going to be elected, and you guys are going to be funding our taxes, our property taxes, because that would be the agenda of everyone who wishes to run in District 5 particularly. What are we getting back from Costco? Because Kurdish companies paid Cyprus spend. We got nothing in Palmer. So you can't have your cake and eat it. If you're going to backdoor this, these people won't be here next year, and you'll be at our mercy because we're going to elect the next commissioner who will not have a sweetheart deal with you again. So we would like you, if you want to be here with your attorneys and bring your points, get the buy-in. Don't backdoor through people who do not even declare conflicts of interest, donations received, especially Chief of which Palmer United by the own words of its president, and the treasurer is here for District 5, he said it's nothing but pay to play. If you think these people represent us, you're very wrong, and many of our communities have exited from Palmer United because of this issue. And we would like to believe that this city commission represents us and honors its promises. This has nothing to do with the pandemic. We wouldn't have a Ritz-Carlton in Pompano Beach if it was about the pandemic, and all we need to do after the pandemic is stuff our faces with bulk Costco food. Thank you.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, please stop the applause. Next speaker.
Delvin King, 2601 Northwest 12th Street. I was sworn in. So, Commission, I just want to submit something into the record, Exhibit A. This is the promise that the residents was given. And we still hang the promise in the city, in the building, because we could care less of the lies and stories that we tell the city. I'm going to sit this here while I speak so you can see the promise. The residents of Palmer, Cypress, Collier City deserve better. See, these people that they bought in from, because they still got on their work badges from Haharas, though they bought them in as fillers, but they don't understand the promise that we was promised. They don't understand the lies that we were told. It's okay to have Costco's, but it's the process in which we didn't follow. The community should have been brought to the table. The commissioner that governs District 5 should have been in constant communication with the residents of Palmer and Cypress Bend. If plans have changed, a new rendering, which should have included Costco's, should have been brought back to this community. But again, we still hang this up in City Hall, in the chambers, to remind you that we could care less about what you think in Palmer. We could care less about what you think in Cypress Bend, because again, broken promises is what we give here in the city of Pompano. So y'all may not understand, though, people with the red and blue Costco shirt on. Y'all don't understand, because this is personal to us. We have to deal with this. Y'all come to a 9 to 5 and you go home. We have to deal with the traffic. We have to deal with, trust me, BSO is definitely gonna have to be there. They definitely gonna need more BSO. Walmart BSO can't even handle Walmart. They have to bring state troopers to handle the job at Walmart. So how is BSO gonna handle this big Costco's? There's gonna be so many accidents out there and things happening. We taking more officers off the road. So let's really look at, is this plan worth approving? Or is it, again, we just gonna keep it going? Because again, Costco's tapped in a few people's pockets on this dais. Remember this picture when you vote November 3rd.
Very good. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, please stop the applause. Thank you. Any further speakers? Mr. Thrower, have you been sworn in, Mr. Thrower? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak after this gentleman? Okay, this is the last speaker. Let's go ahead and swear him in, Mr. Alfred.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence or testimony that you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah, I do.
Name, address.
Vicente Thrower, Pompano Beach.
Nope, I need your full address. This is on the record.
Hey, I don't have to give my grandma address. Hey, hold up,
Mr.
hold up.
Thrower,
No,
this,
hey, listen.
This is quasi. It's different.
It can be what it want to be, Mayor, but hey, she's an elderly person, and I'm not giving her address, and that's not the law. I can put it in writing if I want to and submit it to the clerk. Thank you so much. As the following, and Mayor, he done took time off my clock because of what you just did, so I'm gonna keep on talking. Mayor, I want to know, is this the proper time to ask of the petitioner, Costco, what is the game? What is the end game, and what is their partnership and commitment to our community? Is that when do we get to ask that question? Because you've allowed a lot of people to talk, but I have not, but I would like to get some real input from the petitioner who's looking to be on this property about them, who they are. So is this the time that we get to do this right now?
No, this is your time to get testimony, sir.
I know what testimony is. Mayor, come on now. 20 years in this. I know what testimony is. I'm asking you, is this the time which we can ask of the petitioner? And if the petitioner, now for the record, Mayor, don't tell me no, because in the past you would look over the staff and say, do they want to respond and answer the question? So can I have that same courtesy that you asked them? So
This
you're
is
not
your time to. This is your time to give testimony, sir.
Okay then, Mayor. Okay. All right then, Mayor. Here's the deal, Mayor. Pompano Beach should be first. It should be Pompano Beach first. That is our mission, and that's the mission on which we stand on. Pompano first. And tonight, it should be the petitioner of Costco to tell us, and to tell us as a community, who and what Costco is. That's what we want to hear tonight. But we can't hear that when you are just saying, give testimony. I'm not here to give testimony for somebody to go take it to court. I want to hear as a resident, and being that I'm a third generation, along with several others, we want to hear from Costco and for Costco to talk to us. And I don't think they would have a problem with talking to us, but you should have allowed them to speak to us. That's what this is about tonight. This is about communications, Mayor. And that's what we should be looking to get done tonight. That's all, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, sir. All right, that ends public testimony. At this point, Mr. Berman.
Mayor, before we go to commission discussion and setting a record, I just want to rein in and remind everyone in the commission that you're not here to approve any plan. You're not here, and you're not being asked to vote for or against Costco. You're not being asked to support or be against a project or to deal with promises made or promises kept or anything are not kept. This is solely for you. This proceeding is an appeal of the board's action below. You may either modify or reverse a decision or interpretation in whole or in part if you find there's competent substantial evidence in the record of clear and demonstrable error in the application and relevant standards and provisions of the code. And that's your role as a commission tonight. I apologize I'm not lecturing, but I want to continue to remind you after the extensive commentary. And I appreciate the commentary, and I'm not stating, that I don't appreciate what these people have taken their time and come down, but that's your role here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Should the applicant rebut? Okay, the applicant has an opportunity to rebut.
Thank you. And to that point, I just wanted to note that, well, again, we appreciate everybody coming out. The public comment that we heard was not relevant to the scope of the appeal to the record below. It is immaterial and should not be considered as part of what is before you this evening. There was no expert testimony. It was conjecture at best, and generalized statements of concern do not amount to competent substantial evidence. Secondarily, I meant to do this earlier, and I apologize. Just a little bit of record keeping here. We did submit a memorandum to the city attorney's office earlier, just again, outlining a lot of what you've heard already related to the scope of the appeal being strictly based on the record below and based on competent substantial evidence as well. And I wanted to submit that to the city clerk for the record as well.
Okay.
Mayor?
It's just what-
Submitting it to me doesn't accomplish anything, but the clerk needs to have it in the record.
Right. Anything further?
That's all for now. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to first start saying that I really, I really think that Costco's is a great business. Includes bring a lot of benefits, and of course, it generates revenue and bring jobs. I get that. However, I would like to say that.
What is this?
Just give it to me. Just passing it down. So I would like to say that I know that we're here because you all have Costco has met the code requirement. I get that part. But I think you missed two steps, when it comes to addressing and meeting the residents where you will be located. And also, I don't know whether you spoke to the other commissioners from Costco's, but I didn't speak to anyone from Costco's as well. And I think the district commissioner should have perhaps introduced you all, her community to Costco's. I strongly believe in community outreach, where another email, text, Facebook, some type of way, and I don't think the residents felt they received that. So I was looking at my situation and I thought about my home. I live in this home, and here comes this stranger. And this stranger is going to just walk in my home because they feel like they have a right to. Or they've been told it's okay. They never greeted me. They never said hello. They never said hi or anything. Didn't even ring the doorbell. They just walked in. And I feel a lot of people in Palm feel as though they've been bullied. You meet the requirements, but don't you want the surrounding people to attend or come to your business? Would you like for them to come into your business? You're not coming in very friendly to the community because you said you have all the requirements. And we have a problem with that with the city. Our city is somewhat is in the same way. So I understand the drawback are the traffic congestion. I get that part. I just really I think the city of Pompano should conduct their own traffic study so that we can get some kind of evaluation of the movement, the patterns, the speed, whatever is needed. So I understand what you're saying. I met with some of the residents last week from Palm and several of them said to me they like the idea where the location was the first time. So I understand this is the second location, and they prefer the first location much better because it was away from all of the homes. So I do have Costco's in my district. I'm there twice a month, faithfully. It's on Sample Road, great business. But I would love to see Costco's connect with the people in the surrounding areas. When I grew up, I call that, my parents told me it was called respect. And that's it. Because it just works better. I know all that you said about you've met the requirements. I get it. You have. It's just better to be friendlier, if that makes any sense. So, but with that, I really would love to table this because I feel like I need more time. The community needs more time. I haven't spoken to Costco's. I would love to, and kind of build a relationship or get to know you or whatever. So I would just like to make a motion that we table this item. Is there a time certainty for this
With all due respect, we would like to move forward with the vote this evening.
Tonight?
Yes.
Okay, so you wouldn't, okay, you'd be comfortable with whatever the vote is? Okay. All right, so with that, I think I'm done for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Very good. Just a couple of comments. Thank you to everyone who came out tonight. Seriously, one lady, she said it's probably irrelevant. Nothing's irrelevant when you come forward. It's not. Certain things we've got to deal with in different ways, and this is one of those things. This is not, wow, I don't like it. I don't like what they did. I don't like what the process was. They should have gone to the community more. They should have moved the building further to the east. They should have done this. They should have made their trucks a different color. We've got strict guidelines that govern this particular process. And it's almost like, well, sometimes I wonder why somebody's required to vote on some of these things. It's laid out. If they check these boxes, and staff ensures this, if they check these boxes, they've got a right to do what they're doing. I heard all the comments and some very good points that we can consider going forward. Honestly, seriously, nothing is irrelevant. That's why it's important to actually speak out. But yeah, tonight it's about the site plan, and the applicant has met their burden. That was pointed out at the Planning and Zoning meeting. That was pointed out tonight. Our own staff says yes, they meet the requirements of our code. Therefore, under legal jeopardy, which I'm sure Mr. Berman will explain that, we need to approve this. But thank you all for coming out. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Fessick, then Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Thank you. Again, to everybody else, before we get started, thank you very much for coming out and taking the time out of your day, now night, to spend some time with us at the City Commission meeting related to this. It's clear that you're passionate, as I did receive many, many emails. And I was trying to keep track on a little piece of paper, like as I was having them come in, as I was checking to make sure I had a solid list. So I did read through them, and I want to thank you for taking the time out of your day to do that. It does matter. It always matters. I have a question for. There was a presentation that you showed. There were slides related to at the very beginning. And Mr. Berman, before we go into this, is that part of? As she was explaining this, is that part of the decision-making process? Just to be clear, what we see tonight and the past material.
You look at the material from the hearing below. Much of it was reproduced tonight, and if you have a question on it, you can have your question answered.
Thank you. So you brought up one of the slides had an email from one of the Planning and Zoning Board members, David Mingus. And so this was an email he sent July 6th. So in this, I just want to make sure it's so we all see it. Given this a lot of thought and as noted in my email to Chairman Fred Stacer and Vice Chair Charlie Coleman and our discussion in changing my vote to yes. However, I'm not going to change my no vote. Is there another email that is missing from this?
There was an email that preceded this one where he was suggesting he would reconsider his vote.
Okay, do you have that email as part of your presentation?
I do not have that one in here.
Is there a reason why we have this incomplete information presented to us?
This specifically went to the point of his vote, the reasoning for his vote.
Right, in the same sentence it says he sent a previous email to the reasoning for his vote beforehand. That's what it says in the first sentence, or the first paragraph. So Mr. Harrison or Mr. Berman, do we have that, and should that be something that we?
It's in the file. You can take a look at it. I don't know if Development Services has it or not. This email basically makes the first email basically not worth anything. He sent an email originally saying the day after his vote, and he was a substitute member of the board. He voluntarily sent a memo in an email saying, I want to change my vote, I want a motion to reconsider. That was originally set up. Then he sent this one saying, you know what, I'm not changing my mind. And so this really obviates the first email, because now he's saying, I know I said I wanted to change, but, and he didn't give a reason. He just said he said he considered it and decided to change, and now he's saying I'm not. That's all. So if you want to see it, I don't know if Development Services has it, because obviously that would have been a yes vote, and it wasn't really part of the appeal. That's probably why it wasn't considered as well. It really would have served no purpose. Not that I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant or applicant's counsel, but it really would have served no purpose. They're trying to show that eventually his vote continued to be a no.
And I understand that, but the question I have is, during the evening that we're looking at all of this, his vote was no. We have the transcript. And then there's some time that goes by, I'm not sure the day or the whatever, but now this is July 6th at 11:55, he sends something that says that he's given his mind and he's not going to, in my email to Chairman Fred Sacer and Vice Chair Carla Coleman, end our discussion in changing my vote to yes. So I would like to see that email. I would like to see the full picture from no, yes, no, if we're to be taking all of this at face value. You have that, Max? I don't think that it's irrelevant, Commissioner. I think it's actually very relevant, because you don't sit here and say, I voted yes or no to something for anybody, and not be able to, and then change your mind 2 seconds later, and then change your mind back. I would like to know what the reasoning was. Just like to read it for myself.
Sure. So I didn't work with the applicant in their preparation for this presentation, so I wasn't aware that this would be a part of the presentation tonight. As we've previously said, all of the determination should be based on the record that was set the night of the Planning and Zoning Board meeting and before. So I do think that the purpose that this is included here is only to give context to his original no vote. I understand your question and curiosity, but it was not provided as part of our backup because it doesn't meet the criteria of the record set below.
I think I would like a better determination on that. If I'm supposed to, if it's part of this presentation and maybe I didn't know he was going to, change his no vote, right? So, but that has me concerned. I would like to know why. I would like to know what that says. And it's not irrelevant. It's very relevant to finding out looking at all of the things here.
Sure. I mean, I can testify that nothing is provided in that email that gives context to his determination. David Mingus, are you here?
Sorry?
He's not here.
He's probably not here for a reason.
Irvin, do you have any history of this, or do you have a copy of this by any chance?
A copy of what? Excuse me?
Email, or how quickly can we get that email?
I don't have it currently in my possession.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, I just want to answer your question. I'm not being argumentative. It is in the Development Services file. Whether the applicant decided to use it for their presentation tonight or felt it relevant for their argument, they may have it. I don't know. I see her with a computer, so.
Yeah, I do
It was
have
provided.
it, and I'm happy to read it into the record if you wish.
Can you pull it up?
It's on a separate computer. I'm not sure how to do that.
Unplug and replug?
Email it to Kervin.
Minimally, they can read it in the record, I would think.
I would like to see
If that satisfies you, that's fine. If not, we'll deal with it at that point, but at least,
How about read it into the record, but also if you've got it actually on your screen, you can then show it to each of the commissioners. How's that? How's that, Mr. Berman? Would that work?
No, I'd like to see it as well.
Yes.
No, that's what I'm saying. She'll show it to you.
I'd like everybody to see it. Thank you.
I don't know if there's any way to put it on the Elmo.
If we need to take a 5-minute recess, maybe we can do that.
You can't print out a copy? Do we have a printer down here? Do we have a printer here?
I would tell you to email it to me, but my email's not working, so.
Well, that wouldn't put it up on the screen.
Right, I know.
No, do we have a printer where she could print this document? Probably in the back, okay. You want to take a 3-minute recess to see if you can go print that so we can put it on the screen? Yeah, let's do it. 3-minute recess.
Thank you.
reconvene this meeting, the Pompano Beach City Commission meeting here tonight. The missing email. I believe we just printed out a copy of the missing email so that it can be put on the overhead.
So it wasn't part of the record, so I guess it is now going to be part of the record.
I guess so. So that's, it's.
I don't know how this
Commissioner Fessick, you requested this. We got it.
Just waiting for Be Clear, sorry. Thank you. Okay, so where are we? Just letting it focus on my screen. It's not focused, sorry. This was sent. So I'll read, do you just want to read it into the record, or do you want to read it into the record?
I think it's submitted now.
I just can't see the time.
It's part, here's additional copy. Give a copy to Commissioner Fessick first.
Thank you.
Everybody else?
All right, so is this, okay, I'm a little confused because this seems to be like doubled. The way that this is displaying is on the screen here doesn't have a time, a date. It says good morning twice, and then, I mean, it's all over the place.
Mayor, I just want to reiterate that additional evidence should not be taken in that was not part of the record below. So, I mean, this was for the edification, but.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you're asking us to take, I mean, they put it in there, so there was clearly in between it and now.
Understand.
So I understand what you're saying, but I still have an issue with this.
Just trying to keep a clean record here.
Okay, well,
Just for the record, they put into the record his email stating his reasons for not approving it. That's what they were really
Right.
trying to get in the record.
I would like to, I mean, look, I like Costco just as much as anybody else. We have an executive membership. I mean, we go to Costco. My husband goes far more than I do. I'm really concerned with with this, and I've looked at a lot of the backup. There's a lot here, and I purposely would feel more comfortable if I understand that the applicant does not want to postpone this at all, but I would actually really also like to get a couple different opinions on some of this outside of just from what we've heard tonight from our own city attorney and reviewing the information. I know I would feel a lot more comfortable making sure that we reviewed this if we were able to postpone it, and ensure that we really make sure that we've done our due diligence in looking at all of the information. But if the applicant does not want to do that, I mean, I'll make a motion to do it, but if you're telling me you're not going to support it, then.
We would like a vote this evening.
We'd like a vote this evening, okay. Okay, secondly, then I'll move past this. Irvin, I'm gonna put this on record. I want the actual email, not just the message, please. I always wanna see it now. This doesn't have the date, time, or anything on it. I've never gotten an email like that. Okay. I had a question about, and this is probably for Max. The grounds for delay or tabling an item, aspects previously evaluated. Is there staff, I mean, you've seen so many different development orders come through your office, and I know that many times with those 12 things, do we have those lists of those 12 that we can throw up there again to make sure everybody's clear?
You got to switch the overhead.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
He's going to send it to me. You want to send it to me?
Just for the record, Mr. Berman does have the full email.
Okay. So I have a question for you based on land use designation and in the comprehensive plan. So this, and I understand how the site plan review stands. With the Regional Activity Center and the PCD, right? It's like it's a planned community development, right?
Correct terms, yeah.
Right. Is there a certain, so I remember seeing when I was going back to previous meetings, when there was a change or something that it required to come to commission for an ordinance change. What about this site plan change did not meet the qualifications to require it to come to commission as a site plan change?
So the plan development, which is the zoning regulation, does not dictate exactly what use or what building configuration is in what location of the overall development. It's a very general permissions plan with some guiding regulation. It isn't identical to a standard zoning district. In the sense that it's just a much larger regulation for a property. When they came in for the former site plan for the property, the still active development order for the grocery store with the liner tenants, that met the review standards and was an approved site plan, and it remains an active development order. The modification of that site plan is permitted based on certain criteria, not a dramatic change in the character of the development, not a dramatic increase or decrease in the square footage. And so because it did not qualify for a site plan modification, it initiated a new site plan application and thus a new development order. So that's why the old site plan would become voided by this new application. It's not a change to the former site plan. It's just superseding it.
Okay, and we're looking at this as a site plan based on about, what is it, 1%, I don't know what the percentage is of the land to the overall planned comp or whatever it might be.
To be honest, I'm a little embarrassed.
I don't know.
During the break, somebody picked up my backup, so I don't actually have my staff report, which said, I know the overall park, it's 220 acres, give or take, and I believe the subject site is approximately 18 acres, yeah. So it's a large piece of property, but in the overall development, it's certainly not.
Okay. From the original, humor me, from the original plan of the overall live development, how much of that, what percentage of that has changed over time?
So the original plan for the live development was, that I think most people refer to, was always provided as a concept drawing of what could be proposed. The actual plan development that was adopted by the commission and the regulation that supported it is what I'm referring to as this sort of guiding document with general permissions. And so I understand the frustration, but that isn't, I don't evaluate applications against concept drawings.
Correct. Okay, so do we have within our codes, if something is to change X amount of, within a certain amount of, a bigger change, like so what was proposed versus what is delivered, do we have something where it was required to go back through some sort of?
Yes, so any rezoning or land use plan amendment, of course, comes to the city commission. And this property, for example, the post-COVID response was to introduce industrial uses that were not formerly permitted for that property. So that rezoning came to the commission to add the industrial entitlements and then a separate text amendment to specify on the use table which specific industrial uses were permitted. Those types of changes, where it's changes to the permission and the entitlements of the property, have to come to the commission. Site plans are currently delegated to the Planning and Zoning Board.
Okay, so those are just the pieces, so the pieces that make up the whole.
Correct.
Essentially don't come to commission.
Correct.
Generally.
I mean, sure, appeals come to the commission.
Okay. Does a grocery store, so you said they changed it, it's because a grocery store and wrapping retail is different than a gas station and warehouse shopping?
It's a completely different site plan. So there was no basis for a modification of the former application. It needed to be reviewed in its entirety as a new application.
Okay, thank you. Changes that you guys recommended with the landscape buffer, and is that, I know you don't use pretty pictures and things like that, but when I was looking through the backup, were there, what was the, I read through the transcript, but overall, I remember people saying that's not really the same, or they didn't think that that was enough. Is that a minimum or is that a maximum?
So they're providing a combination of the minimum along the portions of the northern property line, where it's a 10-foot perimeter buffer, which includes in some portions a wall and always street trees, understory trees, and shrubs. In the locations predominantly along the west side property line, there's some right-of-way easements for future right-of-way expansion, as well as an additional 10 feet, I believe, between the edge of the easement and the property line. In that location, they've provided a significantly enhanced landscape buffer because this is the sort of the rear of the building that faces Power Line Road. So that was a presentation that they provided to the Architectural Appearance Committee for that relief. They generally exceed the 10-foot minimum, which is a requirement of the plan development regulation, and that has to be installed concurrent with the building permit, which is why it's a condition on the development order.
I'm also a little bit concerned about the traffic study. What responsibility do we take as a city and as a development services department to trust but verify?
Sure. So with all applications in this plan development, there's a specific methodology that was established in the original plan development for traffic studies. It was a trip generation methodology. So after a certain number of trips have been generated, certain phased elements are required to be provided. All of the traffic mitigation elements have been provided at this time. The crystalline lagoon is the only element that has not yet been triggered by that trip generation. Since this was a unique application for the district, and I knew it would be a significant consideration for the Planning and Zoning Board, staff requested an additional traffic study focused on the traffic movements around the property, as well as the sort of known demands of this specific use rather than a shopping center that might exist within a planned development. Costco can do a very specific analysis based on their own data from other locations. So that the traffic study that we review is the one that's required by the PCD. The traffic study that we presented to the Planning and Zoning Board for their consideration and with the additional conditions in the staff report is the one that speaks about the circulation and the stacking and the movements beyond the site. And so to answer your question, we require the one for trip generation. The one beyond trip generation was at staff's request.
Okay. The only other comment that I have is really related to the amount of, as somebody called them, the white and blue shirts. I think no matter what we do here, I think we need to revisit some things as a board about public input. Because if public input doesn't matter, then it can go both ways, right? What are we even doing? 'Cause if it doesn't matter, then this just wastes everybody's time, planning and zoning, your time, their time, everybody's time. Why do we even have codes? Just all do it like Wild Wild West it, right? On the flip side, if public input doesn't matter or public decisions don't matter, then why do we have so many times, not just this particular not just this particular thing, why do we have so many times where somebody who's for a project shows up in mass as well? And so if it doesn't matter, then it doesn't matter. You'd think that if they know it doesn't matter, that no point in sending an email or doing anything, or sending people out in a bus. I have gone through this very much, like going through this. I really am looking at what was said and what is proposed, and I may have a couple more questions. I'm just going to stop for now. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Vice Mayor. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize. Hold that thought. Yes, that's correct. It was before the break and everything else. I forgot.
All right, thank you. That's all
I
right.
apologize.
All right, so, so when the PCD was first approved by this commission, it was before COVID, and there were some good points made regarding that. And the plan had to change. They did come back to us so that we could have some warehouse districts. So as a commissioner, thinking about this development and how beneficial it would be to the city, especially the original concept, I didn't want the Cordish Group to fail in their development. And I'm aware of many other Cordish redevelopments process. St. Louis is one, Baltimore Harbor is another to mention. And they've always done a fantastic job. They're successful. So I knew inherently that the Cordish Group was not going to do something that would inherently hurt this project. And as Max was pointing out, it is a general category. We had public input on the PCD way back in 2019. We had many, many meetings with public input. Now, maybe I too am disappointed that we didn't get the publics. That's the name of the game. That's the business world. They were there, and then they decided they didn't want to be there. Costco is a very popular retailer. We've heard it all tonight. Everybody loves Costco. But we have a set of rules. We cannot change the rules in the middle of the game. Perhaps there can be discussion on adding public input as a criteria for any adjustment within the PCD. That could be something that we could look at. But this project has gone through an immense amount of scrutiny. They've gone to the Architectural Appearance Committee 3 times, the Development Review Committee 3 times, and it's actually clear as day that they meet all of the criteria that is set forth by the ordinances and rules of Pompano. And when I was sworn in on this dais 2 years ago, 8 years ago, I took an oath to uphold the Constitution, to obey the laws and the Constitution of the state of Florida, and observe and respect all the provisions of the Charter of Pompano Beach and our Code of Ordinance. I will not break my oath to this city. I will not break my oath. I don't think the Planning and Zoning Board made the correct decision. Their decision, I feel, was based on emotion. That they wanted Publix. That's not the way it's played out with the Cordish Group. And whatever our motion ends up being, I do not think they made the correct decision in accordance with our ordinances and rules. So that's what I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Very good. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I have some questions for Max also. Thank you. So I have also spent considerable time reviewing the record to approach this properly and to see everything that was done at the prior hearing. There are two areas that I want to ask you about. Let's talk about traffic first. So, and you even just said something interesting. You said Costco can do a specific study based on their known traffic data. And that's what I've been wondering when I look at the traffic study that was done and the data that was provided in the backup. The Kittleson report that was provided as part of the planning and zoning backup relied solely on a discount retailer traffic code and didn't add anything additional for a gas station. It said an ancillary gas is somehow included in this discount retail code. And I tend to think of a Costco more like a Chick-fil-A than a McDonald's. So I think you're probably right. In fact, I know you're right, that there is different Costco data. And Kittleson themselves, the traffic engineer, uses different Costco data for their traffic studies. It results oftentimes in almost double the traffic count. But that wasn't used here. Why?
One second. Okay, so the comparison to the other Costco was the queuing related to the gas station. And that was what I was recalling in that reference.
But separately, you are correct, I think, in what you said, that there is different Costco data. The IDE code for discount retail store that was used in the Kittleson traffic report, code 857, says it's for a discount retailer and, oh, there's an ancillary gas station attached. There's nothing else accounted for the gas station separately. But Kittleson maintains a 20-year database of trip and travel data for Costco wholesalers that is different than the ITE code 857 used here and results in almost twice as much traffic. Why was that not used for this?
Sure, that's a fair question.
The Kittleson themselves says Costco trip database. For more than 20 years, Kittleson has maintained a database of trip data and travel characteristics for Costco wholesale. The database contains transportation information such as trip rates, trip type, percentages for Costco locations throughout the United States as well as Canada and Mexico. It goes on to talk about how they've developed this database for trip estimates, and it is more accurately represents the anticipated transportation characteristics of this unique development type, Costco. Kittleson, same firm that did the traffic report. Do we have an answer for why we went with the low standard, the one that generated half the PM trips relative to what we know a Costco does, more like a Chick-fil-A?
So again, I'm just going to default back to what we require in a traffic study versus what we requested for additional
We
evidence.
have one in the evidence here, and the way I think it's done, I don't think is accurately reflects a Costco, based on Kittleson data themselves. So that is my first concern with how the traffic was done here. I don't think it was analyzed properly. And I think that also leads to a question about not the maybe interior flow of the traffic, but when the mitigation was developed, this was a much bigger conceptual project. The traffic was spread out throughout the project, and what we end up with this Costco is a high density, high intensity traffic in a very small part of the PCD. So did you analyze if that level of intensity based on actual Costco trip data would require additional mitigation or potentially mitigation in that local part of the PCD?
So it's I mean, in a way, it's unfortunate that we are bound to the methodology that was prescribed in the plan development. So that is solely based on trip generation of use types that were previously determined. So in the additional analysis, that's where we would seek that kind of subsidized information, but not necessarily require it for the review or approval. But I can't really speak too much about the methodology that went into Kittleson's traffic study, and I don't believe the traffic engineer is here tonight.
It's pretty clear. They use an ITE code 857 discount club. Don't add any ancillary gases included in the ITE description, so they don't add anything additional for that, and they don't use their Costco database. So that's concerning to me. I don't think that is accurately reflective of a Costco. And if we were accurately reflecting a Costco and it was in double the number of PM trips, when you start looking at the stacking in lanes and things like that, there might be other implications that needed mitigation, and there's nothing. So in the queuing analysis, there's a line that says if spillover does happen, mitigation is required. There's nothing in here that says that if this traffic study is half of what it actually generates, or what Kittleson knows a Costco generates, that there's mitigation.
Right, this was staff's concern. It was the reason for the condition, and then that information was to be presented to the Planning and Zoning Board as sufficient or insufficient.
So if queuing and stacking started becoming an issue on the roadways based on a traffic study that was done that reflected a Costco, like a Chick-fil-A, would you have required some kind of mitigation if there were issues? If there were stacking issues and turn lanes, and if those the PM peak.
It would have to be, I mean, it would have to be a very substantial development for us to go outside of what our code already requires. So typically, the stacking depth internal to a site is dictated by the number of parking spaces. And so they don't only provide that on this site, they also then provide the analysis of stacking compared to the local Costco.
I'm talking about stacking and turn lanes and light timing and all of these things in this high-intensity corner that we are creating here.
Right.
With a density of certain type of trips, certain times a day. That I think is not accurately done by Kittleson based on how they say in Costco should be analyzed. Okay, so that's my concern about traffic and how that was looked at. And then with respect to item 1, and this I think is probably the toughest one to analyze, but is this consistent with the land use designation in the comprehensive plan? And staff report says the development is consistent with the City of Pompano Beach comprehensive plan and future land use goals, land use element goals, objective policies. But there's no analysis as to why it is, right? So you list the goals, but I don't see any evidence of that. You just say, hey, it meets it. Whereas it talks about discouraging urban sprawl. I mean, I remember when Joe Mincozy or whatever was paid here by the city to come in and teach us all about how parking lots like City Center were the definition of urban sprawl. The city paid a guy to educate the city on what urban sprawl was, and 75,000, you're right. So how do you look at 811 parking spaces in a Costco and say, oh yeah, that discourages urban sprawl and meets our comprehensive plan?
So for that particular analysis, we focused more on the regional activity center section of the land use plan. Is this where you're referring to the like urban sprawl reduction?
That's goal 1, discourages urban sprawl. I mean, I love Costco. I also, but if you asked me to think of one thing that was probably urban sprawl, that would be it. Reduces greenhouse gas emissions. That's goal 1 of our policy here. 32 gas pumps don't strike me as reducing greenhouse gas emissions.
Well,
I just feel like we checked the box.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, let her speak.
So I think there's just a difference in saying, okay, it meets the comprehensive plan. Yes, it's a commercial use, and a commercial use is for sure allowed there. But that's not the same thing as demonstrating like compliance with these.
Sure. I mean, I think that the reduction in urban sprawl, there's all kinds of uses that if we generally oppose the use, we could say, oh, people are going to drive here, therefore it's not a reduction in urban sprawl. The elements of that goal can speak to infill development as a reduction of urban sprawl. I understand what you're saying, that maybe a big box retailer's not meeting that goal, but there are other goals, objectives, and policies that can be met by this development.
That's the first, that's the goal written in here. And then how much do we rely on the Regional Activity Center language in the land use plan amendment? Because a lot of it talked about mass transit. It was very heavily focused on mass transit. That was the direct access to mass transportation, encourages live, work, play concepts, and mass transit within the project, to the project. So how does this meet that?
Well, all of those elements are contemplated during the initial approval of the project. And you may recall that there was a lot of discussion about opportunities to integrate these things, and then looking forward, how could we continue to do so? I believe this is where the chair of the Planning and Zoning Board is coming from with his concerns about this multimodal transit hub in lieu of the transit connection that was originally contemplated at the rear of the development with the tri-rail. So it was just an evolution in preferences by what the commission originally approved versus what was then feasible in site plans.
I guess this is where I struggle with this item 1, consistent with the land use designation. The goal says provides maximum physical, economic, social well-being for the city and its residents. So I understand a live, work, play development does that. That makes sense. That's what was in the Regional Activity Center, the land use plan amendment. But I don't see how this use meets that goal. And then it goes on to say discourages urban sprawl, energy efficient, reduces greenhouse gas. All of that was tied to a mass transit plan and a live, work, play concept, which I don't believe a Costco is. So I just feel like this item 1 is just, okay, check the box, it's commercial use, but then you list the goals and the policies, and it's don't you actually have to read it and say, how does this, how do 811 parking spaces reduce urban sprawl?
Sure. I mean, I get that it doesn't, that 800 parking spaces is not good for.
So what I can read the land use designation, the comprehensive plan, and literally check box by box how it doesn't reduce greenhouse gas emissions. 811 parking spaces don't reduce urban sprawl. It does not encourage physical activity for live, work, play concept. So between that and my concerns on this traffic study not being done with Costco data and just being done with general discount retail data, traffic counts, and no gas station included, I have a lot of concerns about the methodology in that traffic study. Thank you.
Mayor, this is Quasi. Does the applicant wish to respond?
Does the applicant wish to respond at this time? Or you can wait to the end.
Yeah, sure. I would like to note that, again, the scope of this appeal is confined to what was discussed in the record below, and we provided our competent substantial evidence. There were no traffic experts to contradict that position. There was nobody on the opposing side that provided any expert testimony otherwise. And I just wanted to reiterate that on the record, and the fact that some of this questioning is certainly outside of the scope as to what was heard by the Planning and Zoning Board and discussed by the Planning and Zoning Board below.
Very good. Thank you. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Smith.
I'm going to read my statement to make sure that everything I said is read into records, so bear with me. I want to begin by thanking everyone who came out tonight to participate. You stayed here long, you put your passion into your words, and everyone up here appreciates that. Whether you support this project or you oppose it, your involvement demonstrates that you care about our community, and I respect that. As your commissioner, my responsibility is not to represent only those who agree with me. My responsibility is to represent everyone who lives, works, invests, and raises a family in our community. That responsibility means meeting with neighborhood leaders, business owners, developers, planners, and anyone else that's affected by a project. It's not unusual to do that. It's exactly what we all do. Listening is not endorsing. Meeting is not promising. And negotiating is not giving something away. It's doing the work that the public has elected us to do. Throughout this process, I've listened carefully to concerns from residents. I've listened to the many people who believe the project will bring meaningful benefits to our community. Today you heard from representatives from John Knox Village, from Cypress Bend, from Palmer, and from Collier City. These are residents who have spent years investing in this community. Their voices deserve to be heard just as much as anyone else's. Sometimes public debate can create the impression that a handful of voices speak for the entire city. They do not. Pompano is made up of thousands of people with different needs, different priorities, and different perspectives. Our job is to weigh all of those interests and the evidence, and not simply on those who spoke the loudest or posted the most on social media. Some of those posts talk about what was originally envisioned in this project. The original plan included 4,000 residential units and up to 40-story towers. Think about that. Over the last several years, economic pressures have changed the original plans for the pump. Today's plans cut the residential units by more than half, including the traffic that was to come with those higher number of units. The original plan for this area included a 155,000 square foot Publix retail project versus the present 174,700 square foot Costco. Very little difference in size. And to be truthful, Publix pulled out, so it's not a choice between the two for the Cordish Group to make. Traffic generation totals are 27% less than what they were in the original plan for this development. I've heard concerns over fuel emissions that have been circulating on social media, and I want to assure you that the federal government regulates all gas stations. Emissions and pumps are designated with fuel vapor recovery systems, and the federal government makes sure that happens. When I evaluate a project, I ask several questions, as I'm sure the other commissioners do too. Does it benefit the broader community? Does it improve the quality of life? Does it make economic sense? And does it serve the long-term interest of the residents that we represent? Considering the substantial evidence that we heard tonight, I believe this project deserves approval. Reasonable people can disagree, and I respect that. But disagreement should never prevent us from making decisions that wisdom indicates is best for our city as a whole. Every significant project in the history of growing communities have generated differing opinions. That's healthy. That's democracy. Our responsibility is to look beyond today's disagreements and ask what serves the next generation of Pompano Beach residents. I believe this project does just that. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Thank you, Mayor. I was remiss in not thanking all the residents who came out tonight to speak on this issue, and I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Very good. All right. Let's see, applicant wish to do any closing remarks? Clean anything up? Rebut anything?
Nothing further, but thank you for your time this evening.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Berman, you have anything further? Nothing? Okay, then I'll go ahead and make the motion, which, yeah, with the help of the city attorney, it needs to be structured in such a way. I'll make a motion in consideration of the appeal of the development order issued by the Planning and Zoning Board in case number 25-12000023. I believe that's correct. 25-12000023. Yeah, that's correct. Denying the major site plan application for development of a Costco wholesale facility by the Pompano Park JV Northwest Corner LLC. I move that the commission finds that there is competent, substantial evidence in the record of a clear and demonstrable error in the board's application of the relevant review standards and zoning code, and that the commission reverse the decision below. Is there a second? Okay, been moved and seconded to indicate there's been an error in the Planning and Zoning Board. Discussion on the motion. Being none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
No.
Commissioner Perkins,
No.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
No.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. All right, let's take a 10-minute recess. Resume at, it'll be 10:08. get my commissioners back up here. Paging the city commissioners. Ending our conversations. Appreciate that. Let's see. All right, let's go ahead and call this meeting back to order. Pompano Beach City Commission, July 28th, 2026. And by the way, that ended our quasi-judicial proceedings. How was that, Mr. Berman?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
That takes us up to item number 5, is the second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute an agreement for police services between the City of Pompano Beach and the Broward Sheriff's Office, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Bosworth.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Apologize for the voice. I'm singing too much on the weekends, so it's bothering me. I'd like to call your attention to the 3 minor changes that we made to the contract document since the first reading. Page 4 of the new document, you will see the addition of approval by. We left that out during the first reading. So that sense is both parties agree to the recommended staffing changes. This agreement shall be modified through an amendment executed by Mayor, City Manager with approval by the City Commission and BSO, which shall reflect the agreed upon staffing changes and a compensation adjustment based on the actual cost of the staffing changes. So that's under the staffing review and modifications, page 4 of the new agreement. On page 7 is the consideration language, and I think Mr. Alfred forwarded to you. We had some, I think they were formatting changes when we uploaded the red line version into Granicus. So page 7 of the new agreement, paragraph 6, consideration. It's basically the same language that we had in the letter that we would get every year, but it's now part of the contract. So you'll have that in the new contract. And then on page 16 is the third change. It's a scrivener's error that I noticed as we went through the documents one more time. First reading didn't contain this, but on page 16 in the fines and forfeiture section, you'll see right at the top of the page, forfeited solely to the district pursuant to Chapter 932 Florida statutes or Florida law. And that the Florida law is referenced in the rest of the document. We just noticed that it was left out of that section inadvertently. So we feel right now the proposed contract incorporates the key revisions that reflect the city's operational priorities and strengthen the administration of the agreement as we discussed during the first reading. We have the 5% cap. We have the 90-day termination provision. We have the transition language that's been, it better defines the parties' responsibilities in the event of contract expiration or termination. And then what we discussed earlier today in item 3 was the revisions to the selection for the district captain to provide greater control and involvement by the commission. So I have Mr. O'Connell with us here tonight. Of course, Major Elwood and his staff and myself, we're here to answer any questions. So that concludes my opening comments for reading 2.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just come to the podium. No, not for this one. This is not quasi-judicial.
Hi, my name is Linda Dana. I live at 2621 Northeast 18th Street. I know you've all heard me speak before. I've spoken to you as a group and as one-on-one, and I'm just asking for your full support tonight to vote yes for the BSO contract. This city really needs to have a well-seasoned, well-trained law enforcement agency patrolling their streets, especially with all the new business and residents that are coming into this area. We just need to have, a good law enforcement agency. And, I was originally Pompano Beach Police Department. I went through 6 police chiefs. I understand your concerns about the west side. The west side has always been an issue ever since the beginning, since '82, since I started my career in Pompano at the police department. But I think it sounds like this contract is well negotiated, and it has something in it for everybody that we can all work with. And BSO has so many valuable resources to offer, and a city police department just can't do that. They just can't compete with that, and we need to retain them. It would be the wisest choice for the city, the best choice, and the city deserves it, and so do our constituents, to keep public safety top notch, and that's what you'll have with the sheriff's office. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak again.
Thank you. Further input from the public? Please come forward. Just name and address to the record.
Jocelyn Jackson. I'm in support of the BSO to continue with their contract. I'm support of it due to the expense if we did have to go into getting our own police department. And also, I want to thank them for participating over the weekend, which our state rep, Patricia Williams, said earlier, that they was in attention, in guard. So I'm glad that for the safety of the people. So that's a good thing that they got in position, which we really needed that, because at the end of the day, it's the safeness for our residents. And also with the resources, I would love for them to have a community meeting, which we had one, I think it was about a month ago, where we had our major there with the meeting, and also Captain Stallings was in attendance too as well. But we would like to continue when we have new officers that's servicing our Northwest area, that we are privy to the new ones. But the new people in the area, so they can get familiar with the residents. Some of them know us because they see us attend the commission meeting, the CRA meetings, we at the workshop. So a lot of them know who I am, most definitely, because I'm around. Y'all need to start paying as an employee. But I am in support of their return and continue with their contract, but don't leave out the resources. Be sure that we are privy with the resources. And I don't know if this is the agenda item for us to be able to be a part of the selection of the...
That was earlier.
Okay, that was early. Okay, I missed that. So are we gonna be a part of it, Mayor?
The commission, more so.
Okay. Well, good. I'm in support, and don't forget to share the resources with us and bring back to the community meetings who we have joining us as the new officers. That's it. That's my take.
Very good. Further input from the public?
Hi, everybody. I'm Brandy Zabadal. I just want to say that I'm here in support of Broward Sheriff's Office, not just because it's all we have and the only option we have, because I think the work they're doing is impactful, and I'm in support. They show up, Captain Martin, Major Elwood, they show up when we need them. They answer my calls, so I support BSO. Thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public? Please come forward.
Delvin King, 2601 Northwest 12th Street. I'm in support of this contract. It's time to go ahead and move this ship forward. But as a commission, what we need to start thinking about is we're talking about moving to our own police department. We can start now. And how could we start now? We have this security company that we use at City Hall. They sit at the front desk. We had a security company that we was using in the Northwest CRA. So at this time, we need to start looking and saying, okay, the city of Pompano should open its own security department to start off. And instead of using BSO for different events, our security company that the city runs, city manages, can control security here at city commission meetings, at local events. So we need to start moving and thinking outside of the box and moving forward. So we need to get someone that, because I know we're looking to having BSO and Greg choose 3 people out of 3 people. No, we need to find that responsible person that we can trust and that will report to the commission. The problem is our chief needs to report to the commission, because if there's an internal investigation that needs to be done, the internal investigation should not have to report back to the employees here in the city. They should report directly to the commission, just like the chief auditor should be reporting directly to the commission and not the city manager. So we need to look into putting processes and people and maybe just a little security company in place to try it out and see if it works for the city. Because if it don't work with a security company, it for sure won't work with Pompano Beach Police Department. So let's start small, and let's have our security company work with BSO and, you know, pretty much think long term. I know this is all the way out of the box, but we got to think out of the box and long term if we want to move this city forward. Thank you.
Very, very good. Further input from the public? Please come forward.
Sarah Peterson, Pompano Beach resident. I am in support of us making a fiscally sound decision to take a 3-year contract. What we get, $70 million a year. I think that is a good deal compared to what was presented to go to our own police department. It was a smart thing to do. And I also want to let this commission know you guys did a great job by doing a feasibility study, not like our neighbors in Deerfield who just jumped the gun and, you know, got rid of them. So, you know, kudos to you all for taking that step to have that feasibility study in the event that we do want to go to our own police department. We have the data to support that. However, I do want to say this when it comes to BSO. I have them in my neighborhood, on my street, quite frequently, multiple times a day. When I first moved over there, they used to get out of their cars and walk the street. I would like to see that more often in the community, but they do show up. I see them quite a bit over there, and I'm grateful that they are over there because on my street, it's not Sesame Street. So I want to thank you all for hopefully doing a unanimous vote again, because it's election time and I know y'all want them endorsements.
Very good. Further input from the public? Anybody? Nope. Okay, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns? Commissioner Fesick.
Thank you. I support BSO. I think it's clear that we all do. Y'all support the hard work that the deputies do all the time. I have a couple concerns, like I still have them from last time, and so I just wanted to see and throw them out here. Originally, when we talked about this with Mr. Harrison, we said we approved a 1-year contract, and I know that we came back with 4, and that BSO came back with 4, and now we're back at 3. But this is essentially, the packet in front of us is 3 years plus 2 3-year renewals. So that's essentially a 9-year contract. And I would like to see this, so I'd like to see this slightly differently, and where we still have a 3-year contract, but the 3-year contract is done where it's a 1-year and then 2 1-year renewals, but just done similar to a lease, where you basically, where We already have it done, we're locked in, we can terminate in 90 days, just like you have it there. But we lock in for those 3 years with a specific rate assigned to, with like no more than a 5% cap, the way that the numbers were worked out. In this way, whatever comes down the pike with November, what we're able to do is make sure we have our police services covered. We have a 3-year cap of protection by having the number, so we get 3 years. Technically, it's 3 years. It's just 1 year at a time. But we have an annual review where we're able to say, hey, this is still working for us, or we're able to continue the contract moving forward. I know we have the 90-day provision in there, but 90 days, if we don't get it on the agenda, is a problem, right? So we can't just, one of us say, hey, we want a 90-day provision. So this is a way that sort of has like the belt and suspenders sort of protections on it, right? We have the protections of BSO. We say we're willing to sign the 3 year instead of the 1 year that we initially wanted. The only caveat is that we do 1 year at a time with it. So 1 year with a stepped increase the way that it's listed. And then by the time I think 3 years is up, we'll have a good clue about what's going on with taxes and whatever. We'll have a better handle on that. And that would put us, at the end of those 3 years, it would pretty much put us right back on schedule with the 5-year plan, if that's what we chose to do. So, the other thing was the 5% cap that's on here. Does that include or exclude health or pension, all those numbers? Is that something separate?
We outlined it in the agreement for you, and I think even the questions you sent today, we provided the page number. You have everything, let me pull it up exactly where we are.
I can just answer if you'd like.
Thank you. I didn't check my email.
Go ahead, Mark.
Thanks. Just while you're looking, if you don't mind, Mayor, with your permission.
Go ahead, Mr. Berman.
Thank you. It excludes pensions and it excludes healthcare costs because they are not under control in the control of BSO. They've got to deal with, the state sets the pension amounts and tells us what they need to be put away and pay into the pension. So, even for the city, we don't have control over that, but BSO has no control over those costs. And healthcare, they're at the mercy of the market, basically. So we can deal with salaries, but we can't deal with those other costs. And we've looked into it, and it's a reasonable way to go.
The other questions, and sorry, my iPad email was not working, so I don't have access to looking at some of these things if you sent them back. Salary study. I'm negotiable on that one. Equipment buyback. So one of the other things that's really important is in the way that the packet is pretty much just full market value. Would we be willing to do full market value or underappreciated book value, whichever is lower, so we can try to, if we do want to buy something back at some point, we can try to negotiate the best, the best price for whatever we have?
We can always try and get the best value. If we're going to start our own police department, we can negotiate with BSO and get as many cars back as we can get to start. But quite frankly, we have to take a look, and that'll be up to our experts at the time. We probably, if we start our own department, are going to want cars with warranties and without excessive mileage. We're going to need something, but they'll work with us to try and buy back fair value of what these things are. We'll certainly try and negotiate the best deal for the taxpayer if we go that route. Yeah.
And the only reason I put that in, that I added that, was not because I anticipate one way or the other, but that was from Raftelis' study and their suggestions. So I was incorporating their suggestions as to, yes, we'll do a 3-year lease or a 3-year contract, but I'd like to see 1 year with 2 1-year renewals, and then just try to incorporate some of the things that Raftelis had brought to our attention to make sure we're incorporating that. So no matter what we do, we at least know we're in a good space, because they were the alarm bells that they sort of set off for us. One of the things, and that this is the only other biggest one that I think is important, I'd like to talk about the reporting and what we get. And because that was what I heard the most the last time we were here. Most about services, the services we have, what do we need, what kind of feedback do we want to get, and what kind of relationship can we create that can improve upon, I won't say create, but improve upon the relationship we already have now. So some of the things were about reporting. I know that we've had a lot of things about, small ordinances, and some of that might be for us to manage on a commission basis, where, let's say, we have public drunkenness or public intoxication, because that was one of the things. People are walking around drunk in the middle of the street and soliciting for knocking on cars, and we can only do one of two things, but that's partially not BSO's fault, that's our fault. So some of these things may fall under our purview to look at more in detail, but this provides an opportunity for us to discuss it. I'm going to stop there for a second, but I really want to see some more community outreach as well. And I'll move on. Thank you.
Commissioner and Mayor, if I may. Commissioner, I hear you, and I think if you look at the changes and really look at some of the revisions we made, the reporting and the community outreach is in there. Any operational things or administrative things we can do outside the contract too with Major Elwood and his team. So please keep that in mind as we move forward.
And we did incorporate, I'm sorry, Mayor.
Go ahead,
It's kind of like a tennis match.
Team.
We did incorporate some of the Ref Telus, quite a few of the Ref Telus suggestions within this contract, just to be clear. Thanks.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I do think that this is one example where this board has been measured and thoughtful about this, and we should probably give all of us a little pat on the back. But I think we've spent a lot of time thinking about the right solution for public safety in our city, both individually and collectively as a board, and then listening to residents. Long term, I am a believer at this point, based on all the data I've seen, that we should probably have our own police department. We are big enough to make it possible. We could have local control, all the things that we sit here and struggle with being under the sheriff's office. But right now, the right answer for Pompano Beach is to continue with this contract for so many reasons. If we were to ever make a transition, it would have to be a collective decision of this board, and I don't think you can transition to your own police department when you're in a board with this kind of governance with the 3-3. It would really have to be a commitment. You can't mess around with public safety. So we would have to be, as a board, in a different place where there was, I think, real consensus on that. So I have a couple questions, and they're probably actually for Mr. Waters, about the budget impacts, and I want to get it on the record where the salary. So we talked about this at the last meeting. The city phased in the salary increases half this year, and then the second half were supposed to go into effect in fiscal year 2027. But the deputies never got their raise this year, and that is unfortunate, and that is one of those things that is out of our control, right? Because we don't have our own police department, we can't control that. So I want to get on the record, where is the $4.5 or so million that we budgeted for fiscal year 2026 for deputy pay raises?
Sure. So Joshua Waters, I'm the city's budget director. As you stated, the FY 2026 budget did include implementing phase 1 of the 2-year implementation of the BSO salary study increases. In the county, the city did approve phase 1 in its budget. When the county commission considered the budget for BSO, they did not include phase 1 of the salary study increase in their budget. And since you can't pay deputies in the city of Pompano Beach one thing and the deputies elsewhere in the county another thing, the salary study wasn't implemented by the county. The sheriff has appealed that decision to the State Administration Commission, which is the state governor and the commission and the cabinet. There have been a couple of meetings of the State Administration Commission over the year but they have not taken up this appeal specifically, and the next meeting isn't until September 15th, which is the day after your first budget hearing. So what we did, we made the payments as requested in the consideration letter, the first few payments of this fiscal year, 1/12 of the consideration letter. And then in consultation, I know the city manager reached out to the sheriff's office. Over the course of 2 months, we reduced our payment to the sheriff's office to kind of recoup those initial payments. And then we've reduced our payment to the sheriff's office thereafter by 1/12. So the money that was allocated for the salary study is still staying within the city's coffers at this time for fiscal year 2026. Now with the 2027 budget that you considered earlier today at the budget workshop, phase 2 of the implementation of the salary study is included in the fiscal 2027 budget. At this point, it's unclear what the State Administration Commission will be doing and whether if they do side with the sheriff, they would make those changes retroactive to the beginning of this fiscal year. So it's really unclear right now what the fiscal 2027 budget is going to look like. I know additional language was included that Mr. Bosworth spoke about earlier regarding us receiving a revised consideration letter in the event that those salary studies are not implemented.
Thank you. That was, both of those were important to me. That first, I have one more question for you. But first, that we knew where the money was sitting. So if the state makes a determination and the deputies are to get their raise, we still have that money and can provide that. And if we end up in a situation next year, as we pass this $71 million contract, I didn't want to be in a situation where we're in a fight about how much of it was due to pay raises, and so we have explicit language in there now about that. Okay, I have always wanted a one-year contract, and there's many reasons for that, but one of the things that I'm still struggling with on this is the property tax reform. And while this contract is at least a known entity, we know what we're going to pay this year, and we can estimate future years, I still have concerns that if we're 2 years out, so if we're in the last year of this contract, it is the biggest contract our city has. Right? This is our biggest contract, and we're fixing it right now. So if we are trying to maintain maximum flexibility for a very unknown environment in 3 years, it would generally, I think, be unwise to lock yourself into your biggest contract. If we decide that, God forbid, we need to start, every department has to take a 3% cut or something just as a starting point. We don't have the flexibility here to negotiate or to, or do we? I just want to make sure that we have flexibility in this if we, God forbid, had to say, okay, we're going to take a couple $1 million haircut to this also because all we have left in the budget is $70 million, for public safety this year. What mechanism is in here that allows us to do that?
Vice Mayor, it's a good question, but we did receive a letter from Mr. Futch from BSO2 saying we have the ability to negotiate anything in this agreement. So those things, as we get up to those, if we look at property tax reform, we will be able to sit down and do that each year. So I feel confident and comfortable that this agreement gives you that flexibility.
Okay. I just feel like every entity, every taxing authority is going to be in that same situation of chasing tax dollars too.
Absolutely.
So no one's going to likely be like, oh yeah, we'll give you a haircut on your contracted amount.
Agreed.
I do think a 1-year agreement was the right answer here, but I think most important is that we have continuity of service and that we have some idea of what the costs are going to be this year and going forward. And also, I think this has been a good exercise to allow us to really communicate with BSO and kind of open that line of communication to make sure that we, keep working together here. But I also want to say that if we did want to transition, would it be better to transition under the agreement we're currently in or this one right here?
this one right here because of the transition language.
Well,
It clarifies what to
It
do.
happens to be true.
Yeah.
Yeah, so even if you do want to transition, it would be better to do it under this contract that we're looking at today. So that's where I shake out on this. Thank you.
Further commission discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
Commissioner Perkins?
I like the idea Commissioner Essig brought up about the protection year to year, 1 year at a time. I think that's great, but you were saying, in other words, if we're using the protection for year to year, after 3 years it automatically ends, or we can continue if need be?
I mean, we can add however many years if you want. Right now, it's a 3-year contract with 2 3-year extensions. I just figured if we used to do 2015, then we did 2020, and then, of course, we added on a year. This is, we even started adding on. I just figured it would be a good opportunity for us to kind of get our feet wet with what's happening with tax reform or not happening, while we are still protecting and doing a long-term contract. If it needs to be 5 years at one, if it needs to be 4 years at 1 year increments, where we can still come back and just say, hey, we're just like we vote for a budget, we're voting to approve it, with the same provision. Like, obviously, if we wanted to transition, we have the ability to transition if that's the case. I don't know that it would be, but I'm not opposed to a slightly longer contract as long as we have the 1 year provisions, because I just think there's so much up in the air right now. I mean, that's the biggest thing for me. Also,
may I remind the commission that we talked about this a lot during the first reading, and the sheriff will not agree to anything but what we have in this second reading here. This is what we have to agree to with the sheriff if we want to continue our BSO arrangement.
Mr. Bosworth just said he made some changes. You said page 6, page 16, made a few changes that the sheriff agreed upon?
The sheriff's office, throughout the negotiation, agreed with several of the provisions that you all had brought to our attention or that came about during the initial review of the RAF telestudy and then those subsequent meetings. So a lot of the changes you saw at first reading and now these few things that we corrected are all as the result of those negotiations. I think Commissioner Fessick brought up the very points she brought up are the things we discussed as to why the Broward Sheriff's Office needs that longer agreement. So if you look at it from their perspective, everything you mentioned right now are the exact reasons we looked for longer term. They looked for a longer term agreement. Us too, the transition's not going to happen overnight. Should this board in the future decide to go, it's years to stand up that police department. So that's why we are where we are now. And Mr. Harrison said it, and I mean, he's not going to agree to anything different at this point. And again, I think more importantly, just look at why we set it up in that term. It protects us as well, too, if we were to transition out.
Yeah, I'm concerned about page 12, the contract. I feel if BSO send 3 candidates, they're qualified candidates, of course they're going to work for BSO and then we're going to hire them. They're going to still have that mindset of BSO. Will we be able to control that? Would they, in other words, this sheriff helped me to get this job in the city of Pompano Beach, so I'm obligated to that sheriff, although I work for the city of Pompano Beach. I'm just trying to look at the separation in the two, because we know how politics work now. You do me a favor, I do you a favor. I'm just trying to break that to say once we become the city of Pompano, we're the city of Pompano Beach. I mean, there are some things that we're going to have to work with BSO with, of course. A lot of services they will have to continue with us. I get that part. But I'm not feeling the part about the sheriff choosing 3 qualified candidates. I think the city manager should be equipped to be able to identify, the background of someone. And the city attorney said this has always been in the contract. Well, we should consider removing it, in my opinion. So, but that's all I have to add. I really don't have a problem with the protection from 1 year at a time that Commissioner next to me suggested as well. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, further commission discussion. Commissioner Fasick.
Thank you. I just wanted to, Mr. Harrison, originally when we came and we said, all right, we want 1 year, and we all sort of agreed on it. And then we came back and you said, all right, they want 4, and we're just going to do 4 unless somebody says no. And now we've arrived at 3, which, I mean, I had concerns about, and I've mentioned it during last reading, like I had concerns about, even before last reading, I had concerns about negotiation strategies and making sure that it really is the best thing so we have the freedom and flexibility while also having the protections. Here's one thing to think about. This is our biggest contract, like Vice Mayor said, this is our biggest expenditure. But if I remember correctly, we're also the biggest client.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a good relationship, which is fantastic at the moment. There's some stuff that needs to be worked on, which I think we can work on, that we hear every now and then. I think we can all work on something together. Originally, it was a 1-year contract that we asked for. We came back with they wanted a 4, we came back with a 3, or you came back with a 3. Now we're looking at a 3 plus 3. I'm just simply saying, hey, let's still do 3, so you can still outline exactly the price escalations, exactly everything the same, the termination is exactly the same. I'm not trying to shake the sugar tree here. I'm not trying to change things up. I'm trying to basically make sure that we weather the storm we're likely about to weather, given your lobbyist emails you send us. And that we do so in a way that provides us as a city and as a board with the most amount of flexibility based on what we might need to do. So if we need to, hey, everything's going great, we just extend for another year. If there's something that's completely rampant, like we need to change things. Maybe we need to, I think somebody said, I think it was Delvin, said earlier, maybe we need to sort of offload some of the responsibilities, like off duty or for events or something like that, to help us shave some of those costs. Or let's just say we have this massive boom in population all of a sudden. Maybe we need then to make sure that we do make some changes so we can add staff members, but not, I just want to give us the most amount of flexibility as possible while we are navigating what will likely be the unknown. And so I really would like to see a 3-year contract, but just with 1-year options.
Commissioner, we're beyond that point. I understand what you're saying, but it goes back to our earlier comments. The sheriff's office is not going to enter into a 1-year contract. It's just not going to happen. And for all those reasons we've discussed with transition, the importance of transition, the complexity of the transition. You can't just say, hey, we're going to do our own police department, and hey, Mr. Berman, let's get together, let's form our police department and hire. I mean, it'll be years. We felt that getting the 2-year transition period in there was a good deal, and we're comfortable with that term because it'll take every bit of that, probably a lot longer. So when we looked at all of that, we looked at everything you mentioned, and they're good concerns, but that's the reason for that term. You're not going to have a contract of this complexity that's going to be for a year, and we can see that based on what the study showed us and the questions you all brought to our attention and the things you wanted to see in this contract. So we feel comfortable with it. That's the best we're going to do at this point based on the study, based on all of the input we got in the community. This is where we are now, and I just want to assure you with the termination language, with renegotiating at certain points, especially with property tax reform, the contract gives us the protection we need.
Right, and I know it's not going to be an overnight if we decide to move to our own police department, and I waffle back and forth, right? Sometimes it's easier to stay, sometimes it's easier to go. I don't think that the Raftellus study kept in mind that it's an escalated cost, but it wasn't necessarily even because, like I said, many times that building is that building, and so we're no matter what, we're going to have to build that out, I think. So we have we have the 2-year, 3 years, and we have 2-year termination. It's 5 years. We're right back to where we started.
2-year transition, different, yeah, different than termination, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Berman?
Just as a follow-up, Earl's doing great, but I just to add to that, you know, as I said the last time, the terms of this contract still give us plenty of options. It keeps our options open. You know, it's easy to say we should have our own department, and we should have our own department, which is great, but we need to be in that process in order to take advantage of this language, and this allows us to get into that at some point if that's what we decide we want to do. We certainly need to wait and see what happens in November and move forward from there. But again, importantly, this are the best terms, as Earl said, we could get, but it gives us plenty of options, and we're not giving up anything. So thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Further commission discussion?
One more question.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Thank you. Is it possible then, Earl, is it possible for us to put in there that, so I'd like to do a little bit more reporting, right? Because we mentioned that was, but I'd like it just be said on the record. It's come to my attention that in many cases we have our two services sort of doing double duty, where if we have somebody who desires to, if they're given the choice jail or hospital, they're going to pick hospital. And so then we have other resources from other entities, you know, crossing paths or leaving their station, and then we're losing another station. So is there a way we can find a way to work better together where we can have some reporting so we understand what that looks like from a call option? Thank you.
Major Elwood.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Commissioner, I received that question to answer earlier in your email. There is never a scenario where someone's given a choice, the hospital or jail. I give you my word on my 36-year career, that does not happen at the Broward Sheriff's Office. If we arrest someone and they need medical services, they're taken to the hospital. We guard them at the hospital. If they're cleared in an hour, we take them to the jail. If they're cleared 3 days later, we'll guard them for those 3 days. If it's extensive period of time, our detention personnel will come and guard them. There's never a scenario where they're given an option.
Right.
You have my word on that.
Thank you. And maybe I used the wrong phrasing, but the concept is there are some people who maybe need, or it's not necessarily a super medical emergency where they're bleeding or they're cut or anything, but maybe the Baker Act or something like that. What if there's a non-medical emergency and they're just meant to be supervised? Are you doing that? Are you doing the transfer, or is somebody else doing the transfer?
We transfer on Baker Act. If it's simply for a Baker Act, we do that on a daily basis. We document that. If they need medical services and a Baker Act, they'll get the medical services first at the hospital, and then they'll be transported to receive the Baker Act.
Okay.
But that's done on a regular basis, and that's documented. We can supply that as part of the reporting requirements to the city manager.
That's all for now. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
I'm not comfortable with this, but, so no.
It's a what?
No.
Commissioner Perkins?
No.
Commissioner Sigerson Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item 6 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, relating to the provision of fire rescue services, facilities, and programs throughout the incorporated area of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, providing authority, purpose, and definitions, providing for the provision and funding of fire rescue services, providing for the imposition and computation of fire rescue assessments, providing certain legislative findings, approving the apportionment methodologies, establishing the estimated fire rescue assessed cost and assessment rates for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2026, directing the preparation of an assessment roll, providing a vacancy adjustment for recreational vehicle park and mobile home park property, authorizing a public hearing and directing the provision of notice thereof, providing for collection, providing for application of assessment proceeds, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Mr. Waters, once again.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Commission. For the record, I'm Joshua Waters, the city's budget director. So the resolution you have before you this evening is the preliminary fire assessment fee resolution for fiscal year 2027. As presented in the recommended budget, the resolution proposes a $30 increase to the residential fire assessment fee, going from $361 to $391, along with proportional increases to commercial, industrial, and institutional assessment rates. If approved, the proposed rates are expected to generate approximately $36.7 million in gross revenue or $34.8 million in net revenue after statutory discounts, representing an increase of around $2.5 million year over year. The action contained in this resolution is consistent with the direction the Commission provided during the budget workshop earlier this evening. And so approval of this resolution establishes the preliminary assessment rates and authorizes staff to proceed with the required public noticing process. Final adoption of the FY27 fire assessment fees is scheduled to occur during the first public budget hearing on September 14th. With that, staff recommends approval of the resolution, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Very good, thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes, item 7 is an approval.
Approving and authorizing the award of
Microphone?
Microphone?
Thank you. Approving and authorizing the award of ITB 26-032 for the Ultimate Sports Park to the lowest responsible bidder, Shift Construction and Development, Inc., in the amount of $6,590,000, and authorizing the proper city officials to execute the contract as provided in ITB 26-032.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Saropoulos, good evening.
John Saropoulos, City Engineer. On April 6, 2026, the City of Pompano Beach issued invitation to bid number 26-032 for the construction of the new Ultimate Sports Park located at 212 Northwest 16th Street. There were 13 bids. Shift Construction submitted the lowest responsive and responsible bid in the amount of $6.59 million, which aligns with the architect's estimate, and the project schedule is proposed to be 1 year to final completion. Additionally, engineering has had prior experience working with Shift Construction on several projects with positive results. Accordingly, staff recommends awarding this project to Shift Construction in the amount of $6.59 million. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, everyone. My name is George Rich. I am a community advocate and pastor here in Northwest Pompano Beach. Also previously served as a consultant for this city, helping to increase local and minority business participation. I am asking that you not approve Agenda Item 7 as presented. This should not be treated as an ordinary lowest bid award without examining the complete procurement history on this solicitation. The staff memorandum that the gentleman just read and is also in your backup does not tell the complete history of this procurement, but it leaves very important elements out. In the original RFP, qualification-based solicitation, Alexander and Johnson was not only ranked #1, but they were in fact the lowest bidder. That's what fairness is. But that fair process was subsequently thrown out and abandoned by staff, never brought to this commission for your input or decision. And now we are here with staff putting this solicitation out as an ITB and now only wanting to look at price. Well, let's talk about price since we're on it. Alexander and Johnson's original price was $6.6 million. It rebid at $6.609, a reduction of approximately $87,000. Shift's original bid was $7 million, but all of a sudden, they're coming in at $300,000 and almost $400,000 less. I wonder how. Did the price of wood change in 2 months? Did the price of concrete change in 2 months? Nah, it didn't. But what did change was the process, and it removed fairness out of it. This is not a minor adjustment. This is wrong. Did the solicitation materially change and cause it to go back out? Why was this body not informed? Why did you not influence it? Did anybody ask why did Schiff's number, how did it come in at $7 million at the beginning and now all of a sudden it's almost $500,000 less? Were you excessively charging the city at the beginning? We don't know because the questions were never asked, and they were certainly never presented to this dais. You can do your own assessment at whether or not these facts, standing alone, proves any wrongdoing. Y'all got to do your work on that. But a successfully awarded contractor was unfairly robbed of an opportunity. I'll give you some more relevant history. Schiff tried the same thing in North Miami Beach, and they threw the bids out and went with another contractor, and you know what they did? They sued them. They threatened to protest, which is also what they did in this city that caused staff to turn. My time is up, but I'm asking you to think. I'm asking you to be fair. We appreciate staff's recommendation, but it's this body that makes the decision. And if the attorney would be fair and honest, you have every right to not go with staff's recommendation. Don't let Schiff or him bully you into a yes.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Further input from the public?
Jocelyn Jackson. My concern is the operation of procurement. And it's kind of difficult when you all sit up on the dais when you speak about process of things. But to look at the behavior, what happened at our last meeting, where we had 3 elected officials to walk out and decide not to continue with the business. Hold on, Mayor. Let me get my thoughts. Don't stop me. You know, when we want to talk about process. What I would like to know, if any of these commissioners that's sitting on this dais have ever received any campaign funding from SHIP. Would that be a no? Because if so, I think on tonight, as the young man have spoken, if we having a situation here, I think what need to happen is we see what the process taking place, and I'm quite sure I'm not gonna go against, I won't go against staff, because sometimes it's not staff. Sometimes it can be the commission putting pressure on staff. And when I say that, I stand on what I mean. Sometimes it can be the commissioners putting pressure on staff because of the relationships. Now, I want to ask you, Mayor, you removed Melissa Shipp off the agenda. I think it was a couple weeks ago. Why did you remove her off that agenda? Who asked you to remove her from the agenda? Because she was being appointed to the EDC board. So who idea that was?
I believe, I don't recall, to be honest with you.
Okay, that's a good answer, because we use that down at the courthouse. That's to get you out the trouble, okay? So you don't tell on somebody up here. Somebody asked you to do it. But I'm gonna stand here right here tonight, and I'm in agreement that we need to go back to the drawing board, and I think this should be tabled, and a motion should be brought forth before we move anywhere, because fairness is fair. And I'm not saying staff did something wrong. I'm not saying that. But I know sometime in challenges, when dealing with this dais, with these commissioners, they're a piece of work, honey. And we done seen them in action. All 3 of them walked off. I went behind them, asking them what happened, okay? So let's think about that.
Thank you.
Before we make a decision tonight.
Thank you. Further input from the public.
Can I clarify that, something?
I'm sorry, pardon?
Can I respond to that?
Sure, Vice Mayor.
So Melissa Schiff was my nominee to EDC. And I thought long and hard about how I feel about EDC and their role in the city right now, and decided to just table the nomination for now and not have an appointee on EDC at the moment until I can get my arms around what their role is in some of these projects, like the parking garage and the McNabb House and some of that. So it really had nothing to do with a person. It had to do more with a decision about my support or lack thereof for EDC right now. And to your other point, I don't know if you're insinuating, who you're insinuating is talking to staff or telling them what to do. I know for one, I regularly talk to staff because it's, there's some of us up here, I'm guessing, talk to staff less than others, because if I have a question, I do, but we're not the ones in City Hall pushing staff to do anything. And I'm certain John would confirm that no, I mean, I know I haven't, and I'd like to put that on the record. I don't think I've ever, in fact, I know I haven't, and I'm sure my colleagues don't go and tell you how to do or who to enter contracts with.
Plus
that correct?
that'd be a violation of the charter.
Everything. I'm just, yeah, it's just kind of a strange assertion, so I just, yeah.
Very good.
Thank you.
Further input from the public.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Rod Feiner, I'm an attorney with Coker and Feiner, 1133 Southeast 4th Avenue. I represent Schiff Construction. I just wanted to clarify one or two things from the last couple of comments. Yes, this project was rebid. Yes, Schiff did cut the numbers down. Schiff went back to their subs and said, sharpen your pencils. You know, Schiff's overhead and profit was already low on this job. They went back to their subs, said, sharpen your pencils. They got revised numbers from their subs so they could revise their bid document, and when they did it, they were the lowest responsible bidder under an invitation to bid under your city charter, under your code of ordinance and the state law. You're supposed to award an invitation to bid to your lowest responsible bidder, and that in this case was Schiff. And I just want to clarify one other thing. Where the gentleman who spoke before me talked about suing and everything else, he did get his facts wrong, so I'm very familiar with what happened. In North Miami Beach, Schiff was awarded the contract by the city commission at a city commission meeting. They then, after that award was done, decided to cancel the contract and go out to rebid. That's when Schiff challenged. In this case, the contract, the original item was canceled. The city went out to rebid on ITB, and Schiff was the lowest responsible bidder. And so we suggest that you just follow your code of ordinances and everything else in your staff recommendation and award the contract to the lowest responsible bidder, who is Schiff. Thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public. Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Delvin King, 2601 Northwest 12th Street. Well, from what I just heard from that attorney, you either choose Schiff or get your ass sued. That's what I see. And if this is the great city of Pompano, we got to show his ass. You need to go with the first person we went with. We need to figure out why the first person wasn't chosen. What happened when we had to go out forget that. Why wasn't this project been done years ago? What was the holdup? This was a go bond project. This was supposed to have been done years ago. Why are we still playing this game? Why are we just choosing somebody, and why are we starting over again? So it looked like, again, we need to put on our big boy and big girl drawers, pants, whatever you want to call it, and we need to make some big decisions. But going with Schiff, because they the lowest bidder, and we done did this project twice, that, to me, that shows the city, that shows contractors, developers, architects, that we go back behind on our word, and we'll start over for our homeboys and our homegirls, just for somebody to make $1. Schiff got enough projects in the city of Pompano. Give somebody else an opportunity. It seemed like somebody got an opportunity, and Schiff wanted that $1. That $1 was in their budget, and it didn't happen. Give Schiff some of that new downtown. Give them the city hall or something. Give the person that the first, I don't even know who the person is. I don't know who they is, so I don't show favoritism. I don't know. It probably could have been RMA, I don't know. But just give it to them. Go back and look into it and give shift downtown. Let them do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Sarah Peterson, Pompano Beach resident. So this is a Go Bond project, correct? Okay, and I remember when that Go Bond went out, and few of you weren't sitting on this dais at the time, but the ones that were, Commissioner Perkins voted no on the Go Bond. So let's make sure the record is clear that the people who supported the Go Bond aren't all here, and the one who didn't is here. This project is in her district, okay? Rightfully so. This project has been a long time coming. You got Pompano Express track team that came up here and wanted this project to have a track and all that. Great, let's do it. The problem here is procurement. That's been your problem since day one. And I've heard a lot of things from procurement that I shouldn't hear if this is a cone of silence going on. So we can't sit here and act like one side is doing something that the other isn't doing. Everybody is going to get paid on either side of this coin. People who come down here and speak for or against, lobby for or against, people are going to get paid. So this idea that one side is getting paid more than the other or not getting paid is all a fallacy. Let's be real, people. People are going to get paid. People are going to get paid, simple as that. Whoever got the bid, I'm all for making sure this project happens because politics keep getting in the way of the people getting what they need and want in this community. So trying to point fingers or saying who was the lowest bid and who came back or whatever, you're going to have that same problem when it comes back the next time because your problem is procurement and people lobbying for certain projects. Okay, fine. Let's do that. But don't sit up here, don't come up here and act like one side's doing something else. If we're gonna throw the bid out and go back out, you're still gonna have the same problem, procurement, the process, and people putting pressure to get who they want into that position. No more than right, but I mean, this project does need to go forward, and anything that delays it, the community is gonna keep asking the same question, what's taking so long? What's taking so long? It's the politics behind it. Simple as that.
Next speaker.
Danielle Flanshaw, 820 Northeast 10th Avenue. I know I've said several different times that I work in construction. I do this for a living in my day job. Similar job to what the city project managers do. And I have gone and met with the city project managers on multiple occasions to try and vet some of the things that I hear in these meetings and really understand if these guys are doing their job or if something suspicious really is happening. Typically when I go, it's all on the up and ups and I'm like, oh man, they're doing a lot of reporting, a lot of work, it's all there. So maybe you can just answer us why the first contractor, the first low bidder, was not selected. Were they not responsive? Were they not the 3 R's that we were laying out? Maybe you could answer if they were given the opportunity to rebid. Were all of the original bidders invited to the ITB the second time? Were all of the original bidders privy to the whatever new information was provided? Were they all given a chance to sharpen their pencils? Which is something that commonly happens, is you say to somebody, hey, can you sharpen your pencils? And maybe they just couldn't get down. But perhaps you can just shed some light on the process?
Sure. So it was an RFP the first time. It wasn't an ITB. And there were 2 protests, and there was some legitimacy with the protests. And during a protest, the project cannot move forward. It's basically legally frozen. And had it gone to the Division of Administrative Hearings, it could have been delayed for another year. So rather than deal with that, consequently, procurement met with legal and management, and collectively the decision was made to resolicit, and that's what we did.
Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Commissioner Smith.
Could you explain the timeline that happened in with the bidding and then the protest and then going back out for bid? Were we talking years difference or months difference?
No, it wasn't years. I don't know the time frame offhand, Commissioner.
Mayor,
Mr. Berman.
if I can just add to answer the question that just came up, yes, the original person who was awarded the bid was given an opportunity to bid on price. I think came in second in this. And to answer the question as to what's taken so long with this park was designed originally as a go-bond, when it was a go-bond project. There was a contractor selected. They had actually started staging for the project. The commission changed the project to include, and I'm not blaming, I'm not pointing, I'm just saying, explaining the delay, to include the track and remove other elements, so it had to be replanned, rebid, everything had to start all over again. I'm left dealing with the original contractor who is claiming that he has expenses, and we're trying to work that out because the city's going to end up potentially paying for things that he already did for us changing, and we'll be paying for it because we changed the project. So that explains the delay. It also answers the question that was brought up, and I'm sorry, I just want to supplement what John said, that everyone had an opportunity to bid on this again. The gentleman, I don't know the gentleman at all. I've never spoken to him, but he said, don't listen to your turn. I haven't weighed in on this or who should get what, but I don't know why. I'm getting blamed for a lot of stuff tonight, but I don't know why I am on that one. But in any event, I just wanted to give you a little bit of history as to explain why this has been sitting around for a while.
Go ahead, Commissioner Smith, you still have the floor.
So when you talk about somebody started the project, was that Alexander and Johnson that started the project?
No, Pompano.
So somebody else had received the bid.
Oh, yeah, we got a third person involved, a third firm.
So how did it come that Alexander and Johnson had the lower bid than Schiff? And I guess I'm still confused as to how that came about, and did that truly, is that the facts?
Leave that to staff. I think there was a question as to.
That was a ranking. It was an RFP, and it was ranked, and
different.
correct. And the cost is just one criteria in the ranking.
And we chose not to do the one that was the RFP. Right.
Correct.
We chose not to do that.
Correct. We went out with an ITB instead, deliberately, to remove all subjectivity.
And did the bidders then know what everybody had already bid?
They could have, yes.
Yes, absolutely.
But at that point, they all have the same opportunity to sharpen their pencils.
Okay, thank you.
Further commission discussion. Commissioner Fessick.
I actually just had a few more questions about that too. So do we often have projects change that are bid out, contracted, work start or almost starts or somewhat starts, I guess? And then we normally do change orders, or do we normally do this where we cancel everything and start over?
No, I would say that doesn't happen often. It's unfortunate that when it does.
Was there an opportunity to do a change order here?
With who?
I don't know, I'm saying when we had the first contract.
No, because we threw out the RFP. We just rejected it and went out, which, by the way, the city does reserve the right to reject all bids and go back out if they feel it's in the best interest of the city.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we can't have conversations like that. Sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Fessick, you got.
Right, I'm sort of just kind of caught off guard here to hear that there was a different project. It was for the same project that we just changed something within the project.
That was with D. Pompano you're referring to, and the scope significantly changed on that one, and there was basically a full redesign. So as a result of that, we terminated the contract and just went back out. that was the right thing to do under those conditions.
Okay, and then in light of what was just said earlier, they all had the same opportunity to come with the best price? Is that what you're saying? Okay, I mean, obviously, everybody wants this park built, so I'm just trying to figure out what happened that led us down this path where there's seemingly a lot of controversy still.
Understood.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eden?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, well, it has been a long, long time. It's long overdue, this project, as a go-bond project. And the details are very sort of cloudy. And I don't think we are adequately equipped with all of the evidence and the facts and the back and the forth and who did what, when, and when things got canceled. We can't litigate this up here from the dais. I will just say it's long overdue, and I've heard Commissioner Perkins express her frustration with that fact. So I'm going to vote in favor of it to move it forward for the community. Thank you.
Very good. Further, Vice Mayor?
I think it's clear that was a process that went on that none of us really understand. We get reports from Earl monthly on concurrency and active solicitations, and I remember opening this one back in February, and it said recommendation to award to J. Alexander. And so that's what I thought was happening, and I started hearing that there was an issue with it and potentially a protest, and it seems like this was the way to avoid a lawsuit, maybe?
Or delays.
Or delays.
Right.
Both. So is there, if this doesn't pass tonight, what happens? Another RFP gets issued?
I'd have to coordinate with procurement director and legal and see what our options are.
I mean, everyone's pricing is out there right now. It's been out there twice, right? So I do think that we start eliminating competition, or maybe we create more competition. I don't know if everyone wants to undercut each other. But the process is important, and we've gone through this with the Six Terrace Bridge, and there's just been a handful of these that have really left some of us uncomfortable with what's going on and how things are being awarded here. So all I wanted to say is this. I remember when we awarded it to D. Pompeo. I think there's still issues there. This project seems to keep going without actually getting anything done, and that is frustrating. So I guess I want to hear from Commissioner Perkins and how eager you are to get this done, thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion?
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Perkins?
So I've been waiting on this project for a while. This is a go bond. So this project has been on the table since 2018, which is 7 years ago. I do remember when Pompey received the bid to do this project, and he started staging around that area behind the Girls and Boys Club, and he was told by staff he was no longer needed because they were going to do the work in-house. That's what he was told. So he's very upset because he had already put so much money into the project, and he was told to, back off. The city was going to do it in-house. So I know the history of what everybody is talking about here. And what I want to do is come from a different angle. We do want to see this project start. We want to see it finish. We want to see some whatever in the ground. And this is not just the only Go Bond project that has not been started in my district. But I do want to say, I met with staff back in June, around June 18th, see what we can do to enhance this project, especially when I saw the details of the skate park. So I really wanted this Ultimate Sports Park to be up to par
so that we can better enhance things that's going on. So what we decided on June 18th, and I wish staff had said something to me before they placed this on the agenda. So we proposed some enhancements back on June 18th, and there were 5 enhancements for this project. And number 1 was additional shaded bleachers for home and away spectators. Number 2 was public access PA system, electronic scoreboard, and there's an amount for each of these items that I'm giving you. Vent power and electrical infrastructure, and the last one was additional outdoor fitness equipment. So these things were added in June, and if staff had said to me we were gonna put this on the agenda, I would have said, okay, halt, whatever. So I'd like to make a motion that we throw out the bid and add in the new enhancement scope of work. That's my motion.
I'll say.
Second.
Okay, so I worked these enhancements out with staff, of course, and I did a lot of research to find out what happened at other parks, and then I had some help from staff, but I would love to sit down with staff to make sure we get this right if this goes back to procurement so that we don't have to come back again.
Commissioner, my understanding is those items that you just mentioned are already included in the project.
I didn't see them in there. I looked.
They're in there. In addition to that, we have owner's contingency of $250,000 as well to accommodate requests.
Okay, so each of these amounts I did not see in there. I didn't see any of the 5 additionals. I didn't see those in there. So if you could, wait a minute, let me go back to my, hold on.
So I don't believe the contract, Dr. Tammy Good, CIP manager, the contract that you may have seen did not include the breakdown of those line items, but if you look at the plans, I believe you met with the Parks and Recreation staff in June. I don't think you met with anyone from engineering, so we were not privy to those discussions. But after having met with Parks and Recreation after his meeting with you, he was then informed that those line items are already included in the base scope.
I didn't see them, so I would, before I can vote on this and say yes, I would like to see that. You could show that to me.
Absolutely.
Is there any way you could show it to me now? Is there any place I can go and?
I'd have to pull up the plans, but the scoreboard, the audio video, there's very elaborate, very large bleachers, stadiums, covered bleachers.
The amounts are there as well?
The renderings, I actually emailed you all of the renderings that show those items.
Okay.
I personally emailed those to you. The design has not changed for a year.
Right, okay, but I'm not voting on this tonight until I can see that in writing. I want it to be done right. I know we're waiting, and it's been a long wait since, I don't think anybody's been waiting longer than 2018.
Well, I can promise you I wouldn't lie to you, Commissioner.
So, yeah, those that just came aboard, it's just brand new to them. But, yeah, I want to do it right, and I prefer to just table this. And
That's the only way we do it.
yeah, and then we could sit down and talk and make sure we have it the way it's supposed to be.
Postpone until first meeting in September?
First meeting in September is what day?
September 8th.
Yes, delay again. September 8th. September 8th.
September 8th. So postpone until September 8th.
Yes.
That's now the motion.
Yeah, that's the first meeting in September, first meeting back.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved to postpone until September 8th. Moved and seconded.
Yep.
Okay, been moved and seconded to postpone this until September 8th.
Right.
Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes.
Mayor, it's 11:30.
Yes, no, that's it. Now we're at a break point. Our ordinance states that our meeting will end at 11 o'clock unless someone wants to make a motion, and there's a supermajority, I think, or a supermajority to continue to midnight. And barring that, then we would recess this meeting and start at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. continue from where we're at now. Does anyone wish to make a motion to continue the meeting until midnight?
I make a motion that, well, that doesn't necessarily say we're going to be done by midnight.
Nope. You know what's left on the agenda?
Everybody agree about coming in the morning at 10?
That's the rules.
10.
That's the rules.
All right, be on time.
Okay, this meeting is
Be on
now.
time.
Be on time. Oh, but wait, before we break, Mr. Berman, do we have to do something? Are we supposed to instruct you to create the order for the appeal?
I've already instructed myself.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Very good. This meeting's adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Recess.
Recessed until tomorrow morning. Yes, thank you, Kervin.